Hello. What's up? What's going on? I've been traveling, doing stand-up comedy for a long time. I started going on the road back in 1998, and that was I started going on the road because of Dice Clay. We were at the Comedy Store one night. He's like, "You should do the road," and I was like, "Okay." Like, he's willing to talk to me. I'll listen, you know. And I started going on the road, both doing stand-up comedy and working for the Ultimate Fighting Championship, which back then was really like doing porn. Like in 1998, you didn't want to tell people that, what are you doing this weekend? Oh, I'm going to see a cage fighting event in Dothan, Alabama. I'm working. So I fly into this place, and I'm hanging out with these fighters. I'm in my 20s, and I'm completely baffled by the whole situation. I was like, do you ever see that cartoon where there's two dogs? There's a little dog that's hanging out with the big dog, and the little dog's like, where are we going, Spike? And the big dog's like, shut up. Okay, I was the little dog. And I'm just hanging out with a slew of dudes who can rape me. And one of them wants to go out. And if you're around like these big, giant, like this one dude, let's just call him Bob. We'll call him Bob. It's not his real name, but Bob was this giant wrestler dude who's like 250 pounds of American muscle and Mexican supplements. And we're hanging out in Dothan, Alabama. What does Bob want? Bob wants to get some pussy. Man, there's got to be some pussy in this town, man. I mean, literally, that's all he wants to do. And we're there with this other dude who is the local DJ. You know, we have to do, like, morning radio to promote the event. There's this big event down there. And morning radio guy talks like morning radio guy. It's like, what do you guys want to do? There's a voice that somehow or another they're all allowed to use. And it's not like, you know, you're doing a real, like, he's doing Jack Nicholson. No, they're all just doing the voice they do at work. It's basically the same thing as the strip club DJ voice. It's very interchangeable. DJ guy's like, hey, I know where the girls are. There's a club just outside of town. Let's head out there right now. So we get in his car. We hop in DJ guy's car, and we start going out of town. And we're in Homeboy's car, and he's playing, you know, his station. We're talking, and Bob is like, man, there got to be some pussy around here, man. I'm telling you, dude, there got to be some pussy around here. And we start going down a dirt road. I notice there's no more lights. And I'm like, what's going on? It's like, this is where it is. So we go down this dirt road. This is all a true story. Down this dirt road, there's no lights, and we get to a house. It's a fucking house. And the house has a nylon sign, like one of those signs, you know, you see like temporary sign, and it just says Gentleman's Club. At a fucking house. And I'm like, oh shit, this is a mistake, man. I'm awake, I'm sober now, I'm not high again. So I'm thinking this is a terrible, terrible place to be. He's like, man, I hope there's some pussy in there. So I go out with him, and the DJ guy's like, we go there all the time. Don't worry about it, buddy. Come on in. All right. We walk in the door. It's a fucking regular door. There's like bookshelves. People have their shoes there. There's a fucking staircase. Like, this is insanity, man. We go in this room, and if you've ever been to not like an established, beautiful place like Cheetah's, if you've ever been to a strip club, if you've ever made a mistake and gone to a house with a vile Gentleman's Club sign in the middle of Dothan, Alabama, you will notice that there's this strange thing about the food chain when it comes to strip clubs. And the less attractive have to be the most aggressive. It's sort of how nature balances itself out. It's like, you know, hyenas are desperate as fuck. They got to make shit happen right away, all right? They're not turtles where there's plenty of food and they live to be 1,000. No, they got to get shit done right now. So if you go to a house that's a strip club with a vinyl sign in the woods down a dirt road with no lights in Dothan, Alabama, those bitches are ferocious. They fucking move on you, man. You don't get a chance to sit down. They're on you, okay? And it's a strange scene, man. First of all, there's like, the only thing that makes strip club-ish is that there's red light bulbs. They're using red light bulbs, okay. So I sit down. The train is like, man, where's the pussy under this place, man? And he's looking around, and this girl immediately comes up to me. And there's a thing that a gal will do when she's trying to get you to do a private dance with her. And that thing is to immediately put her knee where your penis is, okay? And then they move into you and start talking to you. This is a sexy pose, okay? But not when you're wearing sweatpants and wrestling shoes, okay? then your breath smells like you ate 150 shit sandwiches and had a drunken mariachi band fart in your mouth for a year. This chick steps up. I'm not bullshitting, man. She's wearing fucking sweatpants, and she's got wrestling shoes on, and she's gangster. She's like, do you want to dance? Do you want to dance? It fucking hits me like a broken fire hydrant of stink. It's just, bah! And I don't know what to do, and I'm a polite person. I try to be nice. We're all different. I don't know how she got here. So I'm sitting there, and all I can think of is I have a girlfriend, and she doesn't let me get dances. So she starts doing all this. You don't know what the fuck you're missing. You don't know what the fuck you're missing. I'm a badass bitch. I'm a badass bitch. You don't know what the fuck you're missing. And I'm like, oh, I'm never going to get out of here alive, man. That's all I'm thinking is, I have fucked up. This is like a fucking movie. You take the wrong turn, then 8 hours later, you're pleading for your life in a basement. I'm like, this is a fucking disaster. So I got to find the train killer. So I go over and I'm like, man, we got to get the fuck out of here. I get up to him, and he has found the only attractive girl within miles. And she has gravitated towards his alpha presence. And she's sitting in his lap, and she weighed 90 pounds. I know this because he told me. She's in his lap, and he looks over at me and goes, she weighed about 90 pounds. And this happened exactly this way. He goes, that pussy's got to be tight. Could you imagine breaking a human being down to that? He was calculating mass and size and... It's a good one. It's a keeper. That's a fucking keeper, man. That's a keeper. So, he's with this girl, and, they're asking questions. One of the things that he did was the girl would point to every other man in the room. She would go like this, like, what about him or that? Him over there, I'll take him like this right here. He did that like 10 times. 10 different guys do. And I'm, the other girl's still on the other side of the room. You don't know what the fuck you're missing. You don't know. So I'm like, man, I got to get the fuck out of here. I'm completely sober at this point. And I'm like, hey, dude, why don't you ask your friend if she wants to get the fuck out of here, right? He's like, yeah, you want to get the fuck out of here? He's like, I'll go if my friend can go. She'll go if her friend can go. Who's her friend? Shit breath! Of course her friend is shit breath. So we hop in DJ Mr. Nice's car, Kiss 107.5, fucking whatever it is. He's in, all right, everybody get in the car. So the train killer and the 90-pounder in the back seat, but shit breath wants to sit on my lap. He said, but there ain't no fucking room back there. Come on, dog. What's up? There ain't no room back there. There's very few things less attractive than when you're on a dirt road, and a fucking road with no lights, and you go to a house and there's a vinyl sign that says Gentlemen's Club, and a girl with shit breath wearing wrestling shoes and sweatpants also talks black. She's white and she's got freckles, and she's like, come on, dog, let me sit in your lap, dog. And I'm like, you can't sit in my lap. My girlfriend doesn't let girls sit in my lap. You don't know what the fuck you're missing. And she keeps doing this shit to the back of my head. She's behind me with the 90-pounder and the train killer. You don't know what the fuck you're missing. You don't know I'm a badass bitch. I'm just thinking we're going to get to the hotel room, and I'm just going to get the fuck. This is all going to be a memory. Well, apparently the train killer had realized that this is going to be a problem. And he was looking over, oh, man, she's going to be a problem, man. She's going to fuck this up for me. So as soon as we pull into the hotel has this, this overpass thing, a little circular roundabout sort of a thing in the front with a roof on it. We pull into that thing. The fucking train killer kicks open the door, grabs the 90-pounder, and just starts running. I mean, this motherfucker's clean. He's got some fucking ass and squat legs on him, and he's just making leaps and bounds. And there's no way. She's tied up in the seatbelt. She's trying to get the... Oh, no, you don't ditch me, motherfucker. So shit breath is running after the train killer, but this motherfucker puts logs on his back and runs up stadium stairs. So he's just running with this girl. He gets her to the elevator. The elevator doors open. He turns and looks at shit breath, and boom, just like a horror movie, the door shuts just in the nick of time. And this is 1997, 1998, whatever it was. There was no cell phones back then. You couldn't text your friend, OMG, what room are, letter R, U, letter U, in? No, he was gone. He was a ghost. That door shut. She had a thing. I don't even know if he was real. Like, I don't have a photo of him. I don't have a contact number. He doesn't have an email address. The door shut. He went to many floors and many rooms. It was over. It was over. But shit breath would not accept defeat. So she starts throwing a fucking hissy fit. Oh, no, motherfucker. No, you ain't doing this shit to me, motherfucker. And so she starts yelling to try to get attention. One of the managers runs over to her, ma'am, what is the problem? Please, can we stop this? And she goes, I need to know where, and she says his name, UFC, motherfucker, is all with my girl. We came together, we leave together. So, wrestling shoes, sweatpants, freckles, tank top. It's a mess. This is a disaster. Okay? You're the last person you want screaming in your lobby is a white girl with wrestling shoes on, sweatpants, talking like a black girl, obviously shit-faced drunk, looking for a cage fighter. Who may or may not have kidnapped her friend, right? So the manager comes over, they grab her by the arms, they're trying to get her out of there. She's like, I'll leave, motherfucker, I'll leave. I need to use the restroom. I need to use the restroom first. Which is one thing that drunks will always do. When drunks are kicked out of the bar, they always want to get that last victory. They just let me have a little something. Let me use the bathroom. They have this little thing. You can't just kick them out. No, I'll go out, motherfucker, but I'm a human being. Won't you let me use the restroom real quick? Won't you? So they won't let her use the restroom. Like, ma'am, you cannot. You are rude. You're yelling. You're awakening our people. You got to get the fuck out of here. They push her outside the door. She doesn't take 2 steps from the door. When she pulls her sweatpants down, pushes them forward, because she's done this before, all right? She knows not to piss on her sweatpants, because she's been there, done that. She's pushing the sweatpants forward. She's yelling at the hotel going, y'all got me out here pissing in the street like I'm some kind of fucking animal. And I'm sitting in my car, laughing my ass off, thinking this might be the best person I've ever met in my life. I got all the people that you will meet in your life that just will provide you with something you could think about forever. I've met some inspirational motherfuckers, but I think about her more than any of them. I think about her all the time. I wonder if she's alive. I wonder if she has kids. I wonder if she still works at that house.
Everybody. Okay, this is a quick story about how I understood the lyrics to a song for the first time. Last year I went to China. They told me 2 things. I went for comedy, so they told me 2 things before I went. They gave me 2 rules. First rule, they said no bringing drugs in of any kind, because they said it's punishable by death. Yeah, and I was like, fuck. How much weed can I bring? And they were like, Ari, none. And I was like, counter offer, some. And they were like, don't do it. I'm like, I'll bring pot cookies to the plane. You can't stop me. And I did. And then when we landed in Shanghai, I had like 2 pot cookies left over, so I just downed them and had a great first 8 hours in Shanghai. It was wonderful. Here's what they don't tell you. It's not punishable by death. To traffic drugs is punishable by death. But if they just catch you with them there, it's very illegal. It's still very illegal. They'll kick you out of the country. That's what they'll do. But I thought about it, and it turns out that I don't live in China. So let's do it. So fun. 3 weeks in China for comedy. Every once in a while, comedy really pays off. All you gotta do is live in poverty for 9 years. And then you get your free trip to China. The cool thing is, since it's so illegal, marijuana and all drugs there, especially weed. Once you do find weed there, and I did find weed, because I'm a pothead, and that's what potheads do. We find weed. When you do find weed, the cops in China do not know what marijuana smells like. Yeah, they're just not around. So this comedian in Beijing showed me. He goes, dude, you can smoke pot right in front of them. He blew pot smoke right at a cop. I'm like, are you out of your mind? He goes, he just thinks you're smoking tobacco for poor people. He's never smelled that smell before. The only way they can catch you, literally the only way they can catch you is if you learn the Mandarin words for officer, we're smoking marijuana. And my advice is just don't learn those words. They're not going to help you. The other rule they gave me is they said no making fun of the Chinese government. No making any jokes about the Chinese government. And I was like, I don't have any jokes about the Chinese government. Fucking get over yourself, Chinese government. Nobody's talking about you. I've done comedy in Los Angeles, New York, London, and Toronto, and I've never heard a single comedian do any jokes about the Chinese government. Because it's way too self-absorbed. Here was the cool thing about China. Well, everything. Here was the terrible thing about all of Asia. It's the toilet situation. Yeah, so you know the seats that go up and down for men and women, like that seat? So they don't have that seat. And then they don't have the whole toilet. They don't have any of it. They don't have toilets. They don't believe in it or something. They just got holes in the ground. It's like a regular bathroom floor with tiles and everything. And then where the toilet should be is just this hole. And you're supposed to go over it like a college basketball coach. And you're just supposed to squat. You're just supposed to squat and shit into this hole. And they don't tell you at all. They don't tell you about any of it. They just expect you to know. So, and by the way, in the hotels and stuff, they have regular toilets. It's just in the rural parts. So I was having a good time. I went to the Great Wall of China. I went to visit the Imperial Palace. That was cool. No, wait. That's Star Wars. Imperial Palace. Yeah, that's for sure Star Wars. Yeah. What is that? The Forbidden City. That's what it is. It's where the Emperor lived. And so I went there and I was walking around having a good time, and I got this important phone call from my friend Diarrhea, and that's when I really started to hate China because of this toilet situation. I run to the bathroom. I'm just sprint to find the bathroom. I burst open the door. I'm telling you right now, when you open up a stall door and there's no toilet in there, your mind can't even wrap its head around what's happening. It's like some sort of optical illusion. You know, it's like, which line is longer? Like, I don't know, top one? You're like, no, same size. And you're like, bullshit, measure again. Regular bathroom floor, tiles, and then just fucking hole. It looks like a union guy was coming to install a toilet, and then it was like, oh, lunchtime, and then he just fucking left. And they forgot to get back to it. I burst open the door, and I was like, what? Oh, this one must be under repair. Because there's no toilet. That's the one thing you look for in a toilet. It's the toilet. That's 95% of the experience, is the actual toilet. And I went to the next one. I was like, this one, are they all under repair? Am I just missing the sign? And then I remember, like, oh, they told me about these fucking shit squat toilets. That's what you're supposed to do. And I realized, right then, I was like, you know what? I'm not doing this. I was born an American, and I'll die an American. And Americans sit down when we shit. That's our thing. When they say USA number one, they're talking about number two. We're number one in number two. And I was like, I'm gone. So I left. I walked out, and I got like 2 steps away, and then Diarrhea was like, of course you're doing it. And I was like, oh yeah, Diarrhea, I forgot about you. It gives you a break sometimes, Diarrhea, you know? Diarrhea and the hiccups, where you think they're gone for a minute, but then they ain't gone. We're like, I gotta shit so bad. What? No, maybe I'm okay. No, I gotta shit so bad. So I go back into this stall. I close the door. Side note, by the way, there's a trash can in there, and all these don't fucking look in the trash can because they don't flush their toilet paper; they throw it away. Yeah, and so they had this trash can. You know the little office trash cans that like spin, the top spins? You know, where it goes like, and you can like hit it down and it like, I always try to hit it just enough so it pops back up and like go, like it's like a ride at Six Flags where, you know. And I open it up and the fucking smell that comes out of 75 different people's shit rags. It's kind of like a cross between like when Ghostbusters cross streams and in Indiana Jones when they open up the Ark of the Covenant and all the Germans are like, ah! That's the smell that comes out of this thing. So I go into this fucking stall and I close the door And I'm looking at this hole. Here's my first question. How far do you take your pants down? I've done it, and I don't know what the answer is. I have no idea. My first thought was, like, take them down to your ankles. Because that's how I normally do it. But then you can't do that, because here's the deal. I went down, I took them down to my ankles, and then I, like, lined it up. And I'm like, hold on a second. Like, my asshole is directly above my pants. How am I not going to shit into my pants? Unless a heavy gust of wind comes by, I'm for sure going to shit into my pants. And by the way, I thought about it, and I realized that shitting into your pants is actually a lot worse than shitting in your pants. You'd think they'd be the same thing, right? They're not the same thing. Shitting into your pants is a holocaust compared to shitting in your pants. Because if you shit in your pants, and let's be honest, a lot of us have done that. Am I not wrong? Like, I mean, like after 9th grade. It happens. Whatever. You're drinking and you sneeze. That's not your fault. That's just destiny. That's just destiny. But what do you do when that happens? I know what I do. I go home. I go home because I'm a grown man and I have shit in my pants and I can't be out with my people. Just can't. I can't be out with people with shit in my pants. I think about it usually for a second, like, how much shit is in there? You know, like it goes through my head. And then I realize it doesn't matter. It does not matter. It could be a shart and it could be an unloading. Either way, I'm a grown-up and I have shit in my pants and I can't be out with other people. No matter what I'm doing, I could be in line in a movie and I'm like, hey, you guys, that's so funny. Chew! I'll see you guys later. Like, what? Where are you going? You won't want to see the movie? I'm like, yeah, I don't want to see it anymore. You tell me how it was. And you just fucking slowly, just real slowly walk away. You don't want to jostle at all. You know what I mean? Just even steps. It's just going to be a little bit warmer than it was before. Yeah, that's if you shit in your pants. But if you shit into your pants, well, then you gotta not have those pants on. And then you gotta work up the courage. The suicide-like courage. To put the dirty diaper back on yourself. And you know it's gonna squoosh in there. Like you're making a mold for a retainer. So anyway, it's not down to your ankles, I don't think. And by the way, the one time you want handicap bars to hold on to, they don't have handicap bars. They make you be fucking zen about it. You just gotta fucking use your core. So I don't know what the answer is. They don't help you in any way, by the way. There's no diagram. There's no fucking help along the way. Everything has a diagram on it. A hand dryer in a bathroom. Fucking a big machine that's right next to the sink with one button right in the middle. They're like, nah, you'll never figure this out. So they put a little cartoon on it of somebody pushing the button and then somebody else drawing their hands or taking the bacon. That's a hand dryer. Chinese shit squat toilet? Nah, figure it out. It's intuitive. So I have no idea. I didn't know what to do. So here's what I did. I don't know if this is right or wrong, but I took my shirt off. And you know the hook that's on the door of the bathroom stalls? I just sort of hooked it on there. And then I lowered myself. I just gotta do it that way. I feel like a shit right now. Yeah, I don't know if that's the right answer or not, but that's what I did. It seemed to work. It seemed to work. I mean, I shit that way, so I felt good, too. When I did it, I was like, fuck yeah, live like a real Chinese person. And I finished, and it feels great. When you shit like this, by the way, it clears you out from the neck all the way down. It's like you're a new man. Have you ever done it? It feels wonderful. I do it now when I get home. I'll stand on my toilet seat, and then I'll fucking squat over. Just for old time's sake. Like a POW who's got to sleep underneath the bed once in a while. And I did it. I felt great. I felt wonderful. I was very careful not to let my balls touch the surface of the thing, because I have very long balls. And they'll occasionally touch the water level of a toilet. And if there's one place I want my balls to never touch, it's the inside of a Chinese shit squat toilet. So anyway, I finished, and I was like, yeah, I did it. I got up to wipe, and that's when I found out that they don't offer toilet paper in China. Yeah, they don't believe in it. I think their theory is, you're the one shitting, you clean it up. And that's not wrong. It's not even that it's wrong. I'm just saying, you should warn people. You should let people know. Like, everyone who lands at the airport with a round eye, they should give them a pamphlet and be like, here, you're going to have some problems. Figure it out. I'm standing there, I'm like, what am I going to do? Well, anyway, here's the deal. 5 days before, I landed in Shanghai. It's the first place I got to. Got there in the morning. I got to a club. The first place I performed, this bar, and the bar owner was like, oh, you just got here today? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, oh. And he gave me this packet of tissue paper. You know those little travel Kleenex packs? Yeah. And he gave me one of those, and he goes, here, you'll need this. It was like Gandalf had come up to me or something, you know? And I was like, what will I need it for? And he just goes, you'll know. But he was right, though. He was right. I was standing there in that fucking toilet at the Forbidden City, and I was like, what am I going to do? I got no toilet paper! I was so excited. Here's the problem, though. They don't give you unlimited tissue paper in one of those things. They give you 6. They give you 6 pieces of tissue paper. With 6, you can't be an American anymore. You can't be like, 4 at a time. I love to waste. Most resources in the world. USA! USA! Not with 6. With 6, you got a budget. You got to make everyone count. You got to start like way from the bottom. And go all the way up to about here. Fold. Go back. Start from the bottom. Now we're here. I kept doing that. Start from the bottom. Now here. Start from the bottom. Now here. And that's when I realized what that Drake song was all about.
I've done a lot of traveling doing stand-up comedy. And one of the weird things about traveling is sometimes you have to stay in hotels. Most of the time. All the time. Forget what I said earlier. All the time. And most of the time it's uneventful, but I was in a hotel fire once. And it's something you never think about. You hear about occasionally on the news, but when it happens, it's a real freak out. It was in the middle of the night. We got to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning, and about 4:30, and I hear, I jump up, and I grab the alarm clock, and what button do I have to push to stop this? I'm thinking, I'm going to wake up every fucking person in this hotel. I can't believe how loud I have this. I mean, it didn't make any sense. I'm delirious. I don't know what's going on. I'm in that weird dream state, and I hear, attention, a fire's been detected in the building. Please evacuate immediately. Do not use the elevators. Take the stairs. I don't even know if this is real. It doesn't make sense. I don't know if it's a recording. I don't know what's going on. But then the guy keeps the mic keyed open, and you hear a woman in the background going, we got to get these fucking people out of here. And I'm in my underwear, so I'm like, okay, what do I need? I need clothes, my laptop, I grab my shit, and I'm thinking, I'm on the 15th floor, all right? It's an old-ass hotel. We're in the Cliff Hotel in San Francisco. It's Joey Diaz, Tom Segura, and me, okay? I don't know what room they're in, but, you know, I know we're all on the same floor somewhere, so I'm looking for them, and it's a real mind fuck. I'm on the 15th floor, I'm like, 15 flights of stairs. How long does that take? Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. I'm going through it in my head. How fast can I run? And I didn't think about the other people in the fucking hotel. There is a river of sleepy travelers that I hit. When I open my door, I'm like, oh no, you fucks. You motherfuckers aren't urgent. There's no urgency in your movement. There's a thin veil of civilization that goes on when you're in a real natural emergency. Because it's a fucking freak out. We get to the stairwell. San Francisco is an old city. And they have these really old hotels that were designed when people were tiny. They didn't get any food. They were these little tiny people. So I'm not a big guy, but I get into this stairwell and I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. And it's one of those things that they don't do anymore where you can see the whole way down. So as you're going down, you can see everybody below you and they're looking up. And it's this fucking river of people, and no one's going fast. And then I start realizing that a lot of these fucking people look like they're sleepwalking. And then I start thinking about Ambien. Because if you don't know, 39 million Americans take sleeping pills on a nightly basis. Okay? And I never thought about that until I had to deal with it. Most of the time, you need to go to sleep, whatever, I don't give a fuck. But you do give a fuck when you're in a fucking hotel, and all of a sudden, everyone is sleepwalking. If you've never experienced this before, people who are on Ambien, they just do shit while they're sleeping, and they don't know they did it. You can just wake them up and push them, and they just keep going and figure out what to do. It's a very strange thing. I have a friend who takes it every night. He can't not take it, but he needs sleep so badly that he's willing to, like, forget that he did shit. He made a fucking turkey. Okay? The guy, this is not enough to get him to quit doing Ambien. He got up in the middle of the night, decided he was making a turkey, went downstairs, preheated the oven, drove to the supermarket, bought a turkey, came home, stuffed it, made mashed potatoes and gravy, cooked it, ate it, went to sleep, got up, and called the police. He goes, someone broke into my house and made a turkey. They're like, do you take Ambien? Yes, but that's not the point. No, it's a fucking terrible drug. It's a weird thing. Taking sleeping pills is a dangerous thing. So I'm in this hotel where you're entering into the stairwell, just this funnel of fucking people, and some of them were in slippers, and some of them were in bathrobes, and everybody's fucking walking really slow. And we hit the stairwell, and we start going, and I see the smoke. As you're looking down, you're seeing smoke. It's like maybe 10 floors down, like maybe second, third floor, and I'm like, fuck, where is this fire? What if I fucking see fire? What do I do if I see fire? You don't want to be the first guy to freak out, but you don't want to be the last guy to freak out either. So there's that thing, like when go time is there, you got to be ready for go time. Nobody else is waiting for go time. People start fucking waking up on the stairs. You can see them in the middle of the stairway just going, what are we doing? What are we doing? Waking up in the middle of walking down the stairs in a fucking fire in a hotel. And this guy goes, what's going on? The wife goes, we're in a hotel fire. She goes, a hotel? Why are we in a hotel? These people are just walking down the stairs, waking up as they're going. And you can tell the real old school Ambien junkies because they're used to waking up in the middle of doing shit. And this one guy, he grips the railing, looks around, and just keeps going. You can tell. He's like, okay, we're doing this. This is what we're doing. So we're walking down the stairway, and I'm really starting to panic because I'm like, everybody can move a lot faster, and there's a space between their head and the stairway above. And I'm like, if I could just get in that space, I can make some fucking progress. But you don't want to be the first guy to step on people's heads. I'm like, okay, keep it together, keep it together, keep it together, 15 floors. I have kids, okay? I'm starting to fucking really freak out. And then one guy decides to stop the line. He grabs the railing and goes, do we even know where we're going? And you see everyone just sort of just rise up behind this guy. And everyone's thinking just murderous chimpanzee thoughts. It's just the deep primal part of your brain that wants to survive. And that was the guy that I focused on for the whole rest of the time we came down the stairs. Because I said, that's my guy. The moment I see fire, I'm going to punch through that dude's asshole, pull out his skeletal system, and wear him as a fire suit to run to safety. That's my plan. I'm like, I am not fucking burning to death because I'm in a hotel with a bunch of sleepy bitches. And I'm also thinking the whole time, how the fuck is Joey Diaz getting in the staircase? That's part of what I'm thinking. So, you know, I love my friends, so I get outside, and I'm looking for Joey. We get outside. It turns out it wasn't really a fire. It turns out it was a bunch of drunk assholes who just set off the fire extinguisher. Which is really good that nobody freaked out. Because the last thing is you want to be outside when they go, there was no real fire, while you're wearing a dude's skin. And you're like, I'm such a dick. I'm really sorry about all this. Right when they said there's no fire, everybody goes, where's Joey? Where's Joey? Joey Diaz comes around the corner and he's holding a joint. And I go, how'd you get outside? He goes, I took the elevator like a doctor.
So I got this Facebook message from this girl once. And by the way, I'm going to say the name a lot in this, and they're going to bleep it every time on television. But you guys should just all know that when you hear a bleep, that's because I'm saying the name. So I got this Facebook message. You ever get a Facebook message from somebody like from high school or something? They're like, well, hey, we drifted apart. And you're like, I know, we did it on purpose. Why are you ruining what we've built up for so long? So wrote me, and she goes, Ari, I noticed you have a lot of Twitter followers and Facebook friends, and I'm in some online contest to win a trip to the Super Bowl. And if you tell them all to vote for me in this online contest, I could win this trip to the Super Bowl. And my first thought was, go fuck yourself. I barely even know you. No fucking way. But since I barely knew her, I felt super obligated to do everything she asked of me. You know that weird dynamic where like if your best friend asks you for a ride to the airport, your best friend, you can be like, you can get a ride to lick my asshole. A little shuttle leaving every 4 minutes, right there. Just cut it under there. It needs licking. But no, I'll never take you to the airport. You can go fuck yourself. Eat a plate of shit. I'd rather watch you eat a plate of shit than ever take you to the airport. In fact, you know what? Now, if I happen to see you at the airport, I'm going to punch you in the dick. So you associate me and the airport with bad thoughts together. That's your best friend. Like, if somebody you met at work like a month ago, if they ask for a ride to the airport, then it's super uncomfortable. I didn't say no to that. It's always like, you think of any excuse possible. You're like, you know, I work nights. Oh, it's a daytime thing? I guess we're going to the airport. I guess there's no way around it. So I didn't know if I should say yes or no. So here's what I thought. I thought that I'll look back to when I liked her the most, and if I would do it for that person, then I would still help her. I'll tell everybody to fucking vote for her in this online contest. And so when I liked her the most was 9th grade. She was the hottest girl in my 9th grade class. Like, by far the hottest one. She always wore a mini skirt, which to an all-Jewish school meant she wore it, like, right on the line. That was as low as you allowed to go. Most girls wore it sock or below. Not this slut. Rocking some knee at 13. She was so fucking hot, man. That was as high as you were allowed, too. We had this rule where if a rabbi saw a girl in a miniskirt, he would just yell out the word knees. Just go, knees! And she would have to get on her knees in front of the rabbi. It's not sexual, you guys. It's not a Catholic school. It's a Jewish school. Relax. What? Oh. Who's still Catholic, by the way? Enough. What else are you waiting for? Like, what other sign do you need to not be Catholic anymore? I'm not saying don't be Christian. You can keep being Christian, but just join another Jesus club. There's like 30 different Jesus clubs, right? They're all pretty much the same shit. Love Jesus and hate the Jews, right? Is that pretty much... Except one of the clubs loves to rape children. Totally don't be part of that club anymore. And if you're like, oh, are you just hearing about this right now? Am I breaking the news to you? Yeah, it's been going on for a while. If you're like, months? Even longer than that. Like 1,500 years. Continuous child rape. It's totally trending. Be Protestant. Be Methodist. Whatever. Be more... Don't be Mormon, obviously not. But like, be one of the other ones. My friend Steve, he's a Catholic, and I tell him this all the time. I'm like, dude, you got it. And he goes, Ari, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But he goes, you have to understand, tradition is really important to me. And my grandfather was raped here. And I want one day for my... All right. Anyway, it was nothing sexual. Our rule was if they were on the ground and their skirt didn't touch the ground, it was considered immodest. It was a half-day suspension. See the difference there between the two religions? It's like real tight. On one hand, you have a half-day suspension. Nobody wants that. Okay, so anyway, she would sit in the front of her class with her skirt on, and she would let it right up to about there. And I would just sit in the back, just staring at her with a boner in my chin. And these weird feelings I didn't understand. I was just like, I liked her, man. She was hot. I liked her. So we had this math class taught by this guy named Mr. Sager. And Mr. Sager was that one teacher, you know that one teacher that everybody has that just nobody respected? You know, like everybody just knew. First day of class, everybody just knew. You just looked at each other, all the kids, and non-verbally, they would just be like, with their minds, they'd be like, we're going to fuck with him until he quits, right? I mean, it's obvious. Mr. Sager, the only thing he did wrong, he had a deep voice and a little bit of a lisp. That was it. He'd be like, the x-axis meets the y-axis. And we're like, oh, yeah, you're fucked. How dare you try to teach children? So one day, Mr. Sager, he was turned around. He was writing on the chalkboard, and like this. And I figured out that if you take a rubber band, if you tie it around your fingers, if you then take a half a paper clip, if you hook it on the rubber band and pull back, you've got a weapon. You've got a gun. It's as close as the Jews got to gang violence. Like, this was it. And I was pointing it at Mr. Sager. I was never going to do anything. I was just pointing it at him, trying to get attention. You know, like, woo, look at me. Class clown. I'm not learning. And just being a badass. But then as I was doing it, my fingers, they started getting real sweaty. So it was like getting hard to hold on to the paperclip. And I was pointing it right at Mr. Sager. And I was like, oh, this is bad. And I didn't know what to do. And if I knew anything at all about tensile strength, I would have realized, like, oh, I can just do that. And then it's not a problem at all anymore. Completely negated, just like that. It's over. But that was the lesson I was missing on the chalkboard right then. So I was like, I don't know how to handle this situation. And math is stupid, by the way. And so I thought, maybe, do you go away from the target? Does that make sense? Yeah. And I was doing that. I was like, no, that's wrong. And I couldn't hold on anymore. And the paperclip, it shot out of my fingers and went right at Mr. Sager. No arc at all, like a straight line through the air. It made that noise. You know, like, like it made that. And it hit him. It hit him right in the back of the head, right where the ear meets the head. It hit him like right there. And it drew a little bead of blood. Yeah. Sick shot, right? We're talking back of the classroom, trying not to let go. Never miss a target. So Mr. Sager, he goes, oh, who did that? And he starts to turn around, and he looks at the class. And you know the rule. You know the code of conduct in high school. Nobody ever rats on anybody. So nobody's going to say a word. Nobody's going to talk about it. But then Mr. Sager, he starts upping it. He starts going, if nobody tells me who did that, nobody's leaving this class. You'll all be late for your next class. And all these little Juliet kids, they start thinking, I could see them murmuring to each other. Like, they're like, wait, if I get a tardy on my record, am I not getting to Harvard Business School? Like, they start wondering, like, I don't know Ari that well. Do you know him? I'm not even friends with him. I never played football with him. Why would I even suffer for him? And then this kike Heeb. I think that's my favorite line in all of comedy. She raised her hand up, and she goes, Ari did it. And I'm like, motherfucker. And I got sent to the principal's office. I got suspended for 5 days. No, I should have been, dude. You can't shoot a teacher in the face and get away with that. Gotta set a precedent down. It was the worst trouble I've ever gotten in, though. My parents thought I was a bad kid after that. They made me see a therapist for like 2 years. The whole time, I was like, my fingers got sweaty. That's all that happened. Anyway, 22 years later, I got a Facebook message from saying, can you help me win a trip to the Super Bowl? And I just wrote back, why don't you ask Mr. Sager for help?
So I'm going to tell you about my first job that I ever had. And this is when I knew I wanted to do stand-up comedy. And you know, like my daughter's 16 now, and she's not really sure what she wants. I knew from the time I was 16, I wanted to act, be funny, and do stand-up. And so I got a job. My friend hooked me up, and I worked in Sears paint department in Long Island. And I ruined a lot of homes. Just destroyed homes from 1985 to 88. If you go to Long Island now, you just see just crap jobs of a house. Why'd you stay in your bathroom? This guy told me you worked there. I mean, it was a joke to me. There was two of us that worked in paint, and it was attached to a mall. So literally, we'd take 1 hour tag team breaks. So I'm getting paid for 4 hours, work 2 hours, and tell everyone, no, you won't like it here. Go to Benjamin Moore. Trust me, the paint's better. So it was a great gig. Now, when I was there, the one thing I used to love doing was I would call all the other departments, just drive them nuts. Because two things when you work at a department store. A, you have to pick up the phone. They tell you that. Like, no matter how many customers you have to pick up the phone. It's policy. So as soon as I heard that, like, oh, this is going to be great. So I would start with and the only people that work at a department store are people that are retired or teenagers. And if it's in between, then you got someone pregnant or you're going through a bad divorce. There's no reason why you should be 35. Like, hi, welcome to Sears Hardware today. Could I help you out with some drill bits? You're done. You're living in your mother's basement. You're a zero. So I'd call up old people in like linens, you know, like, hi, this is Carol in linens. And like, how you doing today, Carol? Tell me about your linens. And that's honestly where I would do impressions. There was this fat kid named Scott, and he worked in the toy department. Now, this is in the 80s, so every couple of years a new toy comes out, and people like kill each other to get the toys. And back then it was a Cabbage Patch doll. So people are lined up, and we were near Jamaica, Queens. This is a big black area, so the big black Jamaican like, I'm gonna get me the Cabbage Patch doll. And I know they only make 3 black ones, so I want the one. And so Scott was petrified. He had 40 black women running into his apartment at 8 in the morning, and that's why I would call him. And they're like, hello, this is Sears Toy Department, Valley Street. I'm like, hey, this is Joe Pesci. I want to come in here. I need a black Cabbage Patch doll. And don't give me no rain check. I'm going to come on there and bust your balls. You hear me? I'll be there in 20 minutes. He goes, oh, my God, is that you? I'm like, what do you mean, what? Joe Pesci's coming here. I'm like, don't give him a rain check, man. I'm going to tell you. So, we're in the paint department one day, and this new guy comes in from hardware, right? And I'm staring at this banana, and he's very serious. He's like fixing the stock. He's like, this wrench goes over here. And I said, these hammers go over here. They're not where the craftsmen are. And I just understand. I really have to fix this department up. And I'm like, I got to break this dummy in. So I go walking up to him. I go, hey, man, my name's Jim. I work in the paint department. If you need anything, just let me know. He's snippy with me. And he's like in his 40s. She goes, you know what I need? I need you to stay in the paint department, okay? Because you're young. You look like you're wasted. Do you come to the job wasted? I'm like, no, I look like this. Ah, okay, right. He goes, I hear the way you talk to the people in the paint department. It's a joke. People want your help, and you don't help them. I'm here to explain to them what's the difference between a craftsman tool, what drill bits are for, and all the different hammers. You know, you can do me a favor? Stay down in my department. I'm here and I take this seriously. I want to help people. Stay in paint. was like, oh, all right. And I took his newspaper. There was a newspaper on his little desk. I'm like, yeah, all right. I took his newspaper and I'll show him. Now, a little part of history. At that time, America was in a serious situation with Libya. Huge. Before bin Laden, there was Muammar Gaddafi. And he was huge in news because he shot 6 missiles at a U.S. plane. He missed. And then the next day, we bombed his tent. That's what happened. And it was huge news. It was right on. When you went home, you only had 4 channels to watch on TV. It was before there was even remotes. It was just your father go, "Hey, turn on channel 4," and you have to get up. I'm like, God damn. And so everything was next on the news. Muammar Gaddafi's America. Muammar Gaddafi. Muammar Gaddafi shoots 6 missiles. Muammar Gaddafi. And the newspaper that I'm looking at, the headline has a picture of Muammar Gaddafi with missiles going behind him. So I'm sitting there and I went, all right, I'm gonna break this dummy in, and I'm gonna call as Muammar Gaddafi. I'm just going to bust his balls relentlessly. So I swear on my kids, it's a true story. Now, so I'm a little, where my register is, I can see him. He's maybe 75 feet away, and that maybe. And I'm looking right at him. So I got the phone, and I'm confident. I'm looking at the newspaper, and I ring his department. And he picks up the phone. He goes, hello, this is Greg, Sears Hardware in Valley Stream, New York. How may I help you today? And I go, hello, this is Muammar Gaddafi. He goes, hold on a second, I got to spell that. I'm like, is this you guys? He goes, what is your name? I swear to God, what is your? I said, Muammar Gaddafi, the great Libyan leader. And he goes, well, how can I help you? So I don't know if he's playing with me. So I go, I have sent 6 of my Libyan missiles to blow up the Sears hardware department in Valley Stream, Long Island. At least that loud. At least that loud. I'm not even exaggerating. And I go, you have 15 minutes to evacuate all of your craftsman tools and the hammers and the tool bits of their hardware. 3 missiles and 5 missiles. And he's just sitting there listening. And he goes, is there anything else I can do for you, Mr. Gaddafi? And I go, yes, you remember this, my friend. Long live paint! Right? Wait. That's not the funny part. So, the break room was attached to paint. I leave into the break room. And I'm like, this is the greatest call ever in history. I'm cracking up. I'm at the break room, and I'm picking out whatever snacks I'm getting. And I come back on the floor. I went, you know what, let me call him up and tell him I was busting his chops, right? So I call him up, and he doesn't answer. It's like, oh, that's a big no-no. I'm going to report him. So I call the supervisor, and he's not picking up the phone. I'm like, what is it? And then I'm looking around. And there's no one on the floor. There's no customers. There's no salespeople. And I swear to God, I'm like, is it a holiday? Were we supposed to leave? What the hell's going on? So it's just me on the whole second floor at Sears, hanging out in paint. And then all of a sudden, guy comes through the stock doors in regular clothes. Like, bro, let's go. We gotta go. We gotta go right now. We got one more. We got more. Let's go. I went, oh my God. All right, let's get out of here. I thought it was a fire, so I'm running with him. I thought it was a fire. I don't know what's going on. I don't smell the smoke. He's not enough. It's not a fire. It's a bomb. The bomb's going to go off any minute. So what are you talking about? He's the new guy in hardware. Had someone call in, said they're going to blow the place up. And I did what you did. I just laughed. And that's funny. That's dope. That's why there's no... Are you kidding me? I said, that's why there's no one in Sears. He goes, yeah, and the mall. They evacuated the mall. I went, well, how did he get a bomb threat? I said I was Muammar Gaddafi. And I sent 6 Libyan missiles to hit Sears hardware, Valley Stream, New York, which then proceeded with a I ended by saying, long live paint. That guy's a suspect. How can you hire that guy? He's a suspect. Tell everyone to come back. This is hilarious. He goes, it's not funny, man. It's not funny. Wait till you see who's waiting for you downstairs. There's 1 million cops downstairs. Yeah, I think you're getting arrested. And I went, just tell him the story, man. So I go down, and there's a lot of cops. There's a lot of cops. And I hear, like, is that a helicopter? This is great. So I'm literally going through the ranks of the cops, and one after the other, like, oh my God, wait till Sarge, hurry up, you gotta hear the story. Here's a card, if you ever need anything, you call that thing. I'm serious, you want to dump a body, you need, you're wasted slamming a tree, you call me, man, you gotta call me. He goes, you should become a comedian. I said, that's what I'm trying to do. He goes, seriously, you got to become a comedian because... And that guy is a suspect. I agree with you. He's a suspect. A suspect. So the Sarge comes, right? And I'm so excited. I got the highest ranks. Like, Sarge! Let Sarge through. Wait, Sarge, wait till you hear this story. You got to do the... He's going to love this story. He's going to love this story. So I go through the story with Sarge, and I went, long live paint. He's going, oh, my God. What are you doing here? What do you do? Here, take a card. I'm the Sarge if you need anything. He goes, you should get on stage. You should become a comedian. I said, I'm working on it. That's what he goes, listen, I have no problem with what you did. Obviously, that guy's got problems in hardware. There's something off with him. He might be a suspect. I don't know, but... Here's the problem. The problem is it's out of my jurisdiction. The feds are here. I figured I'm killing. Let's bring it to a new level. Bring them in. Bring the feds in. Bring the feds in. I want a badge. We're going to go badges. Let's go to the top. Now, they're not as loose as the cops. They're just... These guys look like something you would see in a movie, right? And the one guy comes through, and he looks pretty intense, and he pulls up a chair, like dun dun dun. He goes, I don't know what everyone thinks is so funny. Okay, let me explain something to you. I had to come in from JFK International Airport. I had to call the Secretary of Defense Do you realize the situation that's going on with Libya right now and Muammar Gaddafi? You think it's funny? You think this is funny? The cops may think it's funny. Your little friends may think it's funny. Here's how we're going to determine the situation. You're going to look at me and my 2 agents, and you're going to look us in the eye and just tell us facts, okay? And if I determine that your intentions were not what I like, you don't get to call your parents, and you don't get to call a lawyer. As far as anyone's concerned, you're missing. Do you understand the predicament that you are in? No. Are you high? No. This is how I look all the time. And he goes, look. He goes, look them in the eye. I said, all right. All right, so I'm in paint. And I call the guy from Hardware, and he says, hello, this is Greg, Sears Hardware, Valley Stream, New York. How may I help you? And I go through the store, and I go, I've sent 6 Libyan missiles to blow up the Sears Hardware. That's what I did, man. I'm just saying you what I did. Because is that it? I went, no, I ended by saying, long live paint! And that's why we're here. I got some police cards if you want to. And he stared at me for like 10 seconds. And then he goes. I'll do the paperwork. You should become a comedian, man. Get that guy from Hardware. He's a suspect. Go get that guy.
So, you guys, I'm going to do a story about karma. This is when I first discovered what karma is. Because everyone uses the word karma, you know? Anytime, like, something bad happens to you, if someone laughs at you, anytime something bad happens to them, you're like, yes, it's worked out in my favor. Thank you, karma. But I never really understood it until this moment. I was just starting stand-up comedy. It was like 2 years in. Okay, before I start, I should tell you this. I don't know how many Jews are in here right now. Okay, a few. Jews never get excited. They just kind of, you were like, I don't know. Is this how it starts? No thanks. You're not gonna trick me. What if that's how the Holocaust started? We're like, any Jews in here? We're like, yeah. I'm like, get him, get her. And then one Jew was in the bathroom. Guy, like, what did I miss? I'm like, shut up. You didn't miss anything. Just fucking trust me. Shut up. So I am a lot of people's Jewish friend. And what that means is they call me when they have any questions about Jews. Like, I'll get phone calls from my friends like, hey, Ari, why are they walking around today? It's Wednesday. I thought they only walk around on Saturday. What's the deal? And you gotta be like, oh, it's National Hut Day. Or Sukkot, or whatever you guys want to call it. But, or they'd be like, what does CHCH spell? I'm like, you're not gonna be able to pronounce it. They're like, is it ch-ch? I'm like, no, it's not. It's not ch-ch. It's and they're like, yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that at all. So I got this phone call one night from my friend. It was like a bigger comedian. Who was like, at the time I was just starting. He was like a well-known, like kind of a rich guy who was like really famous. And it doesn't matter who it is, but like he called me one night and he goes, Ari, and I was like, yes. And he goes, I need you to be my lawyer. And I'm like, this is the most racist phone call I've ever gotten in my life. We don't all just know how to do that. And he was like, I know, asshole. Okay, here's what happened. He was videotaping some guy. It was the early days of video cameras, you know, when you had to like have a lot of money to afford one. He had a ton of cash. He did mixed martial arts commentary on the side. And And so he had money from that. But then, he was videotaping some crazy person. I was like, what? What are you talking about? He was like, listen, I was videotaping some guy, and then right then I got call waiting. And I was like, wait, I'm getting call waiting right now. And he just goes, you're my lawyer! And then he hangs up. And I was like, all right, let's see what this call waiting's all about. And I picked up the phone, and this guy on the other end was like, hello, my name is Michael, and are you Joe Rogan's or whoever's lawyer? And I was like, yes, I am. That's right, Esquire. And he goes, okay, well, he was videotaping me. I wanted him to delete the footage, and he told me to contact his lawyer. And I was like, okay, here we go. It's my first case, and I wanted to win it. Also, this guy thought that he was the Holy Spirit. He goes, I'm the Holy Spirit, and I'm looking to sue this guy. And I'm like, all right, well, I had to negotiate. And I was able to use one thing that I knew that he did not know, and I was able to use that to my advantage. And that was that he was not the Holy Spirit. That is not a real thing. Even if it was a real thing, it wasn't this dude. Anyway, so I was able to talk to him, and I got to a truce. And the way I was able to negotiate a truce was I told him, hey, how about this? You drop the case against my client, and in return, I, Ari Shaffir, Esquire, will agree to be the Holy Spirit's lawyer in any cases he might have. And the Holy Spirit was like, yeah, man, I'm in. And that's how I started my law firm. And he had so many cases, you guys. He wanted to sue so many people. He couldn't pay me. He was like, I can't pay you. I'm like, yeah, I know, obviously. That's not what this is all about. It's not a money-making scheme. It's just to entertain myself. I'm an open mic comic, and I'm bored. He goes, I'll tell you what, though. I can't pay you, but in lieu of payment. And I was like, all right, what are you going to say? And he goes, when I become king of kings. I was like, hold on. Let me... Okay, go ahead. I'm ready now. Hit me with the rest of that. He goes, when I become king of kings, I will reward you by letting you rule over all of Jerusalem. I'm like, dude, I've never wanted to rule over anywhere as badly in my life as I want to rule over Jerusalem right now. I didn't even know I wanted it until right now. And I'll rule them all. The Jews, the Palestinians, they'll all bow before me. Power's already gone in my head. Maybe I should wait. Anyway, and I talked to him like every day for weeks. Like this went on. He wanted to sue so many people, you guys. He wanted to sue John Edwards. Remember the psychic? He wanted to sue him for being a false prophet. For money. He wanted money. For that guy being and I was like, why would you get the money for that? Like, let's say he is a false prophet. Like, why do you cash in? And he was like, because I'm a real prophet, and it's hurting my business. And I was like, you know what? That works as a tactic. Absolutely. Put in libel or something. God, he wanted to sue people. I talked to him so much, and the weeks turned into months. Like, I talked to him sometimes multiple times a day. Probably 12, 13 times a week I talked to him. Keep in mind, I talked to my parents once every 2 weeks. And I talked to the Holy Spirit 26 times every time I talked in between my parents. God, he wanted to sue people. He always used big words around me, too. Like, he would talk to me, and he was like, when he wanted to sue a new person, he was like, henceforth, when I shall take the plaintiff into... And I'm like, dude, I'm the fake lawyer, not you. You don't have to use big words. It's on me. God, he wanted to sue people. He wanted to sue... I got him to give me power of attorney over all his affairs, too. Yeah, I was like, dude, I need you to say the words out loud. I told him I'm recording it, and it was all on like those cassette tapes. I threw them out eventually. I wish I had those things, but I was like, I need you to say the words. He goes, okay. He goes, I, Michael, the Holy Spirit, hereby give Ari Shaffir power of attorney. I'm like, ah! He goes, hereby give Ari Shaffir, Esquire, power of attorney over all my affairs. And I was like, you did the right thing. He wanted to sue so many, and the months turned into years. Like, this went on for like 4 years plus. He wanted to sue the San Diego State Hospital for something to do with electroshock therapy. He probably had a case on that one, to be honest. You probably should have contacted a real lawyer on that last one. But the false prophet he wasn't going to go anywhere with. But the electroshock, he had a legit case. And after a while, I got bored of it. But I told him, like, at some point, I was like, I can't be your lawyer anymore. And he was not happy about it. He was like, why? What about all the cases we're so close on? I'm like, well, you'd be surprised. We're not really that close on a lot of those cases. The law is a slow-moving beast. That's what we say around the water cooler. Over at the law firm I work at. And he was mad. He was like, well, if you're not going to be my lawyer, I'm not going to pay you. And I'm like, well, this is all pro bono work. You weren't paying me anyway. He's like, I promised you to be king all of Jerusalem. I was like, I know, and I'm sorry that that's going to go away, but I'm going to have to accept that in my life. And he kept calling. Eventually, I stopped taking his phone calls, and the phone call stopped after a while. And then it was over. And then, like 3 months after that, I got a letter in the mail, and it was from the Better Business Bureau. Yeah, they threatened to shut me down. My firm that I built from the ground up. Not my America. So I fought it. The only way I knew how to fight against a letter from the Better Business Bureau, by not replying to the letter. I was legit scared for a while until I realized that I don't have a law firm. So I'm just some guy in an apartment building. You can't do anything to me. And then the letters went away, and I was off scot-free until one day I got a knock on my door, and it was some guy in a suit outside. And when I see a guy in a suit at my door, which has never happened, my first thought, obviously, lottery. And I was like, well, how much did I win? He was like, what? I'm like, how much did I win? He was like, are you Ari Shaffir? And I go, yes. And he handed me an envelope, and he goes, you've been served. And I was like, I've been served lottery winnings? He was like, no, you're being sued. And I was like, who's suing me? It was the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit went to a court and figured out how to sue somebody. And he sued me. He sued me. Guess how much he sued me for? $2,400. What an exact amount you suggested. No, you didn't get it. $2,400. That'd be a lot of money. No. He sued me for $800 million. Yeah. $800 million was how much he sued me for. So here's the deal, you guys. I don't know if you know how the American legal system works, but if somebody sues you, you have to reply, or you just lose the case. And I don't have $800 million. I don't have any $1 million. But I don't know how to reply to a lawsuit. You'd think with all those years of training, I would have picked up something, but no, I did not. So I had to find a lawyer. I had to get a lawyer to help represent me. So I called Rogan, and I was like, remember the Holy Spirit? And he was like, no. And I'm like, you don't remember him? He's like, no, what are you talking about? Like, remember like a long time ago, you called me one night, and you said you needed me to be your lawyer because you were videotaping some guy? And he was like, sort of. I barely remember that. And I was like, okay, well, I've been representing him for the last half decade. And he's suing me now. And he's like, what? Why did you do that? I'm like, a better question is, did I win your case? And the answer is yes. So I had to find another lawyer, and I had to hire her. And she got it thrown out. The way she got it thrown out was, one, it was written in magic marker, which is not the standard ink type for a lawsuit. And then she showed the judge that, and she showed the judge that the original amount, what he wanted to sue me for was not $800 million. The original amount was all the riches in the world. He legit wanted to sue me for all the riches in the world. And the court clerk had to be like, that's not an amount. You can't get all the riches in the world. And they were like, what does that mean to you? And he's like, oh, $800 million. So She got it thrown out with prejudice. Thank you. That sounds like a real lawyer. You think I would have fucking remembered that one? Yeah, with prejudice, which means you can't ever sue me again. Also, do you want to countersue him? She said, for damages for putting you through this. And I was like, what do you mean? She goes, well, that's what karma is. You know, he can't like put you through this. Now he's gonna have to go through something. And I was like, oh no, karma's already. Like, I've never seen it as clearly as I have right now. But like, it's done. It already came and went back to where it was supposed to. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so excited to bring him up. Finally doing my show. From the host of the Doug Stanhope podcast, Mr. Doug Stanhope!
The story is about relationships, and I'm pretending to read it out of my book that just came out. Called Digging Up Mother, a love story. Forward by Johnny Depp. There's a chick, a lady I used to date in the late 90s. She was out of my league. She was a former child star. One of People magazine's 50 most beautiful people in the world, but not one of mine. But she was out of my league, but we had nothing in common. I don't know if you remember the old Coach and Horses. It's now called the Pikey. It was a shitty dive bar down on Sunset. And that's where I hung out. I just lived there, slumped over with my seahorse posture at the bar. And this fucking A-lister chick, she was hanging out with the Kennedys and going to dinner with Rod Stewart. And I'm not invited. I'm down fucking off at the Coach and Horses with the schlubs and the relationship ended where she took some crazy flight. I'm going to the Cannes Film Festival. Really? Can I come? No. And I know that she has this big shot, global A-list ex-boyfriend over there that, well, I can't come, but you're going to be with that guy? And she came back. And the long version is in the book. Doug Stanhope, Digging Up Mother, available now on Amazon. She comes back and I said, so were you with that guy? And she goes, yeah, I saw him. And I said, did you fuck him? I just cornered her, just said it. Did you fuck him? And she said no. But then she continued on with, but I gave him a blowjob in his car. You could have just stopped after no. Like, technically, you wouldn't be lying. You wouldn't be perjuring yourself. You didn't have to give me the blowjob in the car. I can't tell you who the guy is, but I'll tell you what he does for a living. He's the Prince of So I'll just leave it vague. That's not in the book because the lawyers wouldn't allow it. Now you know the rest of the story. So I go out on you get dumped like that and you want to get revenge pussy. Like, I'm going to go drop my dick into any vacant hole in town. Fuck. But all my sewer grade options were, they don't tally up with the fucking Prince of You're going to fuck a Denny's waitress. No. So there used to, I don't know if it still exists, there was a club called The Union down on Sunset, and they did comedy. So I went down, I had a show scheduled. I show up for an 8 o'clock show, but they're late. They haven't unlocked the doors. So there's a group of people. I can put this book down now, right, Probably? The book, Digging... You get it. So I'm outside of this club waiting to go inside, and they're closed, but there's a group of people gathered, and there's a girl alone that was probably to this day the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. People magazine wasn't there. They don't. And she asked me for a cigarette, which triples the attraction. Like a girl that hot that's not trying. Like, fuck yeah, she's not a Hollywood chick. This is an actual hot chick. And she bums a cigarette, and I start some small talk. I'm not good at it, but what comic are you here to see? Hoping she doesn't say the wrong name, because the last thing that you want to hear is a fucking hot girl say she's here to see a shitty comic. That would just break your heart. So we have a repertoire. We're talking. And we carry this inside the bar when they open it, and we sit down, and she's drinking whiskey straight and matching me or better. For every beer I drink, she's a whiskey or two ahead of me, and this is perfect. And I didn't tell her that I was a comedian or that I was doing the show. We're just sitting there getting hammered and drinking. And I just waited till they announced my name, and then just, hey, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Just hold my seat. And I go up, and I fucking destroyed. I just, hey, hang on. And then I go up, I destroyed. It was like the scene from Anchorman where he plays the jazz flute. And I just, and I fucking crushed. It was the best kill move. Came off stage, sat back down at the bar beside her like nothing happened. So anyway, where were we? I'm not fucking smooth, but if I can't close this deal, I don't deserve the paper. So we're shit-faced. I bring her down to the Coach and Horses, which she loves, unlike the girl that dumped me. Yeah, she's fucking all about dive bars, and I introduce her to all my friends there, and quickly, because I don't want them to steal her. And we spend the night together, and at my apartment, I wake up to a non-committal but nice note with a phone number. And rebound pussy, sometimes you cling to that with 10 times the zeal of the relationship you're recovering from, just for fear of an empty bed. I need you back. And it turns out she was living 3 blocks behind the Coach and Horses, and she became a regular at my bar with everybody hitting on her. And I have no claim to that. Like, I fucked her once, and she's like, yeah, fucked you. Nice to... Here's a note. Fucked you. That was fun. So I don't have a claim. She's not my girlfriend, but that's my rebound pussy. And everyone at the bar is now hitting on her now that she's a regular. And even if I did have claim to her, no one would have... She could be actively sucking my dick at the bar while we're getting married at the same time. And dudes would still be going, what are you doing later? And there was one night where I didn't want to be aggressive with her. I'm hands off, but there was one night. There was a group of regulars back then at the bar that I knew. There's 3 levels of regulars. There's the guy that you hug when you come in. There's the one that you high five. And then there's the one you nod at. And this one guy, Lorca was his name. Lorca, he was a nodder. He was a 3rd level regular. And he was this brooding, dour drunk. He's a runny little fuck. And when he'd get drunk, he looked like he was always at the edge of a fist fight. But he was always sitting with, Renee was the girl, the beautiful girl. And I noticed he's sitting with her a lot. And is she fucking him? But I can't ask. She's just a girl I fucked, but she's everything I need. I need you now. I can't be alone with the fucking carnival in my head, in my bed. And there was a night where we ended up playing cat and mouse, where they were sitting together and he'd get up to get a drink and I'd sneak in and try to get her over to my table, or she'd get up to take a piss and I'd strategically locate myself by that end of the bar, so when she came out of the bathroom, hey, I bought you a drink, come over this way. Fuck that guy, come this way. And it was a long night of drinking where I noticed Lorca was leering at me. And I've seen him do this every night that I sit at this bar, but tonight I think, is he trying to mad dog me? Is he just fucked up? But he's just staring at me. He'd come up to my table and lean on it. Maybe he's just fucked up. And at that point, my friends Matt Becker and Big Fat Ralphie May, if you know Big Fat Ralphie May, they show up. And I go, I don't know if I'm being paranoid, but is this guy trying to start shit with me? Like, look at how he's looking at me. And they're both more paranoid than me. And Big Fat Ralphie May, yeah, Dougie Stanhope. Yeah, that guy's trying to start some shit. Fuck that dude, man. And but he has done nothing overtly for me to like step up to him and go, hey, you know that the weird look on your countenance is disconcerting. Can you stop that, sir? I have nothing to say, but I'm sad that I'm such a coward. Like, do I have to man up to this dude? Like, he's done nothing. I'm sad that I'm so deluded by this girl that I don't even know if I have to be brave in the first place. I just want the girl. So I just let it ruin my night while he's staring at me and I'm staring at him and I'm staring at her and I don't know how to fucking close the deal. So at one point, they call last call. You're welcome to be invited to get the fuck out of our bar. We all funnel out, and I'm still trying to figure out how I can close the deal. Or if I'm going to have to fucking fight it, dude. I don't. So we walk out of the bar. Ralphie May, Matt Becker, and I, we take a left to go to the car. And this dude, Lorca, runs out behind us to try to cross Sunset Boulevard in a hurry, and he gets killed by a speeding car. Literally knocked him out of his shoes. I didn't expect the story to end like that either. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. All right, this story is what my friend said was the gayest thing that's ever happened to him. Whatever. I don't really like that kind of talk, but whatever. So it starts, I was having sex with a girl, and, a woman, and that's one of those things where feminists are right. Like, yes, absolutely, that was a grown person. And I used a condom for once. I don't know how you guys feel when you use a condom. I feel like a champion for like the rest of the month. I'm always like, not part of the problem today, this one time. And then if you wear a condom, that means you don't have to wear a condom the next 9 times. Because it cancels out. It cancels out. That's just how it works. That's just science, you guys. If you disagree, you don't know science. It's like when you have a salad for lunch, you can have a whole pizza for dinner. So, anyway, what do you guys do when you're done having sex with a condom? Like, what do you do as soon as you're finished? What, pull her off? That's great, man. Yeah, that's the number one thing. You're absolutely right. You're like, I'm finished now. You should leave. Leave my dick. It's, like, done. You can feel it shrinking inside of you. So, like, you want to pull out? I'm like, it'll come out on its own. That's how you know winter is over. And it just gets smaller and smaller. Fucking great answer, man. Yeah, you pull it off you. And then you take the condom off, and you got to throw the condom off. You got to throw it away. Well, yeah, you got to, first of all, you got to pull it off. Because at some point, you lay there for like a minute or two, you know, before you pull it off. You don't want me like fucking, and then fucking take the, you know, it's like, grenade, get it out of here. But like she's lying on your shoulder or something, and you realize you're like, once your dick is completely limp, it's like this isn't sexual anymore. And you realize like, you've just been basting in jizz. Your dick is like a Haagen-Dazs dip cone of semen. Yeah, it's got like a reverse Benjamin Button or something. It's gonna prune up like you're in the shower too long, you know? I don't want to look at my dick looking like it's got progeria, so you gotta take it off. And a lot of people will get up and like throw the condom out, which that's cool if you got the energy. I fuck hard. I don't have that kind of energy. So, yeah, I go for it if you're gonna go for it. So, I'll take the condom off and I'll just throw it by the side of the bed. I don't know if you guys ever do that move. It's a classic. You've never done that? Oh, because you're black. Black people don't use condoms. That's why. You're like, what? I don't even understand this whole story. What are you talking about? What you have to explain to me. Why would you invest in real estate when you're talking to this girl? Yeah. See, dump it by the side of the bed. You get it the next morning. That's what I was going to do. I'll tie it off. You don't, like, just drop it because then it'll all leak out. So you got to, like, tie it off. Especially if you got dogs. If you got dogs, you got to tie that off. They'll go for it. Dogs will go for it. They don't know. They don't know about sexuality. They just know protein. They just know protein. Yeah, a dog will, like, go for it. You can yell at them, like, stop! And the dog will be like, I think you're wrong here. Because why would I not eat? Why'd you cover it in protein if you want me to eat it? So, yeah, for sure tie it off. And the morning came, and I got up to throw it away. I was going to flush. I don't like to throw away condoms at women's places because, like, part of me worries, like, this might be crazy, but, like, yeah, well, hold on. It's not completely crazy if you all kind of know what I'm about to say, right? Yeah, it's not completely off the wall nuts. That she's gonna, undo the condom and then put it up there and fucking scroosh it in and have a baby the old-fashioned way through trapping. Yeah, so I was like, all right, I'll flush it in the toilet. But then I got to a toilet to flush it, and the toilet didn't look like it could for sure handle it. So I was like, I don't want to be here for 2 hours, you know? So I was like, fuck it, I'll just go outside. I'll throw it out outside in the dumpster. So yeah, so I'm going down her steps to her apartment building, holding this used condom. This used knotted off condom, hoping not to pass any of our neighbors. Like, good morning, Mrs. Johnson. Enjoy church. Sorry about this. And then I got outside. I was about to throw it out. And then there was a homeless lady in the dumpster. Yeah, a homeless woman just rooting around in there. I guess that's for sure not a lady, but yeah, just a homeless woman looking for, I don't know, her meal or whatever. I don't know what they do in there. And I'm telling you right now, if I don't trust a used condom with a regular human woman, you'll be goddamned if I just give it to a homeless lady. And she'll be like, hey, don't do anything weird with this. I mean, that is a cash win for a homeless person. That is child support for the rest of her life. That is a lot of... If she'd be crazy not to try it, really. She'd be crazy not to like, oh, I guess if that's the seed of a man with a job. She'd be like, you ever hear that story about like God sending like the guy drowning? Guys, anybody religious here? You know what I'm talking about? Amen. Hell yeah, lady. Hell yeah. We have amen, but that's okay. I know what you're saying. Yeah, where the man was drowning and he prayed to God to save him, and then in like the ocean, and then a rowboat came by. You know this one? And then he's like, the rowboat guy's like, hey, get in. He goes, no, God's gonna save me. Beat it. And the rowboat guy's like, all right. And then later, like a bigger boat came by, and he's like, get in. And he's like, no, fucking God's gonna save me. Get out of here. Probably didn't curse as much as I am, but and then a giant ship came by, and they're like, get in, you're gonna drown. He goes, no, God is gonna save me. And then he left, and then the guy just fucking drowned. He just sunk and drowned, and he got to heaven, and he's like, God, why didn't you save me? And God's like, what are you talking about? I sent a rowboat and a medium-sized ship and a big ship for you. So that's this homeless lady, if she got to heaven. She'd be like, how come you never gave me a hand up? But God's like, I gave you a fucking vial of semen of a man with a home. What else do you need me to do? Put some of it in now and save the other half for when you're ovulating. So I was like, all right, well, I can't throw it out in this dumpster. And I was like, well, what am I supposed to do with this condom? So I was like, fuck it, I'll just take it home and I'll throw it out when I get home. Yeah, it was frustrating not to be able to deal with a stupid condom. So I get in my car, I put it in the side trash can of the car. You don't know. That's what it's for. It's for like owner's manuals or maps, but nobody uses that. It's for when you're done with the Cheetos bag. You're like, what am I? I'll just. So I put it in there and I start driving home. And I passed on the way home. I passed my friend at the bus stop, Jason Tebow. He's my co-host on the Punch Drunk podcast. And I pulled over. I was like, what are you doing? He's like, well, I'm going to work. And I was like, well, fuck it, man. Get in. I'll give you a ride. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah, I'm in a great mood. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't mind. And so we start driving. He gets in. We start driving. He goes, where are you coming from? Why are you in such a good mood? And, okay, now right here, I probably could have just told him. But I thought, like, show him, you know? It's a way richer way of telling a story. Like in grade school, they didn't have tell. They had show and tell. So he was like, where are you coming from? And so then I just reached in to the little trash can, and I got the knot in the condom, like right between my thumb and my forefinger. I just kind of felt for it, and then I grabbed it, and then I hit him in the face with it. Yeah, I came around that way. I didn't want to go this way because it might hit me, you know? Ew. But I went around, and it was going fat. The thing stretched when it was coming around. Like it got wider, and then it hit him like coming forward. It made like a that kind of sound, like a big slap. I remember his seatbelt locked. I remember that. Yeah, as it hit him, it was like... And then the thing was just dangling there. And he was not happy about it. He was pretty upset. I've definitely seen him happier. Yeah, he was mad. He just starts yelling. He goes, did you just hit me with the full condom? And I was like, I mean, I don't know about full. Just the little bottom part is full. If that's a full condom, you have a very positive way of looking at the world. He was mad. He goes, that's the gayest thing that's ever happened to me. And I go, stop, don't say that. Not because of homophobia or anything. He was using it in the right context. He was using it to be homosexual. And I was like, it wasn't gay. It wasn't homosexual. If you ask me, I didn't hit him with the inside of the condom. If I turned it inside out, sure. That's the part that had my dick in it and where all the jizz and stuff was. I hit him with the outside of the condom. That came straight from touching a vagina. It got all up in the vagina and then hit him across the face. If anything, it's the most heterosexual thing that's ever happened to him. Yeah, it's been 12 years and he still does not see it my way. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, I am the machine. I'm nursing one of the worst hangovers I've ever had in my fucking life right now. So cheers to Ari, to Comedy Central. I don't read a lot. I'm not like I'm smart, but I'm not like I'm not good with facts and stuff. Like, I was talking to someone the other day and I realized I'd always thought Anne Frank and Helen Keller were the same person. Like, well into my 20s. Do you know where I found out? At the Anne Frank house. Do you have any idea what... I went... Okay. I backpacked through Europe when I was 22 with these 4 guys. 3 are lawyers, so I can't say their names. The other one's named Huicho. And these guys were just fucking nerds. The whole time we were backpacking, they're like, do you want to go to the Louvre? Do you want to see David? We should take a class and learn about how they cut diamonds so when we get engaged, we could have... I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? We're here to bang Swedish chicks, that's it. Like, are you out of your minds? And then one day they're like, hey, do you want to go to the Anne Frank house? And I lit up. I was like, fuck yes. And they're like, wow, you seem really excited. And I was like, no, we'll get a bag of weed and we'll laugh our dicks off. And they're like, really? I go, yeah, I've been hearing jokes about this girl my whole life. We get high, put a plunger in the toilet. And they're like, what? I go, do you get to go into the house? And they're like, yeah, you can go see the closet they kept her in. I go, they kept her in a fucking closet? Are you shitting me? They're like, yeah, the Nazis were looking for her. I go, the fucking Nazis were looking for her? How did they not put this in the movie? How did the Nazis not find... So I get excited. I get a bag of weed, and I'm like, I can't wait to go to the Anne Frank house. I'm like beaming. I'm so pumped up. On our walk to the Anne Frank house in Amsterdam, we passed by a sign that says, live sex, live sex, live sex, flying dildos. And I'm like, all right, suck a silent dick, Anne Frank. We're going to see flying dildos. What are you gonna pick? Culture or the Anne Frank house? I'm going with culture. So I get us tickets. We all go in. Has anyone ever been to a live sex show? One guy in the back. Perfect. It's aggressive. It's a lot creepier than you'd ever think. See, here's the problem with a live sex show. Every show you go to elicits a response. When you come to this show, you know to laugh. When you go to see music, you get inspired. But when you go to a live sex show, the only response is to creep people out. Just like, oh, maybe I'll get hard. So we go in, we sit down. It's as intimate as this. And we light a joint, get to know some of the other fellas, like-minded gentlemen. First woman comes up, no fanfare, no intro music, not even that hot. She's like a sex show 6. Comes up, she definitely has another job. Like, trust me. It's this intimate. It needs to be. We are this close, and she just starts oil rigging herself. Just went. Now, listen, I'm not big into foreplay, but total lack of foreplay looks a lot like assault. Okay. And she is going to town, and we're making the same look. Just which she confuses for, oh, I guess they can't see, and just goes back to performing her gynecological exam on herself. Now, I have a problem with silence, so I immediately start talking to her. And I'm like, do you speak English? She's like, no. I was like, fuck. You're doing a really good job. I was like, oh, thank you. And I go, do you do flying dildos? And she's like, no. And I was like, oh, great. 5 minutes she does this. 5 minutes just goes to town on herself. Just, I guess, by the end, we're like now we're learning shit about the woman's anatomy. We're like, oh, that's her urethra, I think. That's amazing. She gets done. We give her a golf clap. 2 girls come on stage. And now, if this girl was all song, no dance. These girls were all dance, no song. A lot of foreplay. You can't walk backwards in a story. Like, I had to stop and go, ladies, we just watched a woman fist herself. Like, let's cut to the pink meat, okay? Like, they're like making out, and now I'm the spokesman. Someone's like, can you get them to hurry it up? And I'm like, sure. I go, do you guys do flying dildos? And they're like, no. I was like, okay, next. And they're like, huh? I'm like, we're good. We've seen what you have to offer. They leave. Then a guy and a girl come out. Now, this is where it gets creepy. I'm not a huge feminist, but I believe in women's rights, okay? And this guy just starts doing crowd work. He's not even incorporating her in. It's like an improv team where she sits off to the side like fucking one of Jeff Dunham's dummies. Just... And he's like, oh, you guys... by the way, this is exactly what it feels like. I want you to feel it. You guys ready to see me fuck, huh? You want to see me fuck this shit, man? I fuck it good. It's creeping me out, and it's assaulting my morals. And I lean over to my friends, and I go, we should have just gone to the Anne Frank house. Which pisses this guy off. He goes, oh, don't bring up Anne Frank in this room, man. And I go, well, I fucking wish I was Anne Frank right now so I didn't have to see this. And then he starts arguing with me, but he's arguing with me and getting his dick hard. Like it's such an, like he's like pulling it going, oh man, don't worry, it gets big. I'm like, not on my watch, it doesn't. And I start heckling his dick. I'm like, think about your mom. And he's like, hey, fuck you, buddy. I go, do you have any sisters? He's like, hey, not now, man, not now. I go, we should just go to Anne Frank. And he's like, fuck you. And he storms off. And now the lunatics are running the asylum, and I'm their fucking leader. I'm like their Rosa Tubbsman. Not fucking Rosa Tubbsman. God damn it. By the way, I am neither Rosa Parks or Harriet Tubman. Right. I don't know. Right now in heaven, Rosa Parks, Harriet Tubman, Helen Keller, and Anne Frank are going, what the fuck is this guy doing to our names? Helen Keller's like, so, I'm their Rosa Tubbsman. I'm leading the show, fucking. If you didn't think I was stupid when I started this story, I'm leading the charge. And I'm fucking pulling out old high school chants like, we put our hands up high, our feet down low. We want flying dildos, fly. Hey dildos, fly. Hey dildos, hey fellas, yeah. Hey fellas, yeah. We want, yeah, flying dildos, yeah. They send out some girl to calm us down and we boo her off stage. We're like, get the fuck out, bitch. We only want flying dildos. You heard us. Now, let's fucking kill this beer. I'm hitting it hard as fuck. Woman comes out. German woman, 6 feet tall, thigh-high leather boots, biker's cap, medicine bag. Plops it on the stool and goes, gentlemen, please. Calm down. I am flying dildos. And the place goes fucking bananas. It looks like the control room in NASA when Apollo 13 landed. Like, oh, we did it! We did it! She goes, stop. I will need the one volunteer from the audience. And these assholes look at me like, you're up, numbnuts. I fucking get up on stage, and I am so excited that I've brought about change. I feel like I've accomplished something in my life. I'm literally look at my constituents like, you said you wanted change. I didn't say that, probably, but I was like, fuck, whatever I said. I'm Rosa Tubbsman, and I don't even realize her putting a handcuff on me. And when the second one goes on, I go, hey, maybe we should talk about how flying dildos works. I feel like I'm in the dark on this one. And she does not have, like, happy eyes look on her face. And sweeps my legs. In, like, a Karate Kid move, just... And I land hard. I land so hard I knock the wind out of myself. Now, let me tell you something about when you knock the wind, that's a real fucking noise. Just... It is so real, and real respects real. When you hear that, you're like, oh, fuck! She tears my pants off me, and my dick pops out of my boxers unprepared, gentlemen. I look at my best friend Weicho, and I go, poke it back in. He's like, I will not be doing that. And then the air is removed out of the room, and I hear some guy go, fucking do it! And I'm like, what? I look up. This woman is straddling my face with a 12-inch black dildo and Excaliburs it into my mouth. Gentlemen, you have a game time decision to make. What do you do in that situation? Do you purse your lips, close your teeth, and hope to block the shot? You could lose your front canines. Or do you acquiesce and open up and let her go yard in your jaw. I chose the latter. She went 8 inches into my throat, just. Now I'm gagging, the wind's knocked out of me, my dick's popping out, I'm wiggling like the very last unicorn. And she looks at the guys and says, "Gentlemen, get your cameras and line up to get a picture with flying dildos." These turncoats line up like they're meeting the fucking queen. They're like, "Oh, I can't wait," and everyone takes a picture with me. Ah! The point of my story, the reason I told it to you, is if you ever go to Amsterdam, just go to the Anne Frank house. Thank you.
Second, first of all, don't leave your shirt before you leave. Second of all, did you ever go to the Anne Frank house?
Oh, yeah. So, I was a little rattled after the whole Flying Dildos experience, and but all the guys in the room thought I was the greatest guy ever. It was like Killing in a comedy club, and I could walk out, and it's 3 football players from UCF, 3 French Canadians, a dude from Tennessee, and a guy from Australia, and my 4 friends, and they're like, "We would do anything with you." And I was like, "Well, I could use some cheering up. Let's go to the Anne Frank house." So I
It's not a cheering up kind of place.
it gets so much worse. So we get high as giraffe pussy and going to the Anne Frank house, and all I'm doing the whole time is telling Helen Keller jokes. I'm like leaning up to him going like, "You know she had a dog, right?" And they're like, "Really? How do you know so much about Anne Frank?" I'm like, "He ran away." And they're like, "He ran away?" I was like, "Well, you would too if your name was..." We go into the kitchen, and I'm like, "Oh, here's where she burned her fingers." And they're like, "What?" "Yeah, she tried to read her waffle iron." And this lady in front of us, and mind you, I'm high as fuck. This lady,
No one's going to tell you, like, that's not the right person.
lady turns around and goes, "Are you making Helen Keller jokes?" Ari, I realized at that moment that we're not in Helen Keller's house. That we're in the Anne Frank house, and I don't know who the fuck she is. And these guys see it in my eyes, and 12 dudes fall apart as high as fuck in a Holocaust museum. And that is the best laugh you can have, is when you're not supposed to laugh, when you're like, dude. And I'm putting all the pieces together like, "Oh, I think I was thinking of Ann Sullivan." Shit. "Oh, yeah, this is the wrong one." I go, "What happened to this girl?" And I'm like,
She didn't invent Braille.
"Oh, that's it."
Yeah. I go to UFC events a lot, and my friend gets me tickets. Joe Rogan is my buddy, and I like to get high. I like to get super fucking high. I go to UFC events. The first 3 or 4 were really fun. You know, it was exciting, people punching each other, but then it got fucking boring after a little bit. So I needed to get blasted on marijuana edibles. Yeah, my friend's like, "How do you smuggle them in?" I'm like, "In your stomach. That's how you smuggle them in. You just, as soon as you get to the parking lot, you just eat that shit and then fucking have a great time at the UFC. It's like 6 hours long, and those pot cookies last sometimes 6-7 hours. And in LA, we have the best system. You just go to a dispensary, like a fucking gentleman, stop by a store, say, "What are you doing?" Like, "I'm going to a UFC event." They're like, "Oh, I got just the cake for you," and they'll fucking pick one out. They'll help you with it too. Anyway, so we take these pot breast strips. Have you guys ever had the pot breast strips? The marijuana breast strips? No? All right, well, you've had them. They're great. They come 2 to a pack. They're in those little Ziploc bags, the ones that are like that big, the ones that are like only for drugs. There's nothing else you have to keep fresh in that size. Like, what else? What, do you have to keep one apple seed from going sour? I don't know how they manufacture those and think they're for anything else. They're for fucking heroin, crack, and a little bit of pot edibles. So they're breast strips. They're like Listerine breast strips, but they have I don't know how they make them. Scientists, pothead scientists that put marijuana in them, and they get you, the proper dose is half of one. They come 2 to a pack, so it's a party for 4. And you have to fold it in half and crease it and then tear it in half, and you eat half, the other person eats half. It does not make your breath smell good, by the way. Yeah, it makes it smell like weed. You need a real breath strip after you're done with it. So one time I took a full one. Oh no, I took 1 and a quarter because somebody wasn't going to join in. So we're like, fuck it, let's just keep going. And I was high for 27 hours. Yeah, it's too long to be high for. I woke up in the morning, I was like, I'm really groggy. And then by 3 p.m., I'm like, why am I still groggy? Oh, I'm high as shit. I'm still super high. So I take him with Joey Diaz. We take him. We sit there. We're like, I kind of feel him. And then after a while, we're like, yeah, I feel him. You just get blasted. It's a fun way to watch the fights. It really is. It's hard to score the cards. Like to score the rounds. Like who's winning? Like I don't know. They're both trying really hard. I know they're both sweating. So maybe 1 round apiece. I don't know. Yeah, when somebody does get like, he won 30-27, like, oh, so close! And it's like, it was a blowout. You're like, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's the best way to watch fights. And I would tell people on podcasts and stuff and on Twitter how I did it, and people are like, oh, that sounds so cool. And after a while, I was like, I feel bad for the people who can't live life like a California person does, you know? Doesn't have access to the medical grade marijuana shit we have all the time. So I decided I was going to, like, bring some to Vegas to a fight and just give him to a fan. And just let him watch a UFC the way I watch a UFC. Fucking obliterated out of my mind on a marijuana edible. Instead of just handing it to somebody, I decided I was going to have a scavenger hunt. Yeah, so Rogan does the weigh-ins on Friday afternoons, and then the fights are on Saturday nights. So half the stadium will get shut down for the weigh-ins, and I can walk back there with them. So I have access to half of the MGM Grand Garden Arena. And I can just walk around, and I just hid stuff. They're like that small. They hide anywhere. So I taped them to the bottom of a men's bathroom sink. And then I made a bunch of clues. Like on the second floor, I made a bunch of clues, and I put them on Twitter like every 2 minutes. I timed them out for when the fight started the next day. One was like, if you want to get high, go up a level, you know? And I made every second floor, you know? And then like, don't forget to relieve yourself before a long trip. Shit like that. And eventually somebody got to the bathroom, and he followed the clues, got to the bathroom, was like, I think it's here, and fucking went underneath the sink and pulled off this little drug bag. And he fucking did it. He had a great time. Yeah, I felt like Robin Hood, everybody. It was wonderful. It's the power of giving. And I started doing it more and more. I got off on it. For $20, you can make someone's day. I would tape it, like they could tape him to a pillar, like down here, just this small, you know? You just tape it right there. I went to see if somebody found it, and I was like, walking by the section it was in, like there's like 3 fights later. I went by like this to like see, and some usher comes by, and he goes, what you're looking for is no longer here. Yeah. I guess a bunch of people had come by, like looking. Because that's the thing, I don't tweet like, hey, party's over, somebody found it. I just like put the clues out, and then when somebody gets it, they get it. Oh, it's great. It's so much fun. And then I started doing it at comedy shows too. One time I just taped those breast strips to the bottom of a chair in Philadelphia, and then I wrote on Twitter. I was like, if anybody, no clues. I was like, if you follow me, look under your chair. If you find it, you get it. If not, somebody in the next show will get it. If not, somebody in the next show will get it. So the very first show, Wednesday night, these 2 like 22-year-old kids, they just waited till the show was over and went under all the chairs. Yeah, they found it. Yeah, somebody's like, that's cheating. I'm like, this is fucking drug hiding. There's no rules. This isn't Milton Bradley, all right? They won. They did it exactly right. They got the pot and they ate it. So, yeah, it was a lot of fun. One time I hit a lollipop in Austin, outside in the parking lot, outside Cap City Comedy Club. And some pregnant lady found it. Yeah, she's like, is this safe to eat? I'm like, I don't think I've done any studies on that at all. So, yeah, eat it. I would eat it. Better safe than sorry, you know? Because what if she didn't eat it, and then they do tests like years later, and they find out it would have been safe, and she didn't eat it? She'd never forgive herself. Is that what better safe than sorry means? Am I interpreting it right? So my friends are like, you're getting in trouble. Like, I'm not going to get in trouble. I'll be fine. I'll be totally fine because I'm a good person, you know? I'm like Robin Hood. Robin Hood didn't get in trouble, did he? All right, anyway, back to my story. So I was in the Mall of America, and people were like, are you going to bring those, are you going to do what we call it, hunt for the edible? That's what I did. That was a hashtag on Twitter, hunt for the edible. And I would delete all the clues after somebody found them. I would go back there and fucking delete them all. But anyway, so the Mall of America, I was like, well, what better place to bring fucking drugs, you know? So I hid these marijuana breast strips in an underwear aisle of a J. Crew at the Mall of America. Yeah, there was a comedy club upstairs, Rick Brunson's House of Comedy. It was all the way upstairs, and I hid it, and then I made a bunch of clues. And this is big. Mall of America is massive. There was like 50 people running around the Mall of America looking for these pot breast strips. And anyway, then I set all the clues on auto release, so every 2 minutes one would go out. And then I was outside my show getting ready to go on. I was just texting, and all of a sudden I heard somebody to my right, Ari, can we talk to you? And I looked up, and it was a Mall of America cop. Yeah, and on my left was a Minneapolis state trooper. And I was like, well, fuck. All right. And I was like, what's going on? And they go, did you hide drugs in the underwear aisle of a J. Crew? And, I was going to deny it, but that wasn't a lucky guess, you know? They must have already known at some point. They're not just going to random people. Did you hide drugs in the J. Crew? Did you hide drugs in the J. Crew underwear aisle? Did you hide drugs in the J. No. So I was like, yeah, I did, so... And they're like, it's super illegal here. I'm like, yeah, obviously. I'm really scared. By the way, mall cops in general, fuck themselves. They don't have any power whatsoever. I was with Dice once, and he was smoking in a mall. I think at the Beverly Center. And I was like, what are you doing, man? You can't smoke in a mall. And he goes, really? I'm smoking, so... Yeah. And then some mall cop comes up. He's like, you gotta put that cigarette out. He goes, okay. And he fucking stamps it out. I was like, yeah, sorry. And then we walk away. And I'm like, see, you got in trouble. He's like, no, I smoked half a cigarette. And you smoked none. Good point, Dice Man. Good point. So, but these Mall of America cops, they're top shelf. Of those shitty mall cops, they're the best of the best. They have their own jail and stuff. So I had to talk out my way out of it with the mall cop and with the fucking state trooper. And so Rick Brunson, he got on the phone. He lives in Edmonton. The guy who owned the comedy club. He got on the phone with me. He goes, don't smile. I'm going to talk to you. Don't smile. Because they're looking at you. So no matter what I say. Act like I'm yelling, I guess. I don't know. He goes, first of all, I don't give a shit. I know this is an early booking for you, but we'll have you back. Don't worry about it. But I can talk you out of trouble with the mall cops. They wanted to ban you from the mall forever, but that's not going to happen. But he goes, what, did you hide acid in an H&M? And I was like, no. Is that what people are saying? And he goes, yeah. I'm like, no, keep saying that. That sounds way cooler, but no. I hid marijuana at a J. Crew. And he goes, what is it? I'm like, it's marijuana breast strips. He goes, they make your breath smell good? I'm like, no, they do not. They make your breath smell awful. And he goes, well, listen, okay, you're for sure going to jail. I can get you out of trouble with the mall cop, with the Minneapolis trooper. You're going to jail. But I need you to do me a favor, man. Next time you come, you got to bring me one of those breast strips, dude. I was like, all right, fine. And so I got back. They start calling anyone else in town that could headline the show, because I'm not going to be able to, you know? Right then, some fan, by the way, came over. A lot of times my fans give me weed on the road, which is pretty cool. And some lady, she's into her purse, Ari, can I talk to you? But because the cops were behind me by 5 feet, and I was just like, no, don't. How do you you know? It's that thing when you open up the door and a cop's there, everything all right? And they're like, yeah, everything's fine, you know? But I had to say it without saying it, you know? And so I was like, no. But then it was just Swedish fish, so. So anyway, so this Minneapolis trooper, he's like, explain to me what happened here. And I was like, I hide, marijuana across the country in different areas to give people the experience of what it's like to live in California. And he was like, you sell this stuff? I'm like, no, I don't sell it. I just give it away. I'm like Johnny Appleseed, I guess. I guess Johnny Appleweed! Fuck! For sure that's what I should have said. And I'm like, first of all, how'd you find out that I did that? And he goes, here's your Twitter feed, man. It's just a list of clues. It's just you going, here are the drugs I'm about to hide. And then the next one's like, here's where I'm hiding the drugs. And then fucking 17 clues on how to find the place where you hid the drug. He's like, I'm not gonna get my fucking detective badge for this. And I guess what happened was, the first guy to follow the clue went in there, found it, went right to the underwear aisle, was like, oh, here it is. He's like, yeah, and they left. And then somebody else was following the clues, like 2 minutes behind. And they went in there, and they're like, oh, nothing's there. And they go, it must be here somewhere. And they just start fucking throwing shit around in the underwear aisle, the J. Crew, until they got kicked out. And then 5 minutes later, somebody else would come in and just start fucking throwing, where the fuck are these drugs? It happened like 8 or 9 times to them. And they're like, are we into the worst terrorist attack of all time? So then somebody called one of the employees and was like, hey, I saw there's some drugs being hidden in your thing. And they found me. It was super easy to find me. And so this cop was like, all right, so explain to me. It's marijuana inside a breast strip? I'm like, yeah. And he asked me the thing, does it make your breast smell? No, it's awful. And I think he thought I was just like a good person, I guess. And I didn't have any ill intention. I wasn't selling it. I was trying to make a profit. I was just giving it to people. Johnny Appleweed. And he goes, so explain this to me. Was it a real breast strip or was it a marijuana breast strip? And I was like, it was a marijuana breast strip. And he goes, no. Was it a real breast strip or was it a marijuana breast strip? And I was like, no. You didn't hear what I just said? I told you the fucking answer, idiot. You fucking hard of hearing? It's a marijuana breast strip. And he goes, no, idiot. Listen to what I'm saying to you out loud where people can hear me. Was it a real breast strip or was it a marijuana breast strip? And I was like, oh, all right. Oh, man. I misunderstood the question completely the last 2 times. I did not get that at all. Now that I hear it completely, I'd like to strike from the record my other 2 answers, because those are completely wrong. That was a real breast strip. I hit a real breast strip in the J. Crew underwear aisle. And he goes, well, then that's just mischief, so I don't see a crime here. Go apologize to the manager of the J. Crew. And he let me off. And that is when I figured out what white privilege is. Next comic is a really, really good friend of mine. The Machine, Mr. Bert Kreischer, everybody. Let him hear.
I fought a bear one time. I know it sounds as ridiculous to me as it does to you, but I used to have a show called Hurt Bert. It was on FX, and I used to take new men's dangerous jobs. Every week it was a brand new guy, and I took his dangerous job. So you can imagine the excitement I got when I got a call one morning and they said, hey, do you want to fight a bear? I was like, who does that for a living? And they're like, you do on Thursday. So I show up on set, and it's a real grizzly bear. It is a 9-foot bear sitting on a park bench, just a vacant look, and it as dumb as you think a bear would look. So I walk up. I'm 28 years old. I don't know any better. I stick my hand in front of his nose so he can get my scent. And the trainer loses his shit. He goes, what are you doing? I was like, he's getting my scent. He goes, this is a grizzly bear, not a labradoodle. He goes, that's not how we do it. We have protocol around here. I said, okay, what am I supposed to do? He goes, take these. And he hands me 5 marshmallows. He goes, when the bear's not looking, take a marshmallow, put it in your mouth. Then, discreetly, walk in front of the bear, just casually, show him the marshmallow like, huh? And allow the bear the opportunity to engage you. He needs to engage you and take the marshmallow out of your mouth with his mouth. This way he'll learn to trust you. And I was like, fuck that. Who thought of this? The bear? Is this the bear's idea? He's like, hey, buddy, this is how we do it. And my whole television crew's behind him like, this is how we do it. It's my second TV show ever. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm 28 and I want, so I'm like, all right, I don't care, I'll do it. So I take 5 marshmallows, I hide behind the bear, and like David Blaine, I whip one into my mouth. then nonchalantly walk in front of the bear like a street hooker, like. And the bear goes from vacant to excited, just. And I'm going. And he starts jumping, just. And I'm going. And he rushes me and tongues it out of my mouth. Tongues it. Bears never brush their teeth. I'm making out with a homeless person 5 times in a row. Just, and I'm like, We get done and the trainer goes, fantastic, we're ready. I go, hold on, I haven't learned anything. He goes, are you kidding me? You learned the most important lesson of the day, and that is the bear likes marshmallows. I go, what's that mean for me? He goes, listen, if you get in trouble, just very confidently say, marshmallow. And what will happen is the bear will hear that and he'll give you some space to do your marshmallow trick, but we'll hear it, we'll know you're in trouble, and we'll get you out of there. That's your safe word. And I was like, yeah, but he thinks they're inside me. He's like, you'll be fine. Let's go. And the bear, I swear, and I know you're going to go, bullshit. The bear was smiling. He's got that look in his face like, I know how to get marshmallows around here, bitch. And he runs up to me, and I can't express it perfectly. It's like being in a car crash. The most helpless I've ever felt. He grabs me by the ears, both paws, lifts me off the ground effortlessly, and starts trying to shake marshmallows out of my ass. Just, and I'm going, marshmallow, marshmallow, marshmallow. But no one can hear me because there's a 9-foot grizzly bear going. All of a sudden, he drops me. And that is at the moment that I thought I was going to die. He lets go. And I'm like, thank God. Then his fingernail grabbed my belt loop. Just snagged it. And he spun me doggy style. And locked on in a bear hug. Just grinding gently on my ass. Just, now we're both facing the same direction. I'm looking at the crew, the trainer going, marshmallow, marshmallow, marshmallow. Everyone's laughing except for the trainer who looks panicked. He waves and catches eyes with me and goes, go limp. I'm like, please be talking to me right now. And not, is there a bear cock climbing up my jeans? About to split center seam, just marshmallow. So I go limp. I go limp. Now it looks like I'm getting date raped by a bear. Just. I slide out of his paws, land on my back, and that's the last thing I remember because apparently his instincts took over and he sat on my face. My wife, who I had been dating for 3 months at the time, I had invited her to the set so I could impress her. My wife's not afraid of big animals at all. She goes over to the bag of marshmallows, grabs a marshmallow, puts it in her mouth, stands by my feet and goes, huh. The bear then takes his balls out of my mouth, walks over to her, they pull the bear to one side, her to the other, they drag me under a tree, and I wake up in the lap of my producer, Tim Scott. I open my eyes, I look at Tim, and it's the first thing I see, and I was like, what happened? He's like, well, you got raped and teabagged by a bear. Might want to get tested. And he's like, but that chick, that Leanne chick, I think she saved your life. And I look over, and my wife at that moment is coming running over to me. And it's like, it's out of a movie. And I know you're going to go, really? Is this how this fucking happened? Well, it's my narrative, okay? She leans in. Her head blocks the sun. There is a halo from the Lord himself or herself, I don't care. And she is staring down at me and she says to me in her southern accent, are you okay? And I look back at her with the sun caressing her face. And I knew without a doubt in that instant, at that very moment, you're like, really? That's when you knew? Yeah, that's when I knew. I would have never done that for her. Thank you guys.
So my story is this. I went to Australia. Has anybody ever been to Australia? You have? Really? When were you there? 10 years ago. How long was the flight? Forever, yeah. You got to consider killing yourself. My flight was 13 hours. It's so fucking long. What were you on? 747. No, that's not what I was talking about. That's not, I can see how you would think that's what I was talking about, but no. When I said, what are you on, I mean, like, what drugs did you take to survive the 13 hours in a 747? Nothing? You got drunk? Did you do anything? Okay, that's fair. That's a drug, too. I take pot cookies with me. People take everything. I've had friends take, like, sleeping pills. A lot of people take sleeping pills before they go. My one friend took Coke. I was like, dude, do what you want, but that seems like the wrong time to take Coke. So I take pot cookies with me. That's what I do. I take pot cookies. And that's the best thing about living in Los Angeles is you just go to a store and buy pot cookies. They come in wrappers, so you can tell how many calories are in there and whether or not they're gluten-free. We live in the future, you guys. Where we are is the future. It's the greatest thing. So I took these pot cookies with me, and I took them all out of their wrapper, and I put them in a Tupperware container, and I had my friend's wife write on the Tupperware box, "We miss you, honey. Enjoy the cookies. Love, Mom." Yeah, and I got them through TSA because they don't do shit. And then so we're sitting there, me and my friend, and we got bumped up to first class. It was so fucking awesome. 13 hours in first class. It's one of those things where they give you full beds. They give you pajamas before you get on the plane. Pajamas and 2 socks to masturbate into, I assume. But two masturbation socks. The luxury on Qantas. Oh. So anyway, we took off, and the seatbelt light went off, and as soon as it went off, I took it off. One of my friends, I'm like, "Hey, you ready for some pot cookies?" And I cracked open the Tupperware, and the reek of marijuana just filled up the entire first-class cabin. It was like an Iron Maiden poster, the way it was all fucking coming out of there. And my friend was like, "Dude, what the fuck? Put that away! What are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh shit, quickly, eat some, hurry!" And I ate as much as we could, and then I shut it. And then from then on, whenever I had to get more, I would go to the bathroom, and I would open it like right by the toilet. I'd flush a bunch of times to clear the air. So I don't know how science works, but it seems like that should work. And still, even then, when I got out, I'd still like, if someone was waiting for me, I'd be like, "Hey, I just took like a really minty dump in there, so I'm sorry." So it was great. The whole flight was amazing. We landed. I had 3 pot cookies left over. So I ate one. I gave one to my friend, and then I took the last one. I just threw it away in the airplane bathroom. Look how hurt you were. Look, oh, but I had a lot of pot cookies the whole time. I was worried because they make you fill out these forms of like what produce you're bringing in. So I thought maybe they'd have drug dogs or something. I don't know. I just got scared, and they actually did have drug dogs. So I was like, "Ooh, okay, good." So. That was like 5 years ago. Cut to last October, I just went again. And this time I took with me pot gummy bears. Yeah, the technology has improved. Los Gummies Hermanos. They're amazing. And for $7, you can get a cherry-flavored gummy bear that'll fuck you up for 5 hours. Changes the game on flights. Makes it way better. There's no more bad flights after that. There's no more bad flights. You can get stuck in between 2 fat dudes. And instead of being upset, you're just like, "You guys are so soft." How did you get that soft? You're the softest of people I've ever met in my life. It's awesome. So this time I did not get bumped up to first class. I just flew regular, peasant class. And it was great, but the pot gummy bears are amazing. So I slept for like 8 hours of the trip this time. And so when I landed, I had like 7 pot gummy bears left over. And I went to throw them away again, like when we landed, I went to like chuck them. But then I got to the bathroom and I thought about my dad. My dad's a Holocaust survivor, for real. He's like 81. And the one thing he always talked about in the Holocaust was that it was really difficult to find good weed. So the way I honor the memory of the fallen Jews is that I was going to smuggle these pot gummy bears into Sydney, Australia. That's how I would never forget. So here's my plan. I came up with a plan. I had these macadamia nuts in my bag. And I was going to say if they smelled anything, I was just going to say they were smelling the macadamia nuts. That's it. That's the plan. When you hear it out loud, it doesn't sound that good at all. But man, I was so high when I came up with it. It seemed like a perfect plan. And super hilarious. So you get out, and as you get into line, they put you in this customs line. Yeah, I got it, man. They put you in this customs line, and you put your bags down, and they have this dog, this Jack Russell Terrier, and he's wearing a uniform. And they bring this dog, they take it, and they bring it by your bag. And this dog went right, like I had 3 bags. Let's say this was the bag it was in, and the pocket handbars were right there. This dog went right to that pocket and just starts going like that. Just starts tapping at it with his paw. And in my head, I'm thinking like, get the fuck out of here. Dog, are you kidding me right now? It's the worst place possible for you to be. It's where I keep my drugs. Outwardly, I'm trying to be cool. I'm trying to be like, great architecture they have here in Sydney Airport. So amazing. Wow, cool. And so anyway, the guy goes, wait here, and he goes and smells like, takes the dog to smell like a bunch of other people's bags. Dog smells nothing, just those figure eights in between their bags. Can't wait to get back to my bag. It's like a treat for him. He's like, fucking, let's do this. He was running this way. Like a 2 and a hand run, and went fucking right back to it and starts pawing at it again. At this point, I'm pouring sweat. I'm like, this is how Locked Up Abroad starts. You know what I mean? Some asshole trying to smuggle $35 worth of weed in another continent. Blaming his Holocaust survivor father when he's really just a cheap Jew. And so the guy, he looks at me and he goes, what's going on in the bag? And I was like, I have macadamia nut. Okay, because I think macadamia nuts have a pungent, what I believe is happening is that a dog with his keen sense of smell went by, and because of the macadamia nuts I have, that the dog is triggered by that, and macadamia nuts is my answer. Macadamia nuts. And he just looks at me and he just goes, no, he's not trained to smell for macadamia nuts. And I was like, oh, fuck. Why didn't I research this? The Wi-Fi cost $7 for an hour. I totally could have gotten it. And he goes, they're just trained to smell for fruit and for drugs. And in my head, I was thinking like, fuck, fruit. I had so much access to that. And he goes, do you have any fruit in there? And I was like, no. It could have been so easy. They were giving away bananas on the plane. I was like, I'm good. I got my macadamia nuts. I didn't take any. And at this point, I'm like, okay, I'm going to jail. Like, there's no way around it. I'm going to an Australian jail. I've never heard about Australian jails. Maybe they're okay. Maybe they're bad. I would have heard about it if they were exceptionally bad. They started as a prison colony. They probably got jails really well down at that point. They probably know how to do it. But I just got calm. Like, at some point, when you know you're getting caught, there's not even, you don't even get nervous anymore. It's just going to happen. You know? Like, I love how all the black people are like, yeah, that is how you get arrested. You guys are all talking. I made sure to look away from you when I was talking about arrest, but then I was like, they look like they know. They really were looking at each other like, yeah, you know, we don't got like that. Here's what I compare it to. Tell me if this is true for you guys. You know those nature videos where a lion or a tiger will kill some animal, like a zebra, and for a while the zebra like kicks and shit and tries to get him off, but then as soon as the lion gets like a really good grab on the neck, the zebra just goes, yeah, whatever, bro. Yeah, do what you gotta do. It's your game. That's how I was. Like, all right, let's see what happens. And then out of nowhere, their customs guy, he just gives me this out. He was just like, well, is it possible that maybe earlier you had an apple or something, and then like you rested it on the bag? Is that possible? And I was like, yes. That thing you said, that's what happened to me. And he just goes, he looks at me and he just goes, yeah, okay. And he fucking pulled the dog away. Yeah, I was so worried. I got the fuck out of there instantly. Yeah. My friends are all like, see, that proves that you shouldn't do that shit. You shouldn't take, like, smuggle drugs in with you. And I was like, no, that's a case where I did not get in trouble. Like, there was no repercussions. Of course, I'm going to continue doing that. The only person I feel bad for in this story, the only one I feel bad for is the dog. The dog must have been like, what the fuck else do I have to do? We agreed upon a signal. I'll go like this when I find drugs. Where was I doing? I was giving you the signal. Here are the drugs. Here are the drugs, I keep saying. You keep bringing up apples. Nobody gives a shit about apples, bro. They're legal here.
My story has to do with cocaine. And, yeah, but listen, I've had a love affair with cocaine, love-hate affair, you know, it's, I mean, I'm the only guy who ever got fat on cocaine, as far as... I went to rehab for coke. I swear to God, this is a true story. I'm in group therapy, and this black kid walked up to me and said, "What are you pouring that shit on cheeseburgers?" God damn, you're the fattest cokehead I've ever seen. That's how black guys talked in my rehab. I went to rehab in 1888. Okay. Here's the story. I come out here in 1995 to do a show called Mad TV. It was a sketch comedy show. All right. Thank you. I mean, you know, the show was, it was fun. You know, I was 27 years old, came out here, and the first time I was ever out here was a screen test for Mad TV. And I came out here with a job, making like 10 grand a week, and it was great. The problem was I brought from New York City a massive cocaine problem. And I somehow had a coke problem with $40 in my pocket in New York. Now I had 10 grand a week, okay? And I literally would intercept the checks at Mad TV. I would go to the accounting office at Mad TV before it went to my agent. I would get the check, I would cash it, I would send like $4 grand to my mother because she needed it. I would put $6 grand in my pocket and walk around LA like I was Jack fucking Nicholson, you know. And, you know, I had a blast, but, you know, I was on a train that was going to hit a mountain. You know, that was moving real fast. So a lot of the sketches on Mad TV we did film parodies, okay, because that's Mad. It was based on Mad Magazine. And, you know, you did these bad puns. Of movie titles, and we'd have a pitch meeting to pitch this stuff, and I would just say stuff as a joke. Like instead of Dead Man Walking, I'd say Ed McMahon Walking. As a joke in the back. Cut to me in 3 hours of prosthetics as Ed McMahon. Stuff like, one time I pitched, they told us that Tori Spelling had agreed to do a guest spot on the show, and I pitched the Tori Spelling Bee. And it was the Tori Spelling Bee, and she would, you know, have to spell words, and she would have to use words in a sentence. And the one word she would have to spell was nepotism. And then usually in a sentence, and the sentence was her looking right at the camera going, "I like nepotism." So stuff like that. So one of the sketches we did was called Babe Watch. And that was Babe the Pig in Baywatch. My hand to God. So guess who played Babe the Pig? Come on. And there was a lot of fucking money for these sketches at the time. We had a big budget, so we shot it on location in Malibu. It was a 2-day shoot. I go out there, I had to be there at 4 a.m. to get 3 hours of pig prosthetics, a pig face, a pig snout, 6 teats, the bikini top on each one. That was the joke, you know. And you didn't see us at the Emmys a lot back then. So anyway, yeah. So 6 teats and a pig snout. Now the woman who did the makeup was the best in the business at this. So 3 hours of prosthetics, I looked like a fucking pig, man. I looked in the mirror and I was like, my God, I had a pig snout covering my mouth and my nose and the ears and all that shit and the teats. So I go back to my trailer. We got about an hour before we're shooting. I go back and I start eating. Now I catch a glimpse of me in the mirror eating. Guys, I'm going, I'm a fucking pig. I'm a pig eating. This is not why I signed up for this. I don't want to be in show business to be this, you know. So I really started to freak out. It was like a 14-hour shoot. And I said, I'm not going to get through this without cocaine. Not going to happen. So my coke dealer in New York hooked me up with this guy, a contact he had in L.A. who was a coke dealer. And this guy, he was a Rastafarian guy. I don't want to be, you know, racial, but they just happen to dominate that business. Don't And he was the best cocaine dealer ever. He was always right on time. You called him, he was like, I'm there, you know. He was always at a party, no matter what time of the day it was. He was like that. He's like Harvey Keitel in Pulp Fiction, you know. The wolf, like, you sending the wolf, baby? That's cool in the gang. So I call him. I call him from the set. And I go, dude, you gotta meet me on the Pacific Coast Highway. We were in Malibu by Oxnard. He goes, you gotta meet me. I gotta get something from you. I gotta get an 8-ball from you. And he goes, all right. Can you get to this restaurant, Duke's? Can you get to the restaurant on the Pacific Coast Highway? And I'm like, yeah, I think I can. So I hang up with him. I look around. Now I'm in every shot of this sketch. I look at the assistant directors. They're not looking for 2 seconds. I run to my car. I get in my car, and I speed the fuck away. I just speed away. I'm doing like at 90 miles an hour. Looking, I'm telling you, exactly like a pig. I do like 90 up the highway. It took about 20 minutes. I get to Duke's. I pull in. He's already there. The fucking guy. He goes, what, you had a brunch at Duke's? What happened? Because, I mean, anyone here who does drugs, you got to score, coke or heroin or, we all know what it's like to score heroin, right? I don't know. I was at a church social. Sorry. So, they're never there. These guys are never there. So you're supposed to meet them, in Brooklyn, and you get a call a half hour later. The guy goes, like a Puerto Rican guy going, yeah, man, I'm in North Carolina now. Excuse me? Because I'm in Brooklyn. Yeah, man, I'm sorry, I fucked up. Can you get to North Carolina? This guy was efficient. Okay. So I get there, I get out of my car, I run to him, he gets out of his car. Now, I never told him I was on a TV show because I was afraid to, share my life with him. And I forget myself. He sees me get out of this car, dressed exactly like a pig. And he looks at me, and it's so fucking funny. I'll never forget the look on his face. When I retell this story, this might be the funniest fucking part. He looks at me and goes, damn, man, what kind of crazy shit are you into? I was at some crazy drug party, people dressed like pigs, like the Eyes Wide Shut orgy scene, What's the other password? So I said I had to come clean. Oh no, I'm on a TV show. I'm doing a sketch. I'm Paid the Pig. It's a long story. And then he goes, you got a show? What show you on? And I go, Mad TV. He goes, oh, damn. I said, look, can we talk about this later? I just need the coke, He was starstruck for a second. So I get the cocaine from him. I can't pay. I don't have anything on me. But he was, again, the best drug dealer ever. He took credit. He goes, oh, fine. Don't worry about it. So I grabbed the coke, and now I'm, so freaked. I got to do something. I have to do something immediately just to get myself ready for what I'm going back to. I get back in my car, and anyone who's ever had a cocaine problem knows what a key hit is. You put, if you don't have a straw, you put some coke on a key. You know this, right? I apologize. You look really grossed out by me, but for a ton of reasons. But so I put some coke. Again, forgetting what I look like. I put some coke on the end of a key. I go to do it. I can't get the coke through the pig snout. I can't do it. So now I'm thinking, I'm the only one in the history of the world who's ever had this problem. So now 3 hours of prosthetics I went through, okay? And I'm trying to get the fucking, key through the thing. I can't do it, so I'm like, fuck it. I make a decision. I break the fucking nose, which means when I get back there, it's going to be an hour of fixing it before we shoot. I'm in every shot. So I break the fucking big nose. I do a couple of blasts. I'm like, okay, I'm fine. Now I get back on the Pacific Coast Highway. I rush back towards Oxnard. I stop at a light at Topanga Canyon, and I figure I'm going to do another hit. It's broad daylight. It's like 8 in the morning. So I do another hit. I got it up to my nose like this. I look over, and there's this beautiful woman in a Lamborghini. This is the look on her face. And I realize she's looking at a pig driving a car doing cocaine. Then I'm thinking, fuck her. It's LA. It's probably the third time she saw that day. At this point, I have no, I'm like, fuck it, I don't care who sees what. So I do another hit, I drive, I get to the fucking set, everybody wants to kill me. But they can't really say it yet because we gotta do 14 hours of shooting. So they see that my fucking nose is fucked up. They have to redo my nose. And, we start shooting and everybody couldn't stay. Look, I was a fuck up. Every 2 hours, I broke the nose again to do coke. And every 2 hours, she had to fix it. And she knew what was going on. I wasn't fooling anybody. So this happens. We get through the day, and it's a nightmare. So we had to shoot the next day. They got us a little motel right on the ocean there, which was next to the shoot. So I go in. I fall asleep. They rip all the shit off me. I fall asleep in the bed. I wake up the next morning. At some point during the night, every bad thing in my body must have just fell out of me. I shit the bed. And I had a lot of bad in me. I wake up, the scene in The Godfather, the horses that where he wakes up, he sees all the blood. I was like, ah! I had shit all over the bed. I was late. I had no time to clean it up. I took a steaming hot shower. Steaming hot. Took everything off, got dressed, ran out. I had no time. We were checking out of the hotel. I had no time to clean up. So I just threw the bedspread over all the shit. It was a river of shit. I just threw it over the fucking thing and left. What could I do, I had no cash for a tip. Which is very rude. And I got there, I got through the day, everything was fine. So we're driving home, and I'm thinking about the hotel, and I'm worried about it. I'm like, oh, well, I'm just going to have to be embarrassed by that. But then I realized the room wasn't in my name. The room was in the name of the first assistant director. This guy, Josh, if they want to blame somebody, they're going to say, this guy, Josh, shit the bed and didn't clean up. Which got me off the hook, but it made me feel happy. It really did. The Rasta guy, the coke dealer, again, he was the single coolest motherfucker as far as fast living, didn't care. About 2 years later, I found out that he was in a metallic blue Corvette driving with this chick he dated up a winding street up by Northern California. He was doing like 100 miles an hour, veered off, hit a 18-wheeler, and just the two people disintegrated. That's how he died. So he's dead. And I'll tell you what, in the weirdest of ways, and this is why I'm a fuck-up in life, and I care about all the wrong things. In the weirdest of ways, I miss that motherfucker more than anybody I've ever met in Los Angeles. My name's Artie Lange. That's
Thank you, everybody. The first time, the very first time that I physically struck a woman was. I would never fight a man. There's no advantage there. I have a clear advantage against women. Why would I ever fight not a woman? Shaquille O'Neal doesn't take 3-point shots. You know what I mean? You stay in your zone. But there's always women that are bigger than me. But the first one was, I was there with my sister. I was 13. She was 15. And she had this habit of taking her hand and just resting it like inside her butt cheeks. For hours at a time. Not outside the pants, inside the pants. And then she would go, not in the asshole, but right along the asshole. She played basketball, wouldn't matter. She'd just leave it in there. For fucking 5 years, what were my parents doing? Like, why would they even allow that? But anyway, whatever. They never told her anything. So she just left it there. And I had gotten this jacket, this bomber jacket, this leather bomber jacket for my bar mitzvah that I was super stoked on. It was the greatest thing ever. It was so fucking cool. And I couldn't find it one day. I remember looking around, like, where's my jacket? And I came downstairs, I'm like, Deborah, have you seen my jacket? And it was right next to her. And she fucking pulls her hand out, and she goes, it's right here, with the ass hand! She put ass on a leather jacket. You can't get those in the rain. And she goes, it's right here. And I just fucking lost it. And I spaz fought her for about 10 minutes. Like, I'll fucking kill you. I hate you. And my dad had to come down and separate us. I was so mad. He was holding me back, and I was still trying to get kicks in, like underneath. Like, I want to see you dead. And my dad had to have a talk with me. He's like, Ari, you can't hit a woman. And I was like, why? Why is that a rule? That's a stupid rule. What are you talking about? What if they deserve it? What if they touch your jacket with their ass hand? What about if they deserve it? And he goes, oh, they'll deserve it all the time. It's really not about that. I almost punched your mom on the way down here. I was peeing. She was halfway through. I had to finish peeing, and I walked past her. She looked at me, and I was like, oh, fucking. But you can't do it. For some reason, you can't do it. And I was like, all right, I guess. I'll take your word for it, but this rule does not make any sense. And I never hit a woman again for about 4 years. And then I went, my senior year of high school, for the second semester, we all went to Israel for a semester. I'm upper middle class Jewish. I'm not going to apologize. I had a great life. Probably, if you had it hard, I didn't have that same hardship. So we go there for 4 months, excuse me, my whole senior year, and I was going to lose my virginity while I was there. So this girl named Lissa, she was the biggest slut in my high school. She had sex with like one person ever. So, but she broke up with a guy like 2 weeks before, and I always had a crush on her. You know, I just knew I was going to lose my virginity to Lissa Control. I even bought condoms in America because I didn't know if the technology had reached over there. Do they not do rubber there? I don't understand. So anyway, me and Lissa and the whole class got to Israel, and we all split up and went to different kibbutzes. This is so fucking ethnic. I just realized that now, but a kibbutz, it's this thing that happens in Israel. It's a utopian society. That's what they call it. It's one village, and it's self-sustaining. So somebody works on the farm, somebody works in the dining room, somebody takes care of the kids. Like, everybody has a job. My job was actively trying to get out of any physical labor. Because these hands don't just stay soft on their own. So anyway, it came time where I was like, I'm going to go visit Lissa on her kibbutz, and I'm going to do it. And I asked my counselor if she can give me leave to go visit her. And she goes, no, you can't go. And I was like, why? She goes, you haven't done a single day of work in 2 months that you've been here. She was like, no, you can't go. I was so mad. This girl named Orna, that was her name. She was an ex-military. And she was like, no, you can't go. And I was like, what? I was so angry. Like, nothing this fucking unfair had ever happened to anyone in their lives. And I was just so mad. I remember working off steam. I was dunking. I was outside playing basketball. I was dunking. They had these 9-foot rims, so Jews could feel like winners. And you still have to work for it, though. You still have to try. And I was dunking, and she came up just to explain to me, like, her side. She goes, Ari, I'm sorry. It's nothing personal. I just can't. It's a bad precedent set. And I worked up the courage. I'm a good kid. And I worked up the courage, and I just go, fuck you. I was like, did I go too far? Nope, I didn't. And she goes, all right, and she starts to walk away. And then I went up to dunk again. I remember getting in the air, and that voice on my shoulder was like, hey, instead of dunking this one, why don't you chuck it in her face? And I was like, that's a great idea. I should totally do that. So I jumped, and she's like 20 yards away, and I just launched one as hard as I could. I remember thinking, like, Lord, guide my hand. And I just threw one. And it had this spin on it, so it started left, and then it started coming back. I had the body language on it, like, come on. And it got about 4 or 5 feet from her face, and then I guess she decided she wanted to tell me one more thing. So Orna, she just turns and is like, and the ball is just in the air. And I know it's thinking like, oh, this is why I was created. This was my moment. I thought maybe one day to play in the NBA. No. I don't know what the word is, but destroy this girl's face. And that's what happened. She turned and she goes, boom! And it just crushes her. And you ever seen in like a bad special effects movie, like someone will get shot or punched, and then like a full second will pass by, and then they fly back, and you're like, oh, that's horrible special effects. It's not horrible special effects. That's what happens. This basketball hit her, she goes, ugh, and the vibration went like all the way down, and then all the way back up, and then she flew backwards. And my emotions were split. Because half of me was like, oh, I just chucked a basketball in somebody's face. In a woman's face. Like, that's real, like, guilt there. But the other part of me is like, I just chucked a basketball in some girl's face from, like, 30 yards away. It's one of the sickest shots I've ever had in my life. Smell the roses. And I remember saying for, like, 2 seconds, like, ooh, I don't know what. And then she just, like, the Terminator, she just, like gets up. She had a little blood. She just wiped it away and stared at me as she walked away. And I was like, I should have finished her off. I made a huge mistake letting her live. So she didn't do anything until the next day in the dining hall. She beat the fuck out of me. I'll just tell you what it is. But she walked right up to my table like this. I'm eating sunny-side up eggs. She just walks right up and just stares at me like that. And I look, everybody gets quiet because they all knew what happened. And I didn't know it for like 15 seconds. I didn't know what to say. So then eventually I was like, I just missed the dunk, just so you know. It was an act, and she just backhanded me. But she turned like this far. She bent at the waist. I didn't even know what that was till years later. I was reading a Golf Digest. And they were breaking down Tiger Woods' swing, and they're like, the power comes from the waist. It's not the arms, it's the waist. Like, here's a backhand. Oh, that's pretty bad. Oh, that's going to hurt. And then she dipped and just, bah, as hard as she could, spun me out of my chair. Sunny side up egg was just flying across the room. I didn't want to cry. I was like, whatever. And then she picks me up on my collar. She goes, you touch me again, I'll kill you. Bah! As hard as she could, slapped me to the ground. And I never got to see Let's I was, till like a month and a half later, we all like met up again in Jerusalem, and then I had a chance to bone her, but she wouldn't say she loved me. So I wouldn't, God, I was a pussy. I said, I love you, and she was like, that's cool. And I was like, oh, what? And I couldn't just take it. I was like, do you love me? Like maybe she didn't know that was a hint. She was like, no, I haven't seen you in like 3 months. What are you talking about? So I was like, all right, I'll just go down on you and eat you out. And by the way, the only reason I've used the term eating you out is because at the time, that was the only term I knew. And I'll just say, it's a very confusing term. Doesn't describe the act in any way. And back in those days, when you didn't have porn at every fucking internet, you just get confused, and I remember looking at her vagina and going like, all right, I guess it's time to eat. Who eats like that? That's what I'm saying. Nobody eats like that. Who eats like that? There's nothing you eat like that way. Invalids eat that way. Old people. Pudding. So I went down there and I took off her underwear and this fucking muff popped out at me. I remember there's like Beetlejuice. I was like, ah! And I got through it. And I remember going down there and looking at her vagina and going, all right, I guess. And then just biting at it. Like a baby pit bull. Just working it. And she screamed. She was like, what are you doing? Like giving you the time of your life? And it was my virginity for 5 more years. All right.
The next story also involves this Rasta guy. Look, I mean, I would tell you stories about my sister, not going to be as exciting. All right. So this guy also told me to... He took me to a couple of the best parties I've ever been to in Los Angeles. I tried to, find like celebrity parties and stuff. But this coke dealer was unreal. He took me to a couple of the best parties, not just L.A. I've ever been to in my life. So this one party he takes me to was all these porn people were having a party out in Woodland Hills. Okay, in this big fucking house. These porn people are having a pool party, and we get there and we walk in and listen. It's just a crazy fucking scene, like right out of Boogie Nights. I mean, there's porn going on, and the porn that porn people like is really great shit, you know. It's like, De Niro watching his favorite movies, you know. It's like, wow, look at that. That is really a flexible midget, you know. And so we walk in. It's all this nutty shit. We walk into a back room, and I'm going there because he's going to go get coke for us, and I'm waiting for him. We walk into a big room where there's basically an orgy going on, and it's the closest thing I've ever seen in my life. A bunch of people are fucking in a room, all over the place, and I'm looking around like, damn. And he goes, yeah, man, enjoy yourself. I'll be back. I got to do my shit for 20 minutes. I'm like, all right. So I start looking around, and I'm just watching, what am I going to do? Just push a guy aside and start fucking? Move out of the way, Eric Everhard. I'm going to... Artie Lange's back to do some work, motherfucker. Could you imagine a more disappointing switch for that woman? She goes from ecstasy to bursting into tears. So I look over to the left, and there's a girl, a little older, probably in her 40s. She was probably a first-round draft pick in 1984. Now she's got bad knees, ready for a Hall of Fame speech. But still, looking good. Like, kept herself in shape. And she is naked, on all fours, like doggy style, on the couch, looking at me. And I'm looking at her. And her face is sort of leaning over the couch. And I'm like, damn, I'm looking at her. And she goes, okay. I walk over, and I go right in front of her, and I start rubbing her head, and she's like, doing like this kitty cat thing. And she was fucked up on some kind of pills. I don't know. And she starts unzipping my pants and taking, my pants down. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to stop this train. And I got hard immediately. I was never that horny in my life. And I'm not a group sex guy. This is one of the few times this happened to me. Because I don't like these people dress hip. They're cool people. I look like this. I look like a gym teacher. But I think she saw who I was with. Whatever. I wasn't going to ask any questions. So she starts to blow me. Starts, what blowing is, sucking my dick. And for you younger guys, I don't know what the political correct term is for sucking cock these days, but anyway. So she's blowing me, and I'm having fun, like whatever. Now, about a minute into this, a guy who looks like The Rock, okay, comes over completely naked and just gets behind her and starts to fuck her from behind. Now I'm in a threesome that I didn't ask to be in. He just starts fucking her. And he's like, you know, and she's blowing me, he's fucking, and I'm like this far from the guy. I'm a foot from the rock, basically, with his shirt. And I'm like, you know, what do you start, how you doing, everything? You got any tips for how to act at a thing like this? And it's just very disconcerting. It's odd. I'm not like, I mean, again, I'm not homophobic or anything, but, well, maybe I am. I don't know. But, you know, I mean, what homophobia, you know, what is phobia? Means you're afraid. And if you ask me, Art, are you afraid of getting fucked in the ass? I'd have to say yes. You know? It might be my single biggest fucking fear. Getting fucked in the ass. I'm also afraid of heights. But I'd have to put getting fucked in the ass right up there with height. They both have different things that scare the shit out of me. Like, with heights, you're up high, you're looking down, you might fall. And with getting fucked in the ass, you got a cock in your asshole. So I just didn't want to get it turned into that situation. He could overpower me in 2 seconds. So I'm just, you know, I have no shot at this guy if there's a fight. I'm looking around for the Rasta guy, you know. He's probably fucking 5 chicks in the back room. I don't know. So, I start to recede like a turtle, as they say. I'm like, you know, I lost my heart on. I'm like, I can't do this. And I said to him, I'm done. I don't want to do this. So now, as I'm trying to pull out, she keeps, you know, trying to keep me in there. Okay, this guy was such a pro. He takes his dick out of her ass, like you see in a porn, and starts to jerk off on her back. Now, I'm looking at this going, whoa. You know, if the movie Clint Eastwood, the Clint Eastwood movie In the Line of Fire, this is my version of it. And I'm like, what the fuck is going to happen here? So he starts to come on her back, and he's coming on her back, and I'm like, this is fine. And then he goes like this, like the last, like, and a little speck of The Rock's cum lands on this leather jacket, this $600 leather jacket I bought. It lands, I see it coming at me. It's like in slow motion, like, I felt like Willem Dafoe at the end of Platoon, like, It just took its time, and just a little speck lands right on my jacket, my leather jacket. And I'm like, oh my God, this is the craziest, worst thing that's ever happened to me. So I pulled out of this girl. I ran into the bathroom. I tried to like boil my jacket, and I made the mistake on the way home of telling the Rasta guy. And again, he was just so funny. I said, but I think I burned it out. And he goes, man, I'd burn that motherfucker. Dead serious. And I said, all right. So I threw the jacket out. I threw my fucking $600 leather jacket the fuck out because The Rock came on it. Other than that, it was an amazing fucking party.
I'm going to tell a story. How should I relate this? You know, Christmas is coming. I don't know how to put this nicely. I'm going to tell a story about the worst anal sex I've ever had. There's no real nice way to say this. How are you? Thanks for coming. It's not that graphic. So if you're worried about it being graphic, the lady with the tattoos is definitely not worried about it being graphic. I love seeing someone with a sleeve of tattoos. If you see that, there's one thing you can guarantee. Not a virgin. Here's my thoughts on anal sex. One, I'm not really a fan of it. Because my thought is only 1 out of like 12 girls likes that. And the other 11 may or may not do it to please their dude, but I don't want to have sex with a girl whose face is like this the whole time. Like, so either you're into it or you're not. We don't have to do it. So I was doing it with this girl one time. Regular sex. OG, in the vagina. You know, classic Coke. And And we were doing it, and after like literally 2 minutes into it, she got mad at me because I didn't finish yet. She took it as some sort of commentary on her performance, or she had to watch some, I don't know, made-for-TV movie or something. I don't know. Maybe Desperate Housewives is coming on. But she was like, I'm telling you, 2 minutes. She pulls me out, rolls over, and just goes, "Nah, we're done." And I was like, "What's this position?" Because it's the worst position. And she goes, "You're not attracted to me. If you haven't finished yet, that means you're not attracted to me." And I was like, "You know who disagrees with that? My goddamn boner right now. It's pointing at your vagina and quivering like 2 sticks in the desert pointing at water." It's like that. Not to mention, I almost came in like 30 seconds. Like when I suddenly stopped moving there for a while. What did you think was happening? I don't want to blow it for any dudes, but like when we just stop moving in the middle of sex, there's a reason for that. I felt that moment where it just feels way too good and it hasn't been long enough. So you're like going strong, you're like, yeah, then all of a sudden it's like, and that's how I was with her. It was like going strong, like, don't move, don't move, don't move. I said, don't fucking move. I'm serious right now. It's game time. And I was like, what do I do? So I looked back at the clock to see how long it had been. And it was 11:48. And I know I started at 11:47. So best case scenario, it had been 1 minute and 59 seconds. That's the most I could have hoped for. So I had to stop moving. But most women can tell if you go from like that. Why? Unless you saw a bear, like, why are you acting that way? So I had to think of a reason why I suddenly stopped moving. So I was just looking at it. I was just like, I just want to look in your eyes. It's so romantic. It's like two souls becoming one. We're entwined for all eternity. Oh, we're back. Okay, good. Forget it. Whatever I said, just forget all that. None of it matters. So don't tell me I'm not attracted to you. That's ridiculous. So after like 30 minutes of arguing, she was finally like, okay, fine, we can do it again. But by then, my boner was fucking gone. Arguing isn't great for her hard-on. So it went from like a full boner down to like, do you guys know what a chubby is? Are you familiar with all the genus of hard-ons? A chubby is like, it's not any harder or any longer than a completely nothing dick, but it's a little bit fatter. It's not a hard-on, but it's also not a, it looks like a kid whose parents don't trust it to swim alone. So we could do it, but there's no way we're going to do it with a condom. It just wasn't going to work with a condom. And we were definitely going to use a condom because she was pro-life. And to me, there's no worse STD than a baby. That's the worst one there is. There's a cure, but it's pretty illegal. So it just wasn't going to happen. You can still squeeze the base and get it in. It doesn't work with a condom. So she goes, okay, I'll tell you what. If you want, we can try to do it without the condom, but we do it like, VIP entrance. Like, do it in the butt. And I was like, is that something you want to do? And she was like, I don't know, maybe. I mean, do you want to do it? And I was like, yes. Yes, I absolutely want to do it to your butt. Look at my face. I'm being one-noted here. Yes, I want to do it. And she goes, okay, we can do it, but don't jam it in there. And I'm like, I'm not going to jam it in. I'm not going to line up like a three-point stance. I'm like, like, I have some class, all right? Well, we're doing anal, I guess. But, so I got that one bottle of lube that everybody keeps by the bedstand for 10 years and it's still half full. And I got some, I put some on her, and then I put some on myself, and then I looked away, because it's disgusting what I'm about to do. It's true. The Bible is very clear. It's not allowed. So I sort of looked away, and I tried to feel, I felt for it, and it went bloop, it went right in. Did not make the noise bloop. It did go right in. And it felt great. It felt amazing. What I didn't realize is that I was accidentally inside of her vagina. Yeah, which I believe is the first time any guy has even tried to go in the wrong way to that way. It happens the other way all the time, or almost does. Oh, and the only way you know is by the woman, ever so gently. She's always gentle. They lean back and they go, no, 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 I will not. It's like, all right, I'm sorry. It's dark in here. Why is your shit so close together? It's like that far apart. That doesn't make any sense. I can't be the first guy to have this happen to you. So anyway, no idea where I was. No idea what was inside her vagina. And it came time. I was doing it. It came time to or whatever. And I just did it. I just went. No condom or anything. And she just stopped and she looks up at me. She goes, did you just come inside me? I don't want to get pregnant. And I didn't even know what was going on. I was like, pregnant? What are you, Mexican? You can't get pregnant from anal sex. There's no way. I couldn't wrap my head around it. And I was like, yeah, I came inside you. I thought that's the protocol. I've never done this before. I thought I'm supposed to do it inside your butt. At which point, it becomes your responsibility. And then at your earliest convenience, I guess you're supposed to go shit it out or something. It seems gross. I would never choose that from my own butt, but that's the call she wanted to make. So, bate avon. That's where the Jews are sitting. That's the only way they would get that joke. So we realized what had happened. It was like, oh, fuck. Like, I did the exact wrong thing that I did not want to do. And we realized, and so we got the morning after pill the next day. We went halvesies on it. I'm a feminist, bro. It means we're both responsible. We can both pay. So, but the whole next week, she was trying to make it seem like it was all my fault. Like she wasn't to blame at all. She was like, idiot. Stupid fucking stoner idiot. Didn't you think you got in there kind of easily? And didn't that darn your stupid fucking pothead brain? You went right into my butt with no problem whatsoever. And I was like, yes, actually. I noticed it. It registered. I just assumed that you were a huge whore. It wasn't like I didn't notice. As soon as I got in, I remember thinking like, oh yeah, don't jam it in, whatever. With your hungry, hungry hippo ass. And that's it. Merry Christmas, everybody. That's
This is actually going to be fun, because this is a story of real friendship. Real, genuine, bonded friendship. This story happened about 5 years ago, and it was, I live in New York, and I remember the story happened. It was 2:30 in the morning on a Monday night. I never forget that. And my buddy Dave was at my house. He was crashing for the night. We had just smoked weed and had an hour-long conversation about how Africa by Toto might be the greatest song ever made. Yeah, it's hard to argue. After that, a couple of high fives and re-listens. We're like, let's call it a night, dude. Let's go to bed. Just then we get a phone call from our friend Louis, our Puerto Rican friend who lives around the corner. And he goes, hey guys, come over here and look through my window. I'm getting ready to fuck this Asian chick. It's going to be awesome. And it's 2:30 in the morning on a Monday, and I'm just like, dude, we'll be there in 5 minutes, like 100%. It's around the corner from my house, a baseball's throw, tops. Like, I have to go. I'll beat myself up if I don't at least check it out, take a peek. So me and Dave walk over, and we're watching Louis bang this Asian chick. And it's a thing. We're watching, and he knows we're watching, but she doesn't know, which is kind of shitty, but at the same time, hilarious, because Louis for us is like flexing and posing, and we're doing air high fives and like metal horns. It's like we're air guitaring. Just a lot of white guy lip biting fun. Like, Normal, right? Here's where it gets weird. At one point, this Asian girl, she's on all fours. Her ass is facing the window, me and Dave. She's sucking Louis's dick. He's on his knees. He's looking at us. We're looking at him. We're all giggling. Now, Louis, our Puerto Rican friend, is the proud owner of a small dog, Jack Russell Terrier. And before you guys even get weird, I want you to understand this is going exactly where you think it's going. On my life, true story, out of the blue, dog jumps up on the bed from behind, starts licking her Asian vagina. Yeah. Eating her pussy. I know. Don't feel forced to laugh at that. I'm just telling you the facts of what happened. It's not a punchline. I'm not expecting your laughter. I'm just telling you what happened. Me and Dave were hanging out. Louis called, said, come watch me fuck this Asian chick. We go there. Circumstantially, she's in a position. Dog jumps up, starts eating her pussy. I've told this story in several countries all over the world to everyone. No one really laughs from the gut on that. That's not a funny situation. When everyone hears that story, pretty much anyone, all types of people think the same exact thing. A dog eating an Asian, the irony alone is fucking mind-blowing. Did I just see that living, breathing pun unfold in front of my fat fucking face? I did. A dog was eating an Asian girl's pussy. Yeah. How do you handle that situation, ladies? What do you do? Go ahead. You throw it around the horn. What do you do? I'll paint the picture for you. You're on all fours. You're blowing a dude. Dog starts eating your cooch. What do you do? Don't even overthink it. It's wartime. You got to react. It's happening. You keep going. Keep sucking dick. Let the dog eat your pussy. Fuck. If you don't have a husband, I'll marry you right now. God. I love a girl who lost her parents young. Well, I don't know if you studied Eastern philosophy in school, but that's exactly what that Asian girl did. She just let it happen. She didn't make it a weird thing at all. Like an adult, she handled it. She didn't even look back and go, oh, it's a dog, and keep going. She just assumed it was a dog and kept sucking dick. That is ninja focus like I've never seen before or since. And I'm not just saying ninja because she's Asian, but it does make it funnier, exponentially. And she knew it was a dog. She definitely knew. It wasn't Louis. His neck isn't 14 feet long and shaped like a C. And ladies, if I'm being honest, I think you just know when a dog's eating your pussy. There's a lot of giveaways. If you let it happen, you know it's happening. A lot of giveaways. Wet nose up your ass. There's a big one. You feel that within seconds. You're like, that feels great. That's a dog. I have to go. I have to go right now. And the dog ate her pussy for the better part of 5 to 6.5 minutes. And then he just stopped. Out of the blue. He just stopped. I don't know if he was done or he found what he was looking for. But he tapped out. And he wiped his little dog chin. And he looks over at the window. And he sees me and Dave. Because now, in fairness, me and Dave are like this up against the window. Because we just saw our Puerto Rican friend and his dog gangbang an Asian chick. And guess what? You don't see that every day. Rarely, if ever. An interracial, interspecies gangbang? Good luck. Go Google that when you get home. See how many clips you find. There's none. There's none out there. I've checked every day since. It's been 5 years. And the dog sees me and Dave, and he knows us. That's sport. We know sport. Sport gets so excited, he runs over to the window. He starts jumping and barking at the window. And now me and Dave don't want to get caught. Remember, this girl has no idea we're there. So now me and Dave are outside posing like trees and statues and shit, trying to blend into the nighttime background. But I felt really bad. I really did. And I can't speak for Dave or Louis or anybody else in that story. I felt bad. Because where I was hiding, I could see Sport's face, the dog. And the dog, a real personality on his face, really showed me confusion. His face showed dog confusion. And it made me sad. I connected with him. We became one for a moment, and I felt his pain. And he proved that day that dogs are man's best friend. That's all Sport was doing. He's trying to be our friend. You see, dogs don't share our sense of like we're caught or embarrassment or something bad's going to happen. He's just trying to be our friend. Sports in the window like, hey, Jay, Dave, what are you guys doing out there? This chick's fucking everybody, man. Get in here. I'm a dog. I just ate her pussy. Did you not see that shit? It's like, suit yourself, homo. And they just dance back inside.
Thank you. Stories about real degenerate behavior. I'm almost positive. Comedians are all degens. We're bad. We're good people, but we're degens. We have sex with questionable people. We do a lot of drugs. But we don't start that way. I started like as a good person. I was 28 years old. I had sex with 2 people. That's not... I know, whatever. In college, when I was still a virgin, I would tell all my friends in college, I'm like, masturbation feels the same. And they're like, you're an idiot. I'm like, you're an idiot. It's the same thing. But I was wrong. But there comes this rite of passage that every LA comedian has when you really become like a full comic, and it's when Bobby Lee takes you to San Diego. That's when you become a real comedian. This was summer of 2001. I was sleeping. Bobby Lee called me one day, and he goes, hey, what are you doing right now? And I was like, 12:45 on a Wednesday. I'm in bed. What should I be doing? And he goes, let's go to San Diego right now. We're going to go to this bar and do spots. I'm like, yeah, sure. I'm in. Let's do it. And he goes, oh, also, we got to go to Tijuana for pills. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. That's fine. And then he goes, also, you have to drive. I'm like, why do I have to drive? And he goes, because I'm out of pills and I haven't slept in like 3 days. So it's going to be dangerous. So I was like, all right, let's do it. We drove. It's about a 2-hour drive to San Diego. What we're going to do is San Diego, go straight to Tijuana, get pills, come back, do spots at night. San Diego's known for 2 things, SeaWorld and girls who love to fuck. So we were hoping that maybe we could get the latter after that show. It's a shitty spot. I went up first. I bombed horribly. I was not a good comedian. Bobby went up next, killed, destroyed. And then after the show, like I'm walking around, he goes, Ari, let's. I have these 2 girls that I'd like you to meet. I've talked to them. I've become friendly with them. And I was like, well, were they here during my set? And he goes, no, they just got here. And I was like, oh, how you doing? Ari Shaffir. Nice to meet you. I'm really funny. And we started buying him drinks. Bobby Lee started buying him drinks. He wouldn't have any because he was that weird like stage of relapse. You know that where you're like, no, I don't drink. That's ridiculous. I'll take a bunch of pills, but no, there's a line. But he's better now. But so we're talking to these 2 girls. It's going pretty well. There's 2 of them. One's like really hot, like a San Diego 8. Which is like an LA, I don't know, 7 or 9, depending on where you are in San Diego. But the other one is disgusting. She's gross. I could describe her face as, ugh. And we're all talking, it's fun. They were researchers at the Scripps Institute, which means they were intelligent, which we didn't care about at all. So we're at some point, they go to the bathroom, and Bobby goes, which one do you want? By the way, girls, that's a normal situation. Just so you know, when you go to the bathroom, guys are talking about you as if you're a slice of pizza. Which would you like? I don't care. So Bobby wanted the hot one. I was like, all right, I'll take the uglier one. But by the way, I have this general rule. My general rule of hitting on people is I never go for the hottest girl in a group. I always go for the second hottest girl. Because the hottest girl, she's got a big head. Everyone's trying with her. It's too difficult. Second hottest girl, she feels insecure. Swoop right in there. But every once in a while, the second hottest girl is also the first ugliest girl. But you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So I was like, all right, I'll take Uncle McGee over there and let's fucking do it. So everybody's drunk except Bobby. We're all talking. We're like, all right, they got to get their bikes. They chain their bikes up around the corner. They get the bikes first. So we're like, all right, cool. Let's get your bikes. Put them in Bobby's hatchback. We'll drive to the hotel. We were sharing a room, 2 different beds. We get to the bikes. The bikes are stolen. Stolen or towed. I don't know. But either way, the girls started crying. Like literally tears streaming out. They were crying. Which, by the way, crying, that's one of the worst things for your boner. Unless you're a rapist. You don't want... I'm not going to lube myself with tears. Yeah. So Bobby goes, well, how much were the bikes? And the one girl goes, mine was 100 and hers was 200. And Bobby goes, oh, hey, I'm on my TV. Here. And he just pulled out 4 $100 bills. And he goes, will that take care of it? And their tears climbed up their face. Defying gravity. To go, I literally saw money buy happiness. And we went back to the room, but it's weird. I've had sex with 2 people at this point, so it's fucking weird. I don't know what to do. There's a guy in the room with you on a separate bed. You're with your fucking the Ewok on your bed. And you don't know what to do. So I'm trying, I like kiss every once in a while. We start making out. As we're kissing, you just hear him on the other bed just going, can I just touch your elbow? I would like to brush the back of my hand against your shoulder. Would that be all right? It's even funny when he tries to fuck. So eventually it got too weird. So Bobby took a bunch of pillows and the hot girl and the blankets into this closet, this walk-in closet, and he went in there to like separate. It was a big closet. And so then me and the girl, we hooked up, and then after about an hour, Bobby came out and we drove him back to their place. $400 at hand, not for sex, but it was all fine. And Bobby's like, oh, so you got laid, huh? I was like, no, I didn't get laid. Because I knew he didn't. Because here's what happened. When he went into the closet, that girl, the hot girl, immediately was like, I'm too drunk, don't touch me. And she fucking went against the corner, and Bobby just had to wait till I was done. Yeah, so he's like, I didn't get laid because you did, huh? And I didn't want to make him feel bad. So I was like, no, we just messed around. We just fooled around a little bit. And he goes, you're lying to me. I'm like, no, I would never lie to you, Bobby. I was lying to him. But he goes, I know you're lying. And this is how he knew. He drove us back to the hotel, and he walked me into that closet. There was a heating grate, like right there, looking directly up my bed. So he's like, I watched here. I sat and looked, and I could see this angle pretty much. Just like, he was like, I didn't just see you go to fuck. I saw you fuck. I saw your penis disappear into a vagina and then reappear and then disappear over and over again. And I was like, what did you do? And he goes, what could I do? I just sat there and watched and masturbated. Yeah, that seems fair. So anyway, we went to sleep. The next day, we went to Tijuana to get pills. This is how you buy pills in Tijuana, by the way. You don't need a prescription. That's ridiculous. They show you a prescription. They're like, what do you want me to do with that? You just point to whatever pills you want, and then they just bring you bottles of those until you're like, thumbs up, and they're like, cool, thanks. And it's a nice transaction. But we got the pills, and then Bobby goes, hey, do you want to go get a prostitute? And I was like, well, who's going to pay for that? And he goes, Matt TV will pay for it. I'm a full cast member now. And I was like, all right. How much do you guys think a Tijuana prostitute costs? How much do you think it costs?
40 pesos.
40 pesos. You don't value pussy at all. What is that, like 9 cents? 40 pesos. No, it does not. It costs $500. No, I'm joking. It does not cost $500. This is Mexican girls. It's $72. That's how much it costs. $72. And here's the breakdown if you ever wanted to know. 60 goes to the girl. I don't know what she does with that. 11 goes to the hotel room next door. And that leaves $1 over for what I consider the worst job in the world. The Mexican whorehouse cleanup guy. Yeah, for $1 a pop. He goes room to room, cleaning up a love mess. So my girl didn't speak any English. She pointed at the table. Eventually I put the money down, the $80 Bobby gave me. He goes, pre-tip them. They'll do a lot better for you. And then, but I couldn't get a boner at all. It was super hot. It was fucking 100 degrees outside. I'm nervous as shit. She put this condom on me. And the only English she knew, she goes, too much cerveza? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I only had one. I don't think it's that, but let's just call it that. But he paid for it, and I didn't want the money to go to waste, so I just kind of stuffed. You ever see a magician pushing a handkerchief into his fist? And they're kind of like, well, I use that technology. And I just kind of shoved it all in there. And just like, yeah, that counts. And then I got my money's worth. And my numbers went up from 2 people ever to 4 people within 17 hours. Yeah. And as we were walking back across the border, like gentlemen with pill bottles stuffed up our taints. Like real Americans. And Bobby turns and says, Ari, you're now a real comic.
I'm going to tell you guys a story of a few young men coming of age, being myself, my friend Glenn, and my friend Kurt. This is early in my comedy career. So early, in fact, that we're getting ready to go be guests on my other friend's AM radio station. And we walk in to go talk our comedy shit, and we sit down with this girl who one of the studio people tells me, I go, why is there a girl in the studio? And one of my buddies goes, oh man, that chick's awesome. We all banged her last week. And I was like one at a time? I was a little naive. One at a time? And he goes, no, dude, all 3 of us banged her at once. And I was like, that sounds intriguing. As an adult now, at 36, that sounds kind of AIDSy. But as like, at 22, I'm like, can I have some? I want to have some. And he goes, probably. Now, I'd like to point out first that this girl, and I'm just being honest, this girl is a real world 4, but she's a gangbang 8. Does that make sense? So I think my first suggestion is I go, hey, what are you doing after this AM radio show? And she goes, going home. I go, well, we should all come hang out and play Truth or Dare. That's my big idea. At 22, a little old for Truth or Dare, but it always works. I don't know why. Like, girls will do anything if you phrase it in a Truth or Dare. It's amazing. You'd be like, dare, like, blow everybody. And they're like, oh, this is so unfair. Okay. Hold my gum. Everyone has to finish? Okay. That's what we're banking on. So we're driving to her place. She gets in our car. We're driving over there. And we stop at a convenience store because we're responsible. We got to buy some condoms. And it's up to me to go in and buy condoms. So I go buy 6 normal condoms. A package of 6, that's 2 condoms each. That's pretty good. For a gangbang, 2 condoms apiece? We go back to this girl's house where she lives, and I'm not lying to you, in the attic. It's her parents' home, but they keep her in the attic like some kind of whoreback of Notre Dame. They just sit up there and just like take cocks with one hand and ring a bell every hour. Bing, bong, mom, 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 mom. First thing we notice, her bed broken. One leg completely off, and it's down on the ground. And I go, what's up with that? And this is her answer. She goes, oh, I had some friends in from the military last week. She's gangbanging weekly and sometimes taking on entire fleets of Marines, which is pretty aggressive. I mean, I don't know if you get one of those USO coins for that, but she should have one. So we're doing some Truth or Dare, and I'm like, show us your boobs. And she's very bored with this. She's like, whatever. But we're still young men excited. We're like, woo, boobs. Like, we're so excited. And we're like, show your vagina. I don't want to say pussy because it seems too gruff. Show your vagina. And she's like, whatever. And then I was like, now you have to look at Kurt's dick for 1 minute. And she goes, how about I just fuck all 3 of you? And I actually went, what? Come on. Here? I don't know. Can we? All right. I go, thank God I have this completely closed box of condoms. Now I'm going to describe to you how the 3 of us look. We're not a very fuckable group, me and Kurt and Glenn. Glenn looks pretty much like me if somebody dropped an anvil on my head. Just a little bit shorter and a little bit wider. And Kurt is a tall, lanky dude. And we start divvying out these condoms. Everybody gets their condom. Me and Glenn put our condoms, our regular condoms, on our very regular white dicks. Rolls down, not even fully, a little bit of space left. And Kurt pulls out this fucking... He pulled out a dick that's like upsets other dudes when he pulls it out. And he did it once he saw our dicks and us just doing a little like, you know, holding the tip and like trying to roll down this condom. He pulled his huge dick out he just splayed it out in the room. It was so fucking big. It was wearing a Hulkamania shirt. His dick did this when he pulled it out. And I was like, I'm not going to cheer for you, so stop. And we were so friggin' impressed by this thing, but now I'm worried. I'm like, I've never seen a dick that big. In fact, when he pulled it out, I try to make fun of him. I go, aha, Kurt's dick's already hard. And he goes, no, it ain't. And I go, holy shit. I just stared at his dick the rest of the time. Like, this is something, huh? Is that real? That all you? This huge dick's just flopping. Then I start seeing a struggle like I've never seen before. He goes to put on his regular condoms over this barrel cock, and he puts the first one on. It gets halfway down and explodes around his dick like a fucking like a cartoon cigar. Like the other one, he starts rolling, just shoots across the room. And then he looks at two fat guys with small dicks, and he goes, "What do I do now?" I'm like, I don't know, man. This is a problem I've never been faced with. Like, garbage bag and a rubber band, or like fucking... This girl is so fantastic. This is her solution. She goes, go down to my car. I got some Magnum condoms in my car. The big dick condoms. In her car! What a prepared whore. I don't know if there's a Girl Scout badge for that kind of preparedness, but there should be. So Kurt goes downstairs to get this Magnum condom out of her glove compartment box. And me and Glenn are banging this chick. I don't even know if we are. We're just like on either side of her, and it's just essentially three fat people making hilarious fat sex noises. Just like, it sounds like we're fucking or gasping for like drowning air. Like, ugh, ugh. Water. What Kurt decided to do in the other room before he came in was get butt naked, except for this giant banana yellow Magnum condom over his enormous fucking pecker. And me and Glenn are just going, and then all of a sudden, Kurt comes in the room. Kurt, his dick comes in the room first, and with every step, it's a real boner too. So with every step, it's doing that kind of like that, like it's vibrating like the door stop when you were a kid, like. Like a plank someone just jumped off of. Like, where are you? And then Kurt, he was wearing tube socks and a big banana yellow condom. He should have been wearing a sash that was like Mr. Awesome, 1985. And he comes in the room, and almost in a show of just like primal respect, me and Glenn like rolled out of the way like synchronized swimmers, like, oh, the headliner's here. And like, just kind of, you've had your appetizer, now comes... And Kurt starts going to work on this chick. Really giving her the business, which I'm impressed, because here's the thing. During me and Glenn, she didn't make a lot of noise, but granted so. Two fat guys weighing in a combined dick of like, I don't know, 8 inches tops. So... in two different directions, she's getting about 5 inches of dick or so a piece. Not that impressive. But now Kurt comes in with this porno-quality wallop. And almost like we're a fuck team, like we're watching where it's like, oh, yeah, you're going to see now, bitch. Like you... yeah, that's fine. But now my dad's here, and you'll see. He's going to buy this place. I became that kid. And Kurt starts giving her the business. And I know he's making noises. He's sweating, and he's not fat at all. He's giving it actual effort. And I'm like, she's going to see now. But she didn't. She just took it she did everything but give a shit. And at one point, I swear to you, she says the word, she goes, we should go to a diner after this. And I could see the defeat starting to build in Kurt's eyes. I'm like, we got to do something here. So now we make it a team effort. Like, we're going to make this girl make some sex noises. Like, she's got to feel this at some point. So at one point, me and Glenn, it's almost jokingly, but to do it for fun, we're holding Kurt's feet up in the air. I'm holding his ball sack back with my hand. We're taking everything away and making him just a completely aerodynamic, humongous penis. Like we're going to just drill, like we're going to stab her with his cock into her vagina. And I just remember that feeling of like, where I was like, yeah, she'll see. And we're ramming Kurt into her cooch. It's like heave ho, and like me and Glenn are looking at each other over Kurt's ass, like, right? And I go, I bet she's crying in vaginal pain right now. And I leaned around Kurt's ass cheeks to take a look at her, and I swear to you, on my daughter's life, these are the words that came out of her mouth. She goes, bacon cheeseburger. That's what I'm going to get. And I appreciate you guys.
On the road, I started opening for this guy named Joe Rogan, who does the UFC commentary. We're out once. It was so fun. I'm used to shows that were like, 25 people. And we went out, I remember, in West Palm Beach, Florida, to this amazing shows. They were great every night. And on Saturday night, I don't know if you guys have ever been to West Palm Beach. That's where white trash was invented. Not a fun place. But at the end of the night, on Saturday night, he goes, hey, let's go out and celebrate. Let's go to a strip club. And I was like, well, I don't have any money, so... I mean, if you want to pay for that, that's totally fine, but that's the only way I'm going. So he's like, yeah, I'll pay for it. So we all went to this strip club called Cheetahs. Here's the deal. Horrible club. Fat girls working the pole, like left and right. Like there was a pregnant lady stripping. Like legit, not even like a little pregnant, like 8, 9, 10 months pregnant. Where arms and legs were coming out. So we're at this strip club. It's pretty horrible, and it's just gross. It's just full of white, trashy grossness. And my friend and I see somebody in the middle of like the showroom, like right where you guys are sitting. We just saw a girl, one of the strippers, sit next to a guy at a table, and her arm was going like this the whole time. And we're like, what's going on there? And we kept looking until we realized, like, oh, that girl's giving that guy a hand job right there at the table. Just right there. So we all just turned and just stared at it. Literally not going to look at a hand job that's happening right in front of us? There's no way. It was awesome to look at until the guy like looked up and locks eyes with us. And we're like, oh, that's fucking weird. Sorry about that. That's a very personal moment. I shouldn't be staring at you in the eye. But we still really wanted to look. And then we figured out like, oh, this place is just full of mirrors. We can just look at the mirror and then back at the guy. We're like, yeah, you get your degenerate on. It was just fucking great. It was a little grainier, but like it did the trick. Anyway, the girl finishes. She gets up. She starts to walk away. And hold your ooze till later, please. And my friend, Tate Fletcher, that I'm with, he goes, I'm going to the bathroom real quick. And I go, you just went to the bathroom like 2 minutes ago. And he goes, yeah, you know. No, I don't know. I don't know. What does that mean? And he goes, I'm going to get a hand job from that girl. I was like, do whatever you want, bro. It's your decision. I'm not going to judge you. So Tate goes off with this girl. When we found out later it was her first day or her first week, and nobody told her she didn't have to give out hand jobs. So one dude convinced her, yeah, when does the hand job start? I guess that just happened. So Tate went off. It was like a hazing process. You know how sororities are. And Tate goes off with her, comes back about, 2-3 minutes later, and he goes, all right, you're up. I'm like, no, I'm not up. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. And he goes, dude, I already gave her $20. Now, here's what you should know about Jews. It is very difficult for us to just let any money go to waste. If there's $20, if there's ever been a kryptonite for our people, that's what it is, letting $20 go to some stripper. Like, there's no way without earning it. So I'm like, all right, well, fine, I'll do it. So, like, what do you have to do? Because I've never done this before. I've never done anything like this before. It was so foreign to me. I'm like, so how do you make it happen? Do you just go to like one hand job, please? Like, how do you? Do I take a number? Like, what's the process? And so he goes, dude, just take her like away to one of the private rooms or something, and just I already gave her the $20 for you. Just here's what you do: just pull your dick out, spit on her hand, and put it on there. And then she'll do that. If you mean awesome? Yeah, you're absolutely right. But I've never done it, so I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. So we're like, all right, let's go. So we went to this private room, semi-private. It's like, you know, you have like a little half wall, like a urinal wall next to you and another guy. So this girl, she's like, I sit down and she starts like, you know, lap dancing me. And I'm like, oh, I'm free. Like, I'm so worried about actually pulling my dick out. Because if she's not into it, like if Tate was lying to me, it's a really bad move. You know what I mean? There's no halfway on a dick pull out. That's like, you did it. You did that. So she's on top of me dancing, and I'm so fucking worried. I'm like, all right, I got to go for it. So I pulled my dick out. I unzipped and pulled it. She didn't freak out at all. So I was like, fuck yeah. So I took her hand, I licked it, and I put it right on there. Hold on to that for a while. Hold on to it. And I put it on there, and she just jerked me off. It was like it wasn't even like all the way out of my pants. It was like just to the edge. And she just jerked me off. It was right at the end of the song, too. Because like the song started like, you know, winding down, and she was like, you want another dance? But I knew that was going to be $20, and it was so close that I just like pushed into her. And I was like, no, we're good now. We're good. Like I came right as she was like, should you want? I'm like, and I was like, I'm cool. So then she went her way. I went to my friends, and they saw. They're like, did you get the hand job? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh yeah, we could tell because of the fucking wet spot in your pants. Just a big wet spot. Wet spot of shame, just right there. And we looked around. It's like, oh, there's wet spots all over this place. It was like a bunch of people with wet spots. It was like, oh, you met that girl too? Oh, cool. It was almost like an I gave blood sticker. But it's like I gave cum. It's just letting everybody know that this happened. Anyway, we left the place. It was done. Let's go out. We went and got burritos at some shitty place. And my friends asked me, like, what happened? How did it go? And I told them. And this is just you ever get a realization that happens to you and you realize what the truth is and you just overcome with shame or whatever it is? I was telling them, like, what'd you do? I'm like, you know, I pulled my dick out. I licked her hand. I put it on there. And my friend said, Tate, at Tate Fletcher on Twitter, he said, no. I didn't say lick her hand. I said spit on it. I was very clear. And I was like, well, I'm not an asshole. I'm not just going to spit. It's right there. It's some sort of... And then he's like, dude, what did she do right before she did that for you? And I'm like, oh, fuck. She just jerked off at least 2 guys that we saw. We were only there for like 12 minutes. She never once like made an attempt to go to the bathroom to wash her hands off. It wasn't like, fuck, another hand job to give? All right, let me just... She never tried. Like, maybe she was using cum as a cleanser for her hands to clean off some Chinese food she had earlier. Yeah, I pretty much gave my friend a blowjob. That's pretty much what happened. Not even the fun part of the blowjob where you get to give joy to someone. Just the horrible part where you get cum in your mouth.
Thank you, Ari. Wow. How do you follow that gangbang fist fuck of hilarious storytelling? I decided to tell a story about the best fight I've ever seen rather than a fight that I was in, because, like, I don't even really get in a ton of fights. I'm hard to piss off because, like, a wise person told me a few years ago, if you ever let words hurt you, like, you'll lose every fight. But if words never hurt you, you can never lose. Like, you can't break my fucking heart with anything. Like, someone told me recently, they go, your mother's sucking dicks down by the docks. And I was like, well, she's not charging enough because we're still eating a lot of spaghetti and butter. And then someone was like, how do you say that about your mother? I'm like, because it's not fucking real. I'm like, she's a respiratory therapist in South Jersey. She's fine. You don't say my mom sucks dick by the dogs. I have to call her like, Mom, I just heard. What happened? Is Joe out of work? Joe's my stepfather. Is Joe? I figure anyway, if you tell a fight story about yourself, like, you know, if I lost, it wasn't that exciting. And if I won, how douchey is it to tell a story about, like, here's how I fucked someone up. Like, so I'll tell you about the best fight I ever saw. It was pretty great. Wild cast of characters. 4 enormously fat white women. A skinny Puerto Rican guy. And a big black bouncer. That's the cast. Pretty good. Now, I don't know these 4 humongous chicks' names. So I named them so you can follow the story. The first girl was the smallest of the group, which is not saying a lot. Smallest of the group. She almost had a normal human torso, but the lower body of something more mythical, like centaur, centurion, something with hooves. Her ass was huge. She had a tattoo that went across her back, but she had her belt so fucking tight on her pants. I mean, tight, like she was gonna like shoot heroin into her pussy or something. You know, like it was so tight that it actually folded her fucking back up. And there's a part of the tattoo you can't see. I named her Assback. The second girl, I just call her Forgettable, because quite frankly, I don't remember anything about her. But I know there was a 4th chick. The third one was the prettiest of the group. Cute face, big titties, all the things you look for in an enormous girl that you're trying to find something good about. I call her Best in Show. And then the 4th girl, and this is the star of the story. This is the star. This girl weighed about 490. I'm not going to say 5. That 5 seems rude. 490. Mid to high 4s. But she was wearing the clothes more of like a 125-ish or something. It was really, like her pants were so tight. It looks like she had to jump off of a roof while clowns held her pants at the bottom to even get part of her body in these pants. And she was wearing a fucking tube top. That's balls. That's balls to wear a tube top. A mess from head to toe. I call her Atrocity. Story starts with Atrocity. She's outside a comedy club in New York City. She's making out with this skinny Puerto Rican guy. Now, he's not making out with her classic style where you attack from the front. He is flanking her from the east. He's coming over shoulder, making out with her, really gross, lippy, and his hand is just going up and down her body in the most mountainous, like it shouldn't be that, it was like she had 50 tits. It was just, and they all had nipples, like a pregnant puppy. They were so into it. So gross. And then her friends walked up, and they started speaking to her. And here's the thing with enormous white chicks. They adopt 2 personalities ever when they talk. Either the hillbilly white dudes that will fuck them, and then you start getting like, you know, the honey boo boo mom type chick, or the Latino and black drug dealers that will fuck enormous white chicks. One of those 2 personalities is coming up. These girls went with the Latino, black, kind of weird, like drug. It was weird. They walked up and they were just like, "Girl, we got to go." And I was like, I didn't expect that voice out of her mouth. "Come on, girl, we got to go." Puerto Rican guy said something, blah blah, grande, mommy, something. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. And they walk up the block. Several moments later, I hear a fucking commotion that sounds like fat fighting. So, as a fat guy, I have an ear for it. So, I roll up to the end of the block, and I watch what's happening. And these 4 chicks are fighting with this big black bouncer dude. I don't know what the fight's about. I just know they are fucking heated up. They're screaming. They're throwing punches. They're making all kinds of fucking noise. And at one point, Atrocity is right up in his shit. And he pushes her, and she is off balance. And she falls back in the most, just the softest, gentle, almost like someone just kicked over like a, like a plastic kid seesaw. Like she just kind of went with it because it was just like, it was like feet, thigh, ass, back. It was all. Just kind of came back up almost to her feet and then just went. It was a beautiful. And she even said "we." She was like "we." And she gets herself off the ground in a hilarious. She climbs up a mailbox, which was great. Just panting, out of breath from only 20 seconds of fight. And she gets up and she goes, and starts taking wild swings at this guy. I mean, throwing crazy haymakers. In the process of this, top of the tube top comes down, bottom comes up. And it's just kind of nestled in what I would describe as fold 4B. If I was doing a college paper outline on the lines that went across her body, it would be 4B, 4 subtext B. Photosynthesis. And her titties were out. These weren't good titties. They were bad, in fact. They were like so big. They were big and not big all at once. They were huge. There was a lot of tit. But there was only like tit stuffing in the very... It looked like somebody stapled 2 tube socks to her chest. But in the bottom of the sock, just put like a cup of soup. Just enough to give it some dangle so it would move like that. Looks like you could have like taken it off and used it as like a weapon to trip a horse. Game of Thrones it. They were awful. So awful, in fact, that look, when titties come out on the street, they don't have to be the best titties or big titties or even the same size on one girl. They could be all kinds of different titties. Generally, everyone around, dudes especially, are like, yay! When these titties came out, like 100 unrelated people were just like, no! Like vampires saw sunlight. These titties were bad, and she's swinging ferocious, like in one rhythm, and her titties are doing this almost like slow-mo cam. It looked like the remember the screensaver with the pipes? They were just going different directions. I think it serves to say they were bad tits. Just when I'm laughing at those tits, cops pull up. One cop gets out, thinks he can handle this, but he can't. It is a fucking melee of wigger, huge white women. Huge! Furious. Scratched up. People are throwing eggs on them from windows, so they're covered in yolk. Defeated. And the cop came and he broke up the fight. And he goes, you girls are getting arrested. Now, in talking to this cop, I found out he was so embarrassed at the idea of having to call for backup for these 4 just human waste of jizz. That he actually gave them a choice. He said, here's what I can fit in the car. I can arrest 3, or I can arrest atrocity. And some noble last effort of friendship, the 3 girls, as if to not make atrocity feel so gross, took the fall. They went down. And atrocity walked off hand and lump with that fucking Puerto Rican guy. And got the best, sad, uncircumcised sex of her life. That is my story.
It was like 3-4 years ago. We all decided, we found somebody looked in their freezer and they looked in the back and like, oh, I have like an ounce of mushrooms. And like, well, let's do those right now. So like, let's go camping. Like, okay. And we left at like 5:45 p.m. to go to Malibu Creek State Park, which took us like 3.5, 4 hours to get there. It was great. But then we're trying to set this tent up.
In the complete dark.
Yeah. By iPhone light. And not the good iPhone where you have the flashlight, the fucking shitty iPhone 3, like an immigrant. Again, just the front-facing thing.
We're using the screen.
Yeah, the
on
screen.
Full brightness.
No. And it was hard to set the stand up. By the way, as soon as we got there, everybody jumps out of the van we're all in. Everybody jumps out, and they all go, mushrooms, mushrooms, mushrooms. And we're like, no, tent, first tent.
The tent.
Yeah.
We're going to need the tent after the mushrooms.
Yeah, so we tried to set it up. It was a big tent we had.
I mean, we're like climbing over each other, sticking stakes. I had this Jufro in my mouth like 3 times. That's what Jufro tastes like.
What does it taste like?
Money.
Stupid idiot.
It's like a 20.
That's a good bill.
I would have said 5, but that doesn't taste like
that's insulting. So we're trying to set this tent up, and we don't know how to do it. It's difficult. We're trying to get it. And by the way, our one friend, Madonia, refuses to help.
Oh, yeah. He took the liberty of being the grinder of the mushrooms.
Yeah. He was like, you guys set the tent up, I'll grind the mushrooms so they're ready.
It's like, don't break your back, Dan.
He was like, I'm really good at grinding. Like,
this?
Where'd you go to school for that?
It's a grinder. It's made to be simple.
Yeah, we can just do it afterwards. Like, trust me, I'm really good. Like, all right, fucking idiot, don't help.
It was a huge tent, too.
It was hard. It was
2-story.
It was not 2 stories. It was a nice tent, but it was not 2 stories. It was like an 8-person tent.
It had a chimney.
It did not have a chimney. Stop it.
It came with a receptionist.
All right. It did not come with a tent. It was a nice 7-8-person tent, but it was hard. We couldn't stand out. Our real problem was that it was just us there.
There was no men.
Yeah, there was no men.
It was a bunch of dudes.
Yeah.
That never camp. Finally, our buddy Marino's girlfriend was like, just move out of the way.
Yeah, she took care of it. She's like, you hold that pipe, just do it.
She's like a foreman. In like 5 minutes, there it was.
Yeah, all set up.
Perfectly.
It was great then. And then we took the mushrooms.
Yeah. Took the mushrooms, and for the next hour, there's that, like...
Yeah, there's that moment of, like, has it kicked in yet?
Do you feel anything?
I don't know. I think I might feel it. Do you feel it? I don't know. I feel it.
No, that was a fart.
Oh, okay. Maybe I feel it. And then when they hit, like 45 minutes in, an hour in, they're just like this whoosh. And you're like, oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know what I was talking about before.
No question.
Yeah, this is for sure it now.
And that's how we knew the shrooms were working, was when we couldn't stop laughing at how perfectly we nailed the tent. Just like on the box.
It looked just like on the box.
Like I put the box next to the tent. I was like, which one do I sleep in?
It's so good. It looks so good.
The picture on the box even had a camper sleeping in front of the tent, and our friend Luke just so happened to pass out in front of the tent. So it was like, it even came with Luke.
Look at that. Like, guys, we fucking nailed it. We nailed it. And when mushrooms happen, as soon as it starts happening, you start laughing at everything.
Oh,
First to the tent.
Just
Willie, our buddy Willie.
Willie kept on guessing the time. He was so dialed in.
No clock, no watch, none of that.
11:58.
You're like, what the fuck? No fucking way!
Thank you.
How'd you do that?
A few minutes would go by. 12:13.
No way, man. Fuck! It would just happen over and over again. Oh, man, good times. By the way, that was as good as it got for Willie.
Oh, yeah.
That was his pinnacle.
Yeah.
Mushrooms gives you good times and bad times and good times again. He never had the good times again. It was just there and then gone.
I've never seen anybody walk home from a camping trip. Willie slept in his bed that night. I called him a few hours. I was like, Willie, where are you? He's like, I'm freaking out in McDonald's, man. He's like, yeah, everybody's looking at me. Like, because you're probably making a scene, Willie.
Why at McDonald's? We were gonna get him at first. We're like, where are you? Where can I pick you up? He's like, I'm at McDonald's.
Like, oh, you're fucked.
Yeah, we can't get you from there.
And he's like, yeah, I think we need to go our separate ways. I was like, yeah, we definitely can't get you right now.
Yeah.
No. I mean, in life. I was like, are you breaking up with me? On the phone?
He thought he was better than us.
Earlier that day, he had signed a contract to shoot a pilot for NBC. So he's in McDonald's and he's telling me, he's like, you know, like, look I'm a big time TV writer now. And you're just taking drugs out in the wilderness. Like, you're a loser. And I was like, Willie, you're tripping balls in a McDonald's. You're not better than me.
You're not better than anybody, bro. You ain't better than anybody.
He's like, I know. I just don't want to lose this. All right? I've worked so hard. I finally got something. I just don't want to. Hey, you. What are you looking at? Yeah, you. The fuck you looking at? I gotta go. Willie?
Hey, where is he? He's like, he won't answer the phone anymore.
Willie's in some shit with some guy at McDonald's, and there's nothing we could do.
Anyway, whatever. But that was later. So then earlier, here's the plan. Malibu Creek State Park. I don't know if you've ever been there, but tell them what it is.
Oh, Malibu State Park is where Malibu Creek State Park is where they shot the TV show MASH. So one of the novelties of camping here is that you could take a trail and go see the ruins of MASH.
Yeah, they left the whole set there. It's all there. Which, guys, mushrooms and the abandoned MASH. I can't imagine a better thing to do on mushrooms.
I mean, the set of MASH is one thing. It's like, whatever. But then on mushrooms?
Yeah, for sure.
We're going.
Yeah. By the way, just spoiler alert, we never found it.
Oh, we never made it.
We never got there. He went like 2 years later and found out it was like 15 minutes away from where we hiked.
It was right under our nose.
But never found it.
And, you know.
So we smoked this joint. We were going to we took it all. We're like, let's do it. Whatever. We're all laughing. We're like, all right, it's time to go find MASH. And then we smoked this joint. Our friend Eric Marino had this joint. By the way, the dispensary owner who sold it to him said it was really strong. And he's like, really? And the guy said, this joint is named the joint that'll kick you in the face. And here's the deal. If you're a stoner, and I know most of you are, when somebody warns you about the potency of weed, it's just like, the hell are you talking to, man?
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare you? Like if they give you like a cookie, like only take half of this. It's like, fuck you. Now I'm taking 3 of them. How dare you say you know me?
Those are fighting words.
Yeah, exactly. So we smoked this joint, and then we're like, let's start walking. And
that's when we broke up.
Yeah. Well, I was in the front of this like line. It was me and like not Eric Marino, Dan Madonia, and this guy Ryan Mervis, and we all start walking. And then you just held back with the rest of the people.
Well, my buddy Marino started throwing up because the joint literally kicked him in his face. And,
but it was the
guy that bought the joint that initially laughed in the face of the guy that sold it to him was throwing up because he coughed too hard.
Yeah. But it was a mushroom throw up. That's a good throw up. It's not like a normal throw up. Mushroom throw up's like. So many shades of brown.
The laughter between the heaves.
So we were gone. We didn't know they weren't even behind us. We never looked back.
Yeah, I went back to get Marino some water and help him out, and that's when the cop showed up. So you've seen the flashlight in the dark. You know that's only one thing. Like, what? The popo here.
What did you say, by the way, when the cop showed up? What did you say?
Oh, that's the beautiful thing about mushrooms is that, like, it takes away your filter. Like, you're the most animalistic you would ever be. So when he shined the light at me right in front of his face, I was like, uh-oh.
That's the last thing you want to say to a cop, is the words, uh-oh.
Like,
no matter what you're doing. If any cop shows up, be like, "Oh fuck, a cop!" You just don't say that.
Oh no, you got me, officer.
Like, oh, I'm gonna search you now. Like, what?
That's probably why he asked if I was on drugs.
Yeah, when you go,
back at
uh-oh. This guy was a dick, though. That's what Marino and all them said. That guy was like not fucking around.
He was a dick. He threw the whole, there's a jail about 20 miles away, and I don't mind driving there. Do you guys want to drive there? And I was like, well, no.
Why are you in charge right now? Why are you the guy talking to him?
Normally, I would never be the guy to talk to the cops. But, Willie's freaking out, trying to figure out what time it is.
Yeah. He was still like, "Hello, officer. What are you doing here at 117?" Matt's like, "Willie, not now, not now." The cop was like,
"This isn't part of the trip, Willie."
Yeah, Marino's barfing. Becca's all huddled up.
Yeah, I was just the guy.
Luke still passed out.
And at the time, I had a lot to lose because back then my dad was running for state assembly. So I just didn't want to fuck up the whole campaign.
By the way, I love how you say you have a lot to lose because your dad is running for state assembly.
I'd never be able to go back
You're
home.
going to fuck it up, but you have the fuck. It's so selfish.
Well,
I'd be grounded. He would fucking lose his whole career. I could have gotten grounded, you guys.
that would ruin everything for me. So I had no choice but to stay in the pocket, Like I had to stay focused on what the cop was saying. Yes, no, He's like, how old are you guys? Like, well, I'm 26. Willie just turned 26. Becca's 23. And he goes, how old's that guy? Pointed to the guy, Marino throwing up. I was like, he's 40. What a loser, right, officer? Like, come on, Marino. There's a cop here.
He knew it, too. He's like, sorry,
And so he's like, there's no drugs here. And I was like, nope. And he's like, well, what's that? And he shines his light on our picnic table. And one of Ari's grinders, I don't know if you've seen it. It has like Ari's psychedelic Jew face on it.
Yeah, I saw grinders for merch, and it's got my face with like a third eye on it.
Yarmulke made of mushrooms.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much screams we're taking drugs with this thing. So what's that? And I was like, it's a grinder. He's like, what's it for? And I'm thinking, the lesser here, I mean, I know that that's what we use to grind the shrooms in, but usually we use it for weed. So if I just say weed, maybe that would be,
It's California. That's
California,
allowed. It's
so
allowed.
I just let him have it. I was like, it's for marijuana. And he's like, do you have your license? I was like, yep. He's like, all right.
He threatened to take them to jail if they didn't have their fucking pot license.
Yeah.
What a dick.
Which is anybody could get their license.
Yeah, it's so easy. Everybody's got their pot card here, right?
Yeah.
You go to a doctor, anything. They don't give a fuck. You'd be like, I had a cough once.
I told the doctor that I have anxiety, and he's like, well, here's some more anxiety. Use this anxiety to drown out the other anxiety.
It's the best
Simple.
system. It's the best. I remember the first time I bought legal weed from that place Zen on Santa Monica and La Cienega. And I bought it. I had a bag of weed in my hand. I was out there meeting my friend, and then I went to the dispensary and had it, and I was like, wow, I just bought legal weed. But then right then a cop pulled up at the light, and I was like, oh, shit. But then I was like, no, wait, this is legal. What I'm doing is legal in California. I've done nothing wrong. And then I started walking towards him, and I looked at my other hand, and that was just a bag of mushrooms. And I was like, what am I doing here?
There's no medical mushrooms.
There's no medical mushrooms.
So he's like, well, open the grinder. And I just know,
Fuck.
I'm looking at everybody. This is where we get busted, guys. Here we go. So I do everything I can to stall reaching for the grinder, hoping that maybe he'll get a call like, there's shots fired, you got to go. And he'd be like, sorry, officer, I couldn't get the grinder open for you.
By the way, at this point, as tense as it was for him, me and the other two guys that had walked away, we were having a wonderful time. It could not have been more fun. We saw a deer. We saw a skunk. That was a lot of fun. Walked around in the woods, really enjoyed ourselves. We even actually saw those cops. As I came through the woods the first time, they were like Merv's dog. It was like not on a leash because of course it is, officer. And we're like, what are you guys doing here? Like, some people making noise. We're like, well, you better shut them up because it's all about tranquility out here. Yeah. So fuck those assholes.
Make sure to check their grinders, officer.
We didn't know they were going to you. We didn't know they were going to you guys.
So I do everything I can to stall it. I would like make small talk with the cop, like, so how long have you been a cop? I've always wanted to be a cop. When I was in high school and I'd get in trouble by the cops and they'd sit me on the curb, I would always, my go-to move was talk about how I wanted to be a cop when I grew up. and it'd make them be like, yeah, you're just a dumb kid. Get out of here. It's worked a million times, and I thought it would work at 26. He's like, just open the fucking grinder. So I open it as slowly as possible, and he shines his light right in it, and there's nothing there. Completely empty. Dan had grinded him up so well that it turned into powder, and he just...
No, that's actually not what happened. I talked to Dan later. That's not it at all. He's such a fucking junkie for mushrooms that he poured orange juice into the grinder and then fucking sucked out so he get every last drop of the powder for himself so he could trip a lot harder.
Take a shot.
Yeah.
So finally the cop's like, all right, everybody go to bed. Too loud, time to go to bed. And we're like, you got it. Like, we're off the hook. Yeah, we'll go to bed. Fine, officer. So we start walking in. He walks by the tent, and he shines his light on. He's like, wait, hold on a second. I'm like, oh, no, what now? And he leans over to his partner, and he goes, nice tent. Right?
You nailed it, you guys. Matt Edgar, everybody. Here's the deal. I'm going to talk about drugs for a second. Yeah, you guys heard of them? Have you heard of them? They're amazing. Here's what I do to pass time in my free time. I like to go to UFC events. My friend gets me free tickets. He works for them. So as a Jew, that's the exact right price that I'm willing to pay every single time. Any event, really. It doesn't matter. It'd be like, hey, I got 2 tickets. So I'm like, stop right there. Because I'm in. So I go to these UFC events, these cage fighting things. And if you ever watch them on TV, it lasts like 2 or 3 hours. But if you actually go to one of them, it's like 6.5 hours long. And that's way too long not to be fucked up. And beer costs so much of those things. So I figured out that you could just take drugs. And you could smuggle them inside your system. So I've taken all sorts of stuff. I've taken ecstasy before, and mushrooms there, and acid. That was probably the best one. And pot cookies. I've taken those. Those are my normal ones, just pot cookies. So I want to talk about pot cookies for a second. Here's the thing with certain types of drugs. Alcohol, weed, it's not that hard. Like you smoke it or you take a shot. Within 5 minutes, you know how fucked up you're going to get off that thing. But some drugs takes like an hour to kick in. And by then, it's too late. This ride is already in motion. Fucking things have come down. You're in, so is that holy grail of drug use is taking the exact right amount. That's so hard to get. Because if you take too much, you're fucked. If you don't take enough, that's the worst thing that can happen to you. The worst possible scenario on drugs is that you don't get fucked up. So you got to figure out how much it takes. So what I would say is, no matter what people tell you to take like 8% extra. You want to make sure. So I took this pot cookie at this UFC fight one time, and you ever start like getting higher and higher on a pot cookie? Like you start blasting off. You know, you have like a range in mind from here to here, and then you just go like boom, boom, and you're like still going up. Just fucking shooting through the ceiling like Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory, you know, in the elevator, and it goes right through the top. Where I was always like, why do you make the ceiling out of glass if the elevator can do that? It's just a poor design from an engineering standpoint, but whatever. So I was doing that. I was sitting in my chair at this UFC, fucking flying, just sitting there enjoying it like this. My friend kept turning to me every once in a while. She'd be like, good fights, right? And I go, like, this is not my first time. I'm not going to fuck up. You got to do better than that if you're going to try to trick me. Every like hour she'd say something, I just mutter back at her like, I'm just too good at this. But then after like 3 hours, she goes, hey, do you want to go get some snacks from concession? And I go, fuck yes! How did you know that? How did you know that? That's exactly what I want to do. You're in my mind right now. So I'm like, let's go to concession. So we stood up. It was like 3 steps up to the main level. And here's the thing. There's a different level of fucked up, no matter what you're on. Alcohol, drugs. There's a different level from when you're sitting to when you're standing. And you think those two things would be related, but they're completely not related. Like when you're sitting down, you're like, okay, that was pretty bad there for a while. I think I'm coasting now. I think we're okay. I was close to barfing. When you're like this, and you're like... That's always a sign. If you ever see somebody doing that at a bar, just going like this, just move away from that person immediately. So you're like, okay, I think I'm good now. It's been like an hour. I'm in control. Yeah, I'm in control. Let's do this. And you stand up. You're like, oh, fuck no. I'm not in control at all. The drug is in control. It was getting really bad. To the point where I had to have a talk with myself in my brain. Like a full discussion. That's when you know shit's going bad. When your brain says, Ari, I need to talk to you for a minute. I was like, what? What's happening, brain? What's the matter? Because I stood up, we went right out to the front line. We got right into the concession line. It was like right after a fight, so it was like perfect timing. We got in, people got in behind me. I started getting real lightheaded. My brain's like, let me tell you something. And I was like, what do you have to tell me? Like, you only give me bad news. Is everything totally cool? And brain was like, listen, Ari, here's what's going to happen. You're going to pass out. And I was like, what? No fucking way! No, I'm not doing that in a concession line at a UFC. No, I'm not doing that. We gotta be another option. We gotta figure something else out. We're not fucking passing out right here. No. And my brain was like, shh. It's okay, baby. It's okay. Listen, fighting it, that's not gonna help. You're going to pass out. So let me prepare you. And I was like, all right, cool, I guess. What am I going to do? So my brain was like, you're going to fall asleep. You're going to wake up in about 25 seconds on the floor. And there's going to be a bunch of people staring at you. And you're probably going to feel really, really embarrassed. I want you to get up and walk away rapidly. And I was like, all right, I can handle that. If that's my future, that's not so bad. I can deal with that. So I'm in this concession line, just getting, like, everything's getting real light. Like, just getting, like, real light. I don't know if you guys have ever passed out before. You don't black out. I'm not trying to be racist, but you don't black out. Everything gets white and you white out. And then you start sweating. Like, I'm sitting there, it's getting whiter and whiter. Everything's, like, pouring sweat. My t-shirt's, like, soaked. And then the last thing to go is your hearing. It just starts ringing. It starts going... like that. So I could barely hear anything. I could barely see. I'm starting to go. And then right before I completely shut off, the last guy in the concession line got his stuff. And he left. So it was just me and the counter. And so I just lunged at the counter and put my hand on it. And then I locked my elbow. And then I just went out. I was just like... I can't see, I can't hear, I don't know what's up or down. Every part of my body is asleep, every part, except my elbow. That's the only thing keeping it all together. My elbow's like Frodo Baggins' buddy. You're like, oh, I'll take it from here, sir, and pretend this isn't about homosexuality. So I'm like this for really like 20, 25 seconds until the first thing that started coming back is my hearing. It was like the ringing stopped, and the first thing I hear was a guy behind the concession stand. Just going, sir, what can I get you? I was just like, you can get me like 1 minute. That's what I need first. Woo! And then I was able to like slowly get my footing, and like the sweating started to like slow down. And I looked at him, I was like, okay, now like 4 popcorns and 6 Reese's Pieces immediately, and then we'll start talking. I was able to like completely come back, and I was like, whoa. And then I looked over at my friend, and my friend was just standing next to me, just going like this, like. And I was like, what? And she goes, what? No, you don't get to ask that. Like, you didn't do anything out of the ordinary there. What the fuck was that? Because she didn't even know I had taken anything. So to her, for the last 3 hours, I had just been boring. And then I got to the front of the concession line and started doing the Twizzler dance out of nowhere. She's like, what was that? And I was like, that was someone who just took the right amount of drugs. Here's the deal. I moved to New York not too long ago, a few years ago. And it's great. It's a lot of fun. People are like, which one do you like better? I'm like, they're both great. They're both great. There's this war going on between LA and New York, and I don't understand it. Like, which one's better? Which one's better? New York sucks. LA sucks. I'm like, fucking Kansas City sucks. Why are you trying to hurt each other? It's like, who's better, Kobe Bryant or Kevin Durant? Well, in terms of non-rape, I guess it would be Kevin Durant. But that's right, I hate the Lakers. People are like, why don't you forget it? I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. Anyway, that's all sidetrack. What I really like LA better is in the winter. So what I do is I find some comedian to switch apartments with for the winter. I come here, they go there. I ask them usually in June, they look at the weather report, and they're like, yeah, New York seems fine. And then like January rolls around, they're like, you double-crossed me! And I'm like, I can't hear you over the sunshine. So I switched apartments with my friend Benji Aflalo, and he double-crossed me too, because when I got to his apartment, he was like, oh, by the way, I got a dog, you gotta take care of it, bye. He left. This dog bit me for like the first week I was there too. I was like, why is your dog biting me? He stayed for like 3 days. We stayed like together, and then he left. But I was like, why is your dog biting me? He's like, well, you know, dogs can smell fear. And I was like, yeah, but why is he biting me? He's like, well, you know, when they smell fear. Like, I've never understood that logic. Of like, just because you know I'm scared of you, dog, why is physical violence your answer to that? That's asshole logic. Like, how about, you know I'm scared, walk slowly when I'm in the room. Set me at ease. Don't be like, scared? I'm scared? Like, yes, please stop doing that, and I won't be as frightened of you. It was fun taking care of this dog, too, though. I fell in love with him. I love this dog. There's a lot I didn't understand. My thought was, I'll take him on walks, I'll meet chicks, you know, like, oh, you got a dog? Yeah, dog. You know? That's when one thing leads to another situation. I love this dog. Here's my question about dogs, by the way. They say they're supposed to have a really good sense of smell. For that, so little. Dogs, really good sense of smell. Okay. Well, then how come when they're smelling another dog's asshole, do they have to be inside that dog's asshole in order to make out what it is? Because that doesn't seem like a very good sense of smell at all. I have guy friends who, if they haven't showered for like a day and a half, I can smell their assholes. From like 6 feet away through clothing, I'm like, it was one of you guys. I don't know which one, but I can clearly smell asshole. I don't have to treat it like a 40-year-old wine. Where I'm like, hold on, let me really get in there. Yep, that's an asshole, all right. Story checks out. Same place as the others. Anyway, this dog, he was so cool. Who has dogs here? Anybody? You guys got a dog. Your dog do any tricks? Sleeps a lot? That's not really a trick. That's depression. You want your dogs to do tricks. Nothing crazy. All I wanted to teach this dog was to fetch. That was my goal. It was like 9, 10-month-old dog, and I'm like, I can still teach it. You know? Fetch. Basic shit. Nothing crazy. Some people do that trick where you put a treat on the dog's nose and they gotta fucking sit there and not eat it. Just balancing it, and then you're like, okay, go, and then they eat it. That's fucking slave shit. Don't do that to your dog. That's part of your family. That's unnecessary. Oh, this thing that you love? Here, it's right next to your face where you can smell it. Don't eat it. I just wanted this dog to fetch. That's all I wanted him to do. Fetch. Easiest shit in the world, right? And I tried to teach him how to fetch. It was so hard, but I tried. I watched YouTube videos on how to train a dog to... I watched 30 seconds of one YouTube video on how to train a dog to fetch. I bought the crinkly kind of toy. I bought those little tiny tennis balls so we can get his fucking tiny chihuahua mouth around it. Nothing worked. He had no interest in fetching. You know what he loved? No, none of you guys got it. You're never going to get it. You're not even on the right path. Semen. He loves semen. I'm not done there. I'm not going to just leave it out there like that. I'm like, oh, next story. Like, there's more to it. I'm going to explain it. I came home one day, and in his dog bed, he had all these tissue papers. And he was like fucking biting these tissue papers. They're like eating them. And I was like, Benji, why is your dog biting all these tissue papers? And he goes, oh, motherfucker. He's been in my room again. Yeah, he goes in there and treasure hunts for jizz rags. And he brings it back to his bed like a job well done. He gets to enjoy his spoils. He loves semen. I don't care. I'm not going to judge him. Let him be happy with who he is. He knows what he loves. I'll just lock my door. That's all. I kept the door closed and I wouldn't let him in my room. But once I went to the bathroom, when I came back, he had one of my inside-out socks in his bed. Smart dog. Fine, whatever. I don't care. All I want is to be a dog trainer. And I tried everything to get this dog to fetch. I tried everything. I bought him a little fetch toy. It's like a rubber, hollow thing. You put a treat on the inside, and then you let him smell it. He wags his tail all happy, and then I throw it. He would just look at it. And then look back at me. Like, you know you're going to go get that. And then I'm like, see? Don't you? I'm like, you're fucking training me. No interest in fetching. Anyway, towards the end of the winter, I was having sex with a woman, and I used a condom for once. Feels great to use a condom. I feel like I'm not part of the problem. Anyway, I finished, and I went to the bathroom to throw out the condom, in the trash can in the bathroom. When I opened the door, the dog, he got all excited to see me, because I was in the bedroom killing it for like 8 hours. Could have been 10 minutes. I don't know. Could have been 10. Dogs can't tell time. Dogs can't tell time. Dogs can't tell time. To him, it was like a day. It didn't matter. Dogs can't tell time. And I saw him. I was like, oh, hey, buddy, excited to see me? But he wasn't looking at me. He was looking at my hand with the condom in it. And I was like, what? No. And to test, I went like that. And then he goes like up. And I do that thing. And I'm like, you fucking slut. To him, it was like a glass of milk. Guys, don't judge him. He's happy with who he is. We just legalized gay marriage in this country. Don't take a step back on dog homosexuality. I don't care. He loves semen. Let him be into what he's into. That's what he likes. That's what he wants. But what I want is to be a dog trainer. So I got that little fetch toy. And I put, yep. You're right too. You're right. That's right. Yep, that's right. You know what's gonna happen. Yep, that's right. I put it down, and I took the condom and I turned it over, and I just kind of like emptied it onto this fetch toy. And then I let him smell it, and he loved it. He was like, I couldn't get enough of it. I take it, I throw it, and you fucking run after it. I take it out, and throw it. He was so excited. You know the thing they do where they can't even get traction? After a while, and then it starts catching in. He would do that, like burning rubber. I jizzed on everything after that, you guys. The tennis ball, the crinkly toy. All of it. Yeah, my methods are a little bit unorthodox. I'm a lot like House. But there's only one thing that's important there, and that is that I am a dog trainer. Okay, what do you guys think people like saying better? Do you think people like saying Merry Christmas better or Happy Hanukkah?
Christmas.
Overwhelming Christmas, huh? You fucking anti-Semites? All right. Fair enough. Yeah, I think it's Christmas too. I was in New York this year. It was my first time being in New York for Christmas. I've always been in LA for like the Christmas season, which is the best time of the year here because everyone leaves. So this place is at like 30% capacity. You can find parking spots. It's fucking wonderful. You're like, oh, this is how the city was built for this amount of people. It's great. But I was in New York, and in New York, they doll up the streets. They put like Christmas lights all over. And for the first time in my life, I got the Christmas spirit. Yeah, I'd never gotten it before. As a Jew, we weren't told what the Christmas spirit was. My dad wouldn't even say the word Christmas. because it contained the word Christ in it. For real, he literally pronounced Christmas Krachmir. Yeah, he wouldn't say it with any sort of spite. He was just like, I'm not saying that fucking word, so what are you guys doing for your Krachmir break? I forgot about that. And so I never got the Christmas spirit before. And listen, you guys, Christians, you've done a lot of fucking shady shit over the years. The Christmas spirit, I've got no problem at all with that. That's just nice. It's when you hold it open for somebody and go, Merry Christmas. And you let they go in, they go, Merry Christmas to you. In the first year in New York, for the first time, I got the Christmas spirit. I would hold it open for everybody all the time. I'd be like, Merry Christmas. They'd look at me like, are you because I'm like, I'm not mocking you. And they're like, all right, I'll go in your whole door open. Anyway, so my first year, I got the Christmas spirit. And this year was one of those years where Hanukkah and Christmas overlapped. It was like Christmas fell on like the fourth day of Hanukkah. And this was like 3 or 4 days. It was the first night of Hanukkah. I was walking down my block in New York, and I passed some guy in the street, and he goes, hey, can I use your cell phone? It's like some Persian or Armenian guy or something. It's got nothing to do with the story. I don't know why. Straight racism. There's no reason to say that at all. There's nothing to do with it. But anyway, he goes, can I use your cell phone? And you know when a stranger asks to use your cell phone, that means that's a guy who's about to steal your cell phone. Yeah, like, sure, guy with brand new Nikes on. I'm sure I'll give this to you. But I have a flip phone, so I'm like, yeah, I'll call your bluff. You know? What, are you going to risk jail and run away for a fucking $19 piece of equipment you don't know how to use? So I was like, here you go. And so he goes, he opened it. He's like, how do you use this? And I was like, you got to flip it open. He goes, it opens? I'm like, yeah, man, it's great. And so he dialed, and then he goes, he dialed some number, and he goes, hey, it's a delivery guy. I'm downstairs. I got your food. He had a bag of food on him. He was a delivery guy. And I was like, oh, cool. And then he handed me back the phone. He goes, thanks. I was like, hey, man, Merry Christmas. And he goes, Merry Christmas to you. It felt great. It felt like Martin Luther King Jr. I don't want to go too far, but I'm about that level. And then I walked away feeling great about myself. Did a good deed for the year. And then I got about 3 blocks away, and my phone rang. And it was the same number. I guess that guy called. He was coming back. And I was like, hello? And he goes, and the guy goes, where are you? And I didn't want to get involved, you know? So I was just like, I'm right downstairs. And he goes, where? I don't see you. And I'm like, I don't know, I'm right here, man. And he's like, what do you look like? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like Persian or Armenian or something. I've got maybe a hoodie or a jacket, I forget now. And he goes, well, I'm downstairs. I don't see anybody like that. And I was like, all right, well, I told him, like, listen, man, I'm not the guy. And he's like, what? What do you mean? I'm like, I'm not the delivery guy. And he was like, I just talked to you. And I'm like, you didn't. You talked to someone with a Persian or Armenian accent, for sure. It was not me. I gave my phone to the delivery guy. He didn't have a cell phone. I don't know if you're familiar with the works of Martin Luther King Jr., but I'm a lot like him, and I let the guy use my cell phone. And then he called you, and the guy couldn't wrap his head around it. He's like, what? Wait, what? He's like, where's my food? I'm like, it's right downstairs on 12th and B. There's a guy standing out there with a bag of what I believe is your sandwich. And he goes, well, I'm on 13th and B. I'm like, oh, well, you are 1 block away from your food. And he goes, what do you want me to do? I'm like, I don't care what you do, really. But if you want your food, I would say start walking to 12th and B. Because it's there waiting for you, and the guy who has it has no cell phone, so he's not going to be able to contact you. And he was like real indignant. He's like, well, I'm not paying for this. I'm like, yeah, as an American, I don't think you should. And he was all mad, still mad at me, like I had something to do with it. I'm not. I'm just a good person. And he goes, well, can you go tell him? I'm like, no. I'm like 3 blocks away. You're 1 block away. You're way closer. And if you find him, you get a sandwich out of it. I don't get anything out of it if I find him. And then, and he said it's ridiculous. I'm like, yeah, sure it is. And then he made a series of noises for the next 30 or 40 seconds. Just like, just the sound of white injustice. You know, it's like when they don't accept your expired coupon. You're like, what the fuck? Oh, I mean, Papa John's will take it. I don't think so, but all right. And then there was nothing else to say, you know? there was nothing else to do. So eventually I was like, okay, well, I was like, I'm getting off the phone now. And he goes, yeah, I bet. I'm like, well, happy Hanukkah. And he goes, fuck you. And then he hung up. And that's how I know people like saying Merry Christmas better than Happy Hanukkah. Do you guys have that friend that everybody has that as soon as they start dating somebody, they just are not your friend anymore? They just disappear into the relationship? So I have this friend Pete, okay? Pete Carboni. He gets like that. When Pete Carboni has a girlfriend, he's a no-call returning motherfucker. Like, you can just call him 20 times. You won't get anything back. So he was dating this girl once named Kelly, and we didn't talk for like a year. It was like, at some point you're like, all right, I'll fucking hang out when you break up. See you in 8 months. You just know at some point. That's their pattern. So Pete called me one day, and he goes, hey, Ari, listen, I broke up with Kelly. I was like, fuck yeah, man, congratulations. And he goes, listen, he owned up to it. He goes, I've been a bad friend. I've been distant, and I'm sorry, and I want to make it up to you. So I got some mushrooms, and I think we should do these mushrooms to rekindle our friendship. And I was like, dude, Pete, you don't have to do that, man. I'm just happy to have you back in my life. Like, just to have you around again is good enough. But I will be there in 4 minutes. Because let's do these mushrooms. I never done them before. Have you guys ever done mushrooms before? By round of applause? Okay, cool. A few of you have. At the time, I had never done them, so I was worried. We didn't know like how long they would take to kick in. None of this stuff. So we asked our drug dealer, which is what you're supposed to do. Always ask your drug dealer for advice. They have a vested interest in keeping you safe. They want you to come back. And our drug dealer said it would take 30 minutes to kick in. So we're like, perfect. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take these mushrooms. We're going to go to the 3rd Street Promenade in Santa Monica where there's no cars. We're going to walk around and have a great time. And so we took him. We drove to 3rd Street Promenade, like a 5-minute drive from his house. And maybe 3 minutes on the way, this car passed us. Just some other car on like a 2-lane street passed us. And we laughed so hard at that. We were just like, dude, it was over there. And then it passed us. And at some point, one of us was like, wait, this doesn't seem that funny. And we're like, yeah, it's not that. Oh, we're on mushrooms. We're tripping out right now. They've kicked in way too early. Why didn't you trust our drug dealer? So we're like, we got to park immediately. So we were driving to a free parking lot, but right then we were passing by a $5 parking lot. And he was like, we should pull over here. And I was like, yes, we should. But even on mushrooms, my Judaism does not leave me. And free, exactly, is always less money than some money. So we thought, better to be safe than sorry. Let's go to this free parking lot. We got maybe 2 blocks of the 6 blocks we had left. And I looked over, we were in traffic, and I looked over, I saw a tree in the sidewalk on the other side of the street. I looked at it, and I thought, man, that tree needs some friends. If he was born in the forest, he'd have tons of friends. But he wasn't. He was born in the fucking sidewalk. And he's got nobody. And I turned to Pete. And I'm like, hey, man, you thinking what I'm thinking? And he was like, wait, what? No. There's like a billion thoughts you could have. I'm definitely not thinking what you're thinking. The odds of that are just, it's crazy. It's mind-blowing. And he goes, for instance, I'm thinking we should go hug that tree. I'm like, that's exactly what I was thinking. That's the exact thing. So he goes, okay, but let's not get out here because if we get out in the middle of the street, it'll be weird that we're just abandoning our car in the middle lane. So like, all right, cool, let's go to the free parking lot. So we went to the free parking lot, forgot about the tree instantly. And as we were leaving, I took my phone. I was like, should I have this with me? I had this thought. I didn't know what mushrooms were. I had this thought that if anybody texted me, like the wrong person, I was going to freak out. Like if my mom texted me, like, and just fucking chuck my phone. So I just left it in the car. I didn't want to deal with it. That doesn't happen. You should leave your phone in the car, but that's not what happens. So we got out, went to the 3rd Street Promenade. Now, the 3rd Street Promenade, if you haven't been there, is full of families. You feel like a real degenerate. You're like, I'm on mushrooms, and that's a 4-year-old. So we both felt kind of weird, like, let's get out of here. Let's just go see a movie. So we sat down. We got a bunch of popcorn, sat down in this movie theater. And we're like, this is going to be awesome. Then the Bruno trailer came on. And man, we laughed so hard. People are worried about mushrooms, but you just laugh. You'll laugh. And we laughed so fucking hard at the first half of that preview. And then Pete Carboni he just starts like rustling with his jacket. He has his jacket on. He just starts rustling with it like this over and over again. And I'm over here looking at him, and I'm like, I don't want to say anything, but he's been doing that for a while. And then all of a sudden, he just stands up and he just walks out. And I was like, fuck yeah, Pete's feeling it. So I enjoyed the rest of the preview myself. It was amazing. The movie started, Pete didn't come back. And I was like, where the fuck is he? I thought he went to the bathroom or something. And I was like, I should go check for him, but like, I don't want to miss this movie. It's pretty amazing already. And to tell you what happened to Pete Carboni, ladies and gentlemen, his side of the story. Mr. Pete Carboni, everybody. Let him hear it.
So it was about halfway through the trailer to the movie Bruno that I started to feel sadder than I've ever felt in my life before. I think what was going through my mind is I was laughing at the trailer. I found it really funny, and I was like, yeah, this guy Sacha Baron Cohen is a really funny dude. He's doing really well in his career, you know? And then I started to think of my own career as a comedian, and I started to get a little bit sad. And that thought just spiraled me and propelled me out of that room. I had that feeling that you have, like, right before you're about to cry hysterically. I mean, am I right, fellas? Yeah? And I was in a dark place in my life. I'd just gotten out of this on again, off again, embattled relationship with this girl, Kelly. And Kelly would use the off again portion of our relationship to have sex with some of my friends. Yes. And this would often inspire me to take her back again, you know, to stop that from happening. Which would make us more embattled, you know, which would make me break up with her. The whole thing, it's what an economist might call a vicious cycle. So I got to get out of here. I'm just not in a good place. So I jump into a cab, and I say, 551 Sawtell. And the guy must have misheard me, so he turned around and he was like, which hotel? And normally, I think I would be able to resolve this misunderstanding. But in the condition I was in, all I could think to do was I pointed in the direction of my apartment, and I just was like, go!
So I thought I should go out and see if Pete Carboni is in the lobby. And I also had this other problem where I became positive that I had peed my pants. And it's dark in a movie theater, so I couldn't see, so I was just kind of like trying to feel for it. It was like this in the fucking beginning of Public Enemies. Looking at other people like, no, it's not what you think. Like, they'll never understand. I just pissed myself, but I wanted to check. It's not what you think. It's nothing bad. And I couldn't feel any liquid. I'm like, all right, maybe I didn't pee myself. And I was like, you know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll go outside in the light, and I'll see if I have a pee stain. And that's how I'll know. And I'll also find Carboni when he's out there.
Please, just go! And so the guy just starts driving in that direction. And then we got to a stop sign. And it's a weird thing. When you're on mushrooms, it messes with your sense of time, you know? So it felt like I was at this stop sign for like a year. It felt awful. And so I couldn't help myself, and I just start going, go, please! Please go, just go! And then the guy would drive faster, and then he'd get to the next stoplight sooner. And then I'd yell, go again. I mean, this is another vicious cycle I've found myself in. So I got out of the cab, I told him to stop, got out, and I gave him $100, and then I turned and I just started running. And I was running down Bundy Avenue, which, if you don't know, is basically a 4-lane highway. And it's probably too big of a street to be running down, dressed like this, as fast as you can while you're crying hysterically.
So I went outside, I looked, I didn't see him right away. I was like, oh, let me check that pee stain. And I didn't see a stain. I was like, oh, fuck yeah. Maybe I didn't pee myself at all. But then I was like, wait, what if I peed so much that the entire thing is just one big pee stain?
as I'm running, I notice ahead of me a hole like in a fence. And so my instinct is just to go through this hole in the fence. So I just jump, I sort of slide through, and I wind up in like this suburban backyard. And there's some dude who's like reading a paper on his back porch as I come in my sad state. And I was like, I'm going to try the honesty approach. I walk up to the guy, I'm like, excuse me, sir, I'm very sorry, but I'm feeling very sick. Do you think that maybe you could drive me home? And shockingly, this guy says yes.
And so I'm out in the lobby of the Lowe's, just going like this, trying to fucking smell.
And we got in his car, and he starts driving, but then he gets to a stop sign. And I'm just out of control. I'm like, man, just go!
Like, I don't smell anything. I don't know. And then every once in a while, they're like, Carboni!
Go!
Carboni! Pete!
Please, just go!
I was like, all right, I should go find him. I don't know where Pete is, but I should go find him. And I was like, oh, what if he comes back here? Let's just make the movie home base. That'll be the home base. So I watched the movie every 30 minutes. I'm like, where the fuck is Pete? Where's Pete?
Until finally I felt so bad. I felt like this degenerate. I'm doing mushrooms on a Monday morning. I jump out of his car and I throw $200 at him. And he says to me, he's like, man, I just drove you like 5 blocks. It's really, and I was like, just take it! And then I just started running. And I ran all the way home. And when I got home, I started to feel a little bit lonely. And I started to rethink things with Kelly, It's like, yeah, she slept with a few of my friends. Okay. Maybe I can just take that as she finds my friends really charming and attractive. In a way that's like a compliment.
At the end of the movie, everybody stood up, started to leave. I saw this kid, this 18-year-old kid, and he was with his grandparents, and they stood up and they were discussing the movie they just saw. And it was so beautiful.
So I called her, and I asked her to come over.
I was overcome with emotion. I was like, this kid is still spending time with his grandparents. That's so fucking wonderful.
When she got there, I begged her to take me back. And she did.
I was almost like getting choked up, and I was like, my grandparents are all gone. I'll never get a chance to see Public Enemies with them.
And then I kissed her so passionately, as so many of my friends had done before me.
But anyway, pick up the phone and called Pete.
And then my phone rang. And it was Ari. I was like, oh, yeah. That's right. Like, we were supposed to be doing mushrooms today to rekindle our friendship because I've been such a bad friend. Oh, no. But I pick up the phone, and it's Ari. And Ari, do you remember what you said?
Yeah, I was worried about you. So I was like, hey, are you okay?
Yeah. And I thought he was going to attack me, which would have been the right thing to do. And then I was like, I don't know how to tell him this. So I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm here with Kelly.
Oh. Yeah, I forgot about that. You were like, I'm here with Kelly. We got back together. But I was like, all right, well, at least you're all right.
Yeah, he was a good sport about it. And then not only that, then he says to me, he's like, hey, man, I just want to let you know that I love you.
I do. I was really concerned with you.
Yeah, and I was like overwhelmed with I was like, that was so nice of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been that way.
Let me ask you a question.
What's that?
Why did you have $300 on you?
I figured that I was doing something sort of adventurous that like I should probably bring emergency funds.
No, it's
just to be safe.
It's a mushroom trip. You don't need emergency
but you never
funds.
know.
You don't need emergency funds for a mushroom trip.
Yeah, but didn't I need them? Wouldn't you say that I needed them?
You're right. You did. I'm glad you're safe, man.
I'm glad you're safe as well.
Thanks.
One more time for Ari to put this together. We're all messed up, like half of the motherfuckers in here have been all fucked up, all right? And something's always fucking us up. For me, it was 30 years of just drugs. And no fucking JK here. We got down, bitch. All right, so when he called me up and he's like, hey, I want you to do the story, I did like, I got high, right? I smoked a joint, right? And I made like a drug tombstone, right? Like acid, 79 to like 85. And then I did like Quaaludes, 80 to 87, and, THC crystal. And then, I did blow for a long time. Towards the end, in 2005, I was fucked up. And I really wanted to quit. I wanted to quit at the 25-year mark. You follow me? But I couldn't do it. Like, once I hit that centennial, I had to fucking do something. But I had too much pride to go to a rehab. There was a rehab on Hollywood Boulevard next to Robeck. I went down there for like a week under an alias. But then they started snooping around. I had to get the fuck out of there, right? In the old days, you could push an alias like a motherfucker. After 9/11, it's tough out there for a pimp. You follow me? So fuck it. They started at Jose what? Fuck you, motherfucker. It's fucking anonymous. What's with the questions, cocksucker? So, I'd done heroin before, right? Like when I was like 17, I stole this thing with Didi Quintero, this little fucking crazy Cuban kid. We stole like this thing where you put dishes in. It was brand new. The people left it in front of the people's houses. Me and Didi picked it up and walked 5 blocks to Gunter Brown's house. If you ask me again, I'll knock you down, right? This fucking guy, he was like the neighborhood loan shark. Like if you stole something, he'd buy it from you. So I go over there and I'm like, I want to sell you this. He's like, you drop it off and come back in 2 hours. He looked like Tony Iommi, the guitar player from Black Sabbath. And he always entered the door with a robe with his underwear showing like the fucking dude in Boogie Nights. He was creepy, but not really. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had to take a chance with this motherfucker, right? So he goes, come back in 2 hours. I go in there, we're rocking, we're talking shit, right? He goes, I got you $60. So he's like, hang out, man. I want to do business and hang out with you. You seem like a cool dude. So I'm sitting there. He's like, you want to do some heroin? At the time, I had done everything, right? Like, coke. I had done like Tumanols. I had done like THC crystal, a.k.a. Gorilla Biscuits, a.k.a. fucking elephant tranquilizers. So I'm like, fuck it, if you want. At this time, I was a fucked up kid, I had no direction. I said, fuck it, I'll do the heroin, right? And I did this gag of this white Chinese fucking heroin. I heard like Chinese music in the background. Ding, ding, diggity, ding. Ding, ding, diggity, ding. I do this thing, and all of a sudden, it's like the fucking room starts spinning, and I gotta puke, and I puke, and I pass out, and I think I'm dead. But I heard like No Quarter by Jimmy Page, the live shit, live from the Garden. And that's how I knew I was alive. So I got up on my hands and knees, and I sat with the puke on my face, and fucking Jimmy was blasting. I think at the 5-minute mark, if you listen to that, the song remains the same. Fucking Jimmy Page drops it like a fucking soldier, especially when you're on heroin. You get the tingles up and down your back, right? And it was on. I felt that heroin, the warmth from God. Like, that's what it is. Your balls are warm. You want to come, but it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to come, but fuck it. It wouldn't be good enough as the warmth you're feeling in your body, my ears. And I could see all these, like, I wasn't hallucinating, but it was so warm. I was feeling like I seen every woman that I ever seen in my life and made contact with. Not sex. I was too young for that. Like, I seen the lunch lady there, Mrs. Sabatino. I seen the lady who gave me birth, you follow me, who smacked me in the ass. I seen the fucking nun who I tackled in the 4th grade. I seen all these bitches in this fucking dream. I seen my mother. Then I seen like the Virgin Mary, and that's when I knew I was fucked up. And she was stripping like she was dancing to No Quarter. And that's fucked up right there, right? And I had already made my confirmation. I was fucked up right there. I was fractured as a Catholic already at that age, right? So that was it. When I woke up from that shit, I go, I'll never do heroin again. But I'm lying. I did it again in the halfway house in 94, right? And I did it in New York one time in a gay bar up on the 3rd floor, Ramrod. That's what you do when you're up there. Fuck it. You gotta take a chance. Columbus did, right? You gotta do heroin at a gay bar. Fuck it. That's how you know and shit. You over there dancing, looking at the gay dudes and shit. Driving them fucking bananas and shit. Anyway. So it's 2005. I'm living in Hollywood and I'm doing a fucking gram of blow a night sometimes. That was like a bad night. By 8 o'clock every night, I'd be watching TV, and I get this pain in my fucking soul. And I get, my bones would hurt. I couldn't hear the TV. Like, I wanted to watch something on TV, and I couldn't. And I get in my car, and I take the ATM. I lived on Schrader, and I go all the way to Sunset and fucking Hollywood Rouse. Rock and Roll Rouse is an ATM right there. And I swear to my fucking mother's grave, I wouldn't stop for a red light. I didn't give a fuck. I didn't give a fuck. I parked right in front of it, put my hazard lights on, fucking like a doctor. Without a handicap sticker, I don't give a fuck. I take out $60, and right there I called a drug dealer. I had a couple of them. The Armenian only came on the weekends. The black guy was there every night, and the Mexican motherfucker was there like 4 nights a week. It depended on what shift he was working. So I knew all their shifts and shit. So I would go, buy a gram, go home, do it in the fucking garage, go upstairs, make believe I was shitting and jerk off in the bathroom and look out the fucking window. That was the extent of my fucking addiction at the time. Then at 2 o'clock when it'd wear off, I called another drug dealer so they wouldn't know my addiction. Right? Now, was I going to go to a fucking rehab? Fuck no. So I'm talking to a buddy of mine one day. After 9/11, he moved back to Newark. I go, so you living with your mother? He's like 40-something. I go, so do you still do heroin? He goes like, fuck yeah, every night. He goes, I cop down in Newark. I cop $7 bags of heroin. I go, send me a couple. Now, you ever have a conversation with somebody? And then you're like, you just try to be cool. You're like, yeah, count me in. Wrong fucking dude, right? About a week later, I go to my mailbox, and it's like in Crayola writing, you know. Like Joey, Coco, he spelled Coco wrong with 2 K's and shit. Diaz, right? And I'm like, what the fuck? No return address, right? I take it upstairs, I open it, and there they are, 3 little fucking bags of H. White, that Chinese shit that the terrorists are bringing in like a motherfucker by the dayload with a picture of Obama on it, balls ass naked, smoking a joint and shit, with a white chick licking his fucking nuts like a doctor, right? So I'm like, fuck it. So I'm doing the blow every night, so this Monday night, I go, fuck it, tonight's a different night. I'm doing like a little line as H. And I usually, what I would do, I was fucking crazy. My girlfriend's great. She don't get high, so I would trick. I go, you got to go to bed, dog. You got to get 8 hours. You're at that age. You need every fucking... Don't worry about me. I'm a fucking comedian. This is what I do. You got to go to bed right now. But while all this is going on, there was a cat population growing in my backyard. And I had already adopted 3 of these little motherfuckers, right? And they had, the problem was they had 2. They had the mama, who was a dirty whore. And then they had 2 big cats that were slinging dick like, you know. They had the Siamese, the war. I called him the samurai. He had big black balls. And he was Siamese. I'm not kidding you. When he'd walk all fucked up. Like this guy fucking meant it. Never talked to me. 9 years. Never took a lobster. Nothing. He was a soldier. He just stared me down. Fuck you, bitch. You ain't buying my fucking love, cocksucker, all right? Then there was a black and white one who was a big cat. And they were both fucking mamas. So she kept having kittens, and then they would kill the kittens so she would stop ovulating and get back to fucking. This is how serious these motherfucking cats were, right? Now, how did I learn about this? You know, I did some reading on the internet. When you're doing coke, you stay up late night, and you do investigating. You follow me? So she had the kittens, and they were beautiful. There were 3 Siamese kittens, and there's 1 black and white dirty motherfucker, right? But the 3 Siameses, there's 2 girls and a boy, DJ. DJ was the best little cat in the world. They lived outside, and I'd step out my backyard, and I go, DJ, and he'd come fucking running like a superhero. And the 2 little girls would come, and then that super bad, this little black and white would come. And they would all hang out around me. But super bad, the black and white one would take DJ and take him up trees and shit, and take him off the territory. Would take him on Selma by the YMCA. And I have to get super bad. Going, one of these days I'm going to fucking kill you, cocksucker, right? And I caught myself, even though I love the cats. I would never put a hit on a cat. But in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to fucking kill this little fucking cat, right? I'm serious. And I love cats, don't get me wrong. But you know those cats that just get on your last fucking nerve. And you don't know how to do it, but you love animals too much, so you know you're just bullshitting yourself. So I'm like, one day he's just going to get hit by a truck or something. Fucking that little cocksucker. Don't hang with him no more, DJ. And I was just waiting to bring DJ upstairs, and I had a chick that was going to take the 2 Siameses and then fuck Superbad. I didn't know what the hell was going to happen to Superbad, right? So my addiction's getting worse and worse. And one night I get home, my wife is fucking, like the time she was my girlfriend, she's crying. And she's like, the fucking cat's outside, they're going to die. I'm like, what are you talking about? So we got the 2 girls, we brought them to the vet, and she adopted them out through Petco. And then I go, what are you going to do with Superbad, that fucking mutt, and DJ, my baby? And she goes, well, I'm going to bring him up. And I go, leave Superbad outside. Just leave him the fuck outside. That's how much I hated Superbad. So I go out one night, and my rule was, people, this is how fucked up in my addicted mind. My rule was never to do coke in the house. It was bad luck. I would always do it in the car, so by the time I got upstairs, I had a shit, and I'd run into the bathroom and hide. You follow me? That was the fucking plan. I had a plan. I was an organized cocaine type of motherfucker, right? So this night, something happened. I had to go to the bathroom. I didn't have time. I ran upstairs, And when I get upstairs, my wife goes in the bathroom. The 2 cats are in the bathroom. So I go in the bathroom and I do the coke, and I'm looking at the both of them. I'm like, I don't even know why she fucking brought you up here. And I go back outside and I do the coke, and I probably got some more. I don't know the whole fucking story. And I went to bed. And when I got up, my wife woke me up in the middle of the night. She goes, hey, I just want to tell you that fucking DJ died. And that was the Siamese I was going to adopt, right? And when she said it, guys, I fucking knew it was the coke. I fucking knew it. And I just said, do me a favor, close the door. And I cried a little bit, and I put my sleep apnea mask on first. Then I went to fucking bed, right? And yeah, whatever, sleep apnea, whatever the fuck it is. I'm a fat dude, right? And then, so I'm laying there thinking, I finished my crying. I go, you know what? That little cat died because I brought the coke upstairs. Even if I fucking hate Superbad, that motherfucker's not going to die up here because that's even more bad luck. So I went in there. I got on my hands and knees like a Catholic fucking soldier, and I said, God, if you save these fucking cats, this Superbad who I can't stand, I'll never do coke again. And I like winked at him, like, right, whatever. I said, God, don't let this motherfucker die. And I promise you, and like the first day I had the shitters, you know, but every day I would go in the bathroom and he'd live. Like by the 4th day, I was ready to fucking shoot myself. I was ready just to shoot him and end it. I would go in there like, die. Don't you feel like dying yet? It's over. You don't want to live. It's fucking terrible. Things are tough out there. Trust me. That was 7 years ago, and I haven't done blow. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how close I am with this filthy motherfucker that I love. Because if you go to my house and you look at my cats, and you look at him, you're like, He's like Marilyn on the Munsters. You follow what I'm saying, kid? I got good-looking Siameses, and he's like black and white, and he got a little head and shit, but he's fearless. But I'll tell you how much that dude knew I made a promise for him, because at night, my other cats are cool, but they ain't that fucking cool. But at night, when I go into my bedroom, I take my slippers off, I put my sleep apnea mask on, I put the fan on, and I lay down, and I pick the blanket up, and I go, Superbad. And wherever the fuck this motherfucker is, you hear like, boom! You hear him hit the door, and he jumps next to me, and I put the blanket over him, and that's the end of the fucking night. He's still there, cocksuckers. Stay black. This whole thing started when I got hit in the head with a lunchbox when I was like 5. I played hooky in kindergarten, right? I didn't play hooky. I didn't want to eat a fucking lunch school. And they made you bring a lunch. But on the corner was that hot dog dude that had the fucking orange drinks with the aluminum foil on top. For $1, you got like a hot dog and one of those fucking drinks, you lost your mind. So my option was, after like 3 days of bringing my mother's lunch, I said, fuck it, I'm going to take the lunchbox, I'm going to get a hot dog, and take the lunchbox and dump it in the Central Park in that little lake with the pigeons and shit. And I'll tell her I lost it, and fuck, that's it. I'll just go on a hot dog diet till I fucking die, right? So, 3rd day comes, I snap, I say, fuck it. I go up to the corner, I get a hot dog. I walk to Central Park. I'm just about to dump this fucking Beetle lunchbox, whatever the fuck it was, in the thing, and these 3 little Irish, Puerto Rican dirty fucks come up to me, right? And they're like, what's in the lunchbox, cocksucker? And I'm like, so I could have given them the lunchbox. But my mother was going like, don't let nobody fuck with your lunchbox. So something in me, I'm like, I'm not giving you this fucking lunchbox, right? Like, just like that. I had like a sandwich in there and chips and shit. And I think I should correct myself. They didn't hit me with the lunchbox. They hit me with the fucking thermos in the head. And you could hear the glass and shit, right? So at the time, I was like a little, like, that was my first battle. See, you guys, you're young. You don't remember Bruce Lee. Like, before Bruce Lee, Chinese people were very timid. They walk around like all fucked up and shit. You know, once Bruce Lee came, he changed everything for a lot of fucking people. And I was one of them. I was an immigrant. You know what I'm saying? I came from Cuba. I didn't speak the language. But once Bruce Lee started bitch slapping motherfuckers, you had a spokesman if you were an immigrant. You know what I'm saying? Even if you weren't Chinese, it didn't matter. You had a fucking spokesman now. So I was fired up. So I lived on Bruce Lee, Kung Fu, and shit after I got hit in the head with the fucking lunchbox, right? And my mom was a single mom at the time, so she made me stick up for myself and shit. But that wasn't nothing. That was just a prequel to what I was going to go into. My mother, after a couple years of being single, she got scared because I was always around women. My mom was hot, and she had hot little fucking dirty women around me. So she was always worried about me, that this kid's going to be soft and shit. So she hooked up with this fucking guy, Juan Tuero. And Juan Tuero was a no-nonsense type of guy. He moved in, and at night, for some reason, he'd stay in every night and make me banana milkshakes. And he taught me how to be a man. Like, he teach me how to fold my clothes, how to make my bed, how to wash myself and put underwear on, how to put VO5 in my hair and grease it back and shit. Oh, this motherfucker was smooth. And then at night, he'd play the guitar for me and sing Spanish songs. It was okay. So about 3 months into it, I'm off for the summer. And he used to be a bookmaker in the Bronx. They had a dry cleaning operation in the Bronx on Tremont Avenue. So my mom woke up one day and she goes, you got an option. You could go to Tremont with him or you come to the Met game with me. Now, my mom was a big motherfucking Met fan. So we wouldn't even take a car. She was a Met fan. She didn't want to fuck around. She wanted to make the national anthem and batting practice. So she'd take a cab. So my mom was a serious fucking crazy bitch. When she got in a cab, it would be 1970. She'd throw a 10 spot on you just so there'd be no misunderstandings. Like, this is the direction we're fucking taking, okay? This is the route. Don't fuck around. I gave you a 10. Put the clock on, and I'm going to tip you over there. Don't worry, I'm going to scratch my pussy and smoke pot back here and drink and mix cocktails. But don't worry about me. It's me and my son. And my mom was fucking wackadoo. So she gives the guy a fucking 10. We're on the way, and the guy decides to take a better route. What a fucking mistake. What a fucking mistake. He hits traffic. So now him and her are arguing. And this is when, no offense to nobody, this is before fucking immigrants came. Like, this is when there was white cab drivers. Like, this guy was like fucking taxi driver. He was a white dude with like a fucking glasses and a beard. He was a burly guy. So they get into an argument on this BQE or whatever the fuck they're going. And my mother makes them pull off. So she goes, I want my $20 back. They start arguing about the $20 or $10, whatever the fuck it was. And the guy's like, I'm not going to give you the money back. So my mom goes, fuck it. All right. So she gets me out of the cab. And the guy opens his door. What a fucking mistake. And my mom pushes him and takes the ignition keys out. And in doing so, she cuts her hand. Big fucking mistake for this cab driver, right? So my mom knew how to work the fucking blood angle. So I'm like, Ma, you're bleeding. She's like, don't worry about it. I'm going to call the fucking police. I knew deep down in my heart my mom wasn't calling no fucking cops, right? So she goes to the payphone. She's wiping the blood on her face. She's a badass bitch. That's a Cuban Jewish woman. She knows there's a payday coming, right? She's wiping that fucking blood on her face. She looks like fucking Carrie, right? When she got hit with a bucket, right? I can't believe they remade Carrie. Is nothing fucking sacred? Is nothing fucking sacred? Julianne Moore, you cocksucker. So, my mother's on the phone, right? But I hear her talking in Spanish. The police department, they don't talk fucking Spanish. It's 1970, right? They don't talk Spanish. So she hangs up the phone and she's telling the motherfucker, the cops are coming, bitch. Sit tight. And this schmuck is actually believing my mom. He's sitting there waiting for the cops with no ignition. So my mom had this dry cleaner / bookmaking operation on top of the dry cleaner. And the partner was Nelson. And then my dad worked for my mom in that office. So about 10 minutes in, I see the Mustang pull up. And it's Nelson driving, the Puerto Rican. And my stepdad's in the passenger seat. And they get out of the fucking car. And I run over like a little fucking half a frag. I run over and grab my dad. I'm like, you're not going to believe it. He hit mommy. Oh, my God. And all this shit. And Juan walks over to my mom. And he sees the fucking blood. And I had known him at this point, maybe 6 months. His demeanor just changed. Like, he just got fucking pale when he saw the blood. Like, he couldn't fucking believe it. And he just looked at the cab driver. And he grabbed me by the hand. So I walked up to the cab driver with him. And he didn't speak no English, right? He spoke like broken English, like, hey, what happened here? Whatever the fuck, right? What happened here? ¿Qué pasó aquí, cojones? What happened here? What happened? I want to know what happened. ¿Cómo se dice? How do you say what happened? What happened here? What happened here? So the cab driver, that fucking bitch, she fucking took the keys and went from lease to another. Now, the guy had glasses. All right, now, one thing for sure, I was in the PAL on the corner, the Police Athletic League, and that's the first thing they teach you. Don't hit nobody with glasses. And I was like sending it to him telepathically, like Carrie. I was saying, don't hit a motherfucker with glasses. So he was holding my hand. All of a sudden, finally, he let go of my hand, and he pushed me like an inch. Like just a fucking inch. And he just went at this guy, guys. It was beautiful. He just started fucking punching this motherfucker. Pulled him down. He's punching him right in the fucking Queens. Just punching him in the face. It's New York in the 70s. Nobody's saying dick. He was just walking by. He's just punching this motherfucker. He's down the fucking MMA. He's just hitting him. You motherfucker. And the guy's head is banging. And I'm like drooling. I'm fucking loving this. Bruce Lee could suck my dick. My stepfather's the king of New York, motherfucker. Fuck Bruce Lee. That's the movies. This is the bad Bronx. And he's fucking this motherfucker up. Right? And Nelson's standing there. My mom's standing there. Like nothing. And I'm like, ha, 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 ha. And we're all fucking standing there. And the next thing you know, the cops really come, right? But the car was double parked. The cab was double parked. and they couldn't see the guy getting beat up. So they got out like 20 feet away, and they got up like to see what the disturbance was. But Nelson and my stepdad were too badass. They got up, and I saw Juan do like a dip. And I go, this motherfucker's got a gun. They're going to shoot the cops, right? No, he was going in his pocket. And he did something, and he cupped his hand, and he greeted the cop. And when they both went up to him, he just shook the cop's hand, but he blocked the guy on the floor. It was fucking beautiful. The guy's on the floor squirming for his life. And Juan and Nelson like, fucking beautiful day today, huh? And all of a sudden his English was perfect. What a beautiful fucking day today, huh? And they're going back and forth talking about the Mets and the Yankees. And finally, after 8 minutes, the cop goes, what's wrong with that guy? He had an argument with my wife. He came out and he fell, some shit. And that was the end of that. They go, fuck him. They got in their cop car. And here's the beauty of it. We never talked about it. Half of you motherfuckers got to have like a family meeting. What you saw today will never happen again. We never fucking talked about it again. Then I see him throw a beat on a guy like a year later for hitting a dog. Right? I saw him fucking destroy a guy for hitting a dog. Then about a year later, I saw him shoot a guy on 148th Street at a Santeria party. Dig this one. He shot him in the fucking leg. I loved it. We even went to Riverside Drive and threw the gun in the Hudson. We never talked about that for years. In 2006, I was eating with my stepfather, and I'm like, hey, remember that time you shot Nico on 148th Street? He's like, I have no fucking idea what you're talking about, right? But it's weird because it's funny and stuff, and you think about, you know, whenever like something happens at a school now, or there's like a problem with a kid, I always think about, fuck, you know, I grew up in a house with no artillery. Like this motherfucker had silencers, he had fucking guns, he had knives, he was tremendous with a straight razor. Tremendous with a straight razor. Fucking amazing. I seen him shoot a guy one time with the pepper spray. He was tremendous with pepper spray. He was just a man of 1,000 weapons. And I don't fucking shoot nobody. I don't carry weapons, so it didn't affect me that way, but for years, I thought, was it going to affect me? And I got into fights, and I got beat up. I'm no tough guy. Or nothing. But then something weird happened. I got married in 90 because I got this girl pregnant. Right? And it didn't work out, right? I went to prison, got out, knocked her up, and it didn't get work. And then we had a kid together, so I tried to be a father, you know, and then the divorce didn't work, and it was basically around this kid. She was 4, you know, and this is what I found out about Juan afterward. Like, as I got older, that the reason why he babysat me at night was because he was on parole for bookmaking. Listen to how bad this motherfucker was. He wasn't allowed in New Jersey. Lawrence Taylor is allowed in New Jersey. Tony Soprano is allowed in New Jersey. My stepfather was not allowed in fucking Jersey. This is what gets better. So it's funny because 20 years later, I'm married, I'm going through hell with this chick, and she's got a boyfriend who thought he was a fucking tough guy in Boulder. And he'd always say little things to me. And I knew I was going to fuck the guy up. It was just in time. The problem was I had 2 felonies. I had 2 fucking felonies. So if you bitch slap somebody, you make it a good one. You got to stab them and shit. Because if you're walking on ice, you might as well dance, right? So if you're fucking walking, and in the back of my mind, I was just starting to do comedy, and I had this new direction in my life, but I knew these motherfuckers were getting away with murder. And I knew I had to do something to this fucking guy. And I knew the day was getting close. So one day I pick up my child. She's 4 to daycare, and we're driving home. And I'm talking to her, and she goes, Daddy, what does spick mean? And I go, fucking spick is a derogatory word for Spanish people. You know, it doesn't bother me because I grew up in Jersey. I hear it all the fucking time, right? No biggie to me. But she was in Boulder, Colorado. Why should she hear this word? And I go, where'd you hear it? And she goes, every time you call the house, John calls you that. That was her stepfather's name. And I knew right there in the car I was going to stab this motherfucker that day. So I pulled over. I had to meet them. Like I would pick up the kid at 3 and have it till 7 on Wednesdays, and then all day Sunday. And this one Wednesday, I picked her up and I had to drop her back off at 7. And that was the day that the kid told me there was a spick thing, right? And I go, fuck it, this is the day this guy's going down. So I had to meet him at a Safeway. And I pulled up to the Safeway, and there he was with his little fucking slippers on, his little fucking shirt on and shit. And I got out and I left the baby in the car, and I felt really bad. I had the 2 felonies, and I go, this is it. I already had a plan. I was going to bitch slap him, and then I was going to call my friends in Jersey to send me money for a fax machine so I could fax Jay Leno jokes from prison. I swear to God, I was going to do like 3 years. I was just going to fax Jay Leno jokes. This was the fucking plan I had. I already had a plan. Some people go to prison without a plan. I was going to prison with a fucking plan, okay? You laugh all you want, motherfuckers. Big difference, right? So I pull up to the Safeway, and I look at this motherfucker, and I get out, and I go, John, I know we've had problems before, but I got to ask you a question. Did you say spick when I called the house? And he goes, no, I didn't. I go, fucking John. She's 4 years old. She got blonde fucking hair and blue eyes. She couldn't hear that fucking daycare because they call Mexican beaners. Spick is never fucking used. So say it, and I'll let you off the fucking hook real fucking easy. And he looks at me, and I can tell he's getting nervous. And all of a sudden, he's like, I'm calling the police. And I go, before you call the police, I'm going to give you something to go. And I stare him down. I fucking punch him with everything I had. And I felt really bad about it. I hit him with everything I had. Everything bad that ever happened to me in my life. I took it out on this cocksucker at that minute. And I punched him, and he looked at me all weird. And he goes, I'm calling the police. And I go, bam, one more fucking time. And then some lady's like, I'm calling the police. You know, some fucking Republican nosy bitch. I should be minding her fucking business. I'm calling the police. So they all fucking call the police on me and shit. Like a bunch of fucking whatever. And so I'm there with the baby trying to play like, you know, the good dad and shit, even though I fucked up. And 2 cops pull up. But I knew the 2 cops because I worked at a car wash and they used to always come in. And we talk about the Broncos, whatever all the mind fuck I had on my mind. And they come in and they're like, oh, man, what's up? And he's like 30 feet behind me. So I got to the cop first. You know, and I'm telling him my story. He called me a spick. You can't disrespect me. You know, blah, blah, blah. And the cop's like, no, Joey, I got your back on this. Forget it. You're done. So he writes me a fucking ticket. Here I got these 2 felonies. I got like 3 joints in the car. My little daughter's in the car. This guy writes me a ticket and lets me go. John's got an ice pack on his fucking eye. And when I look back, I fucked up because my little girl was crying. And that's where it gets ugly. I didn't fucking cry when I seen my dad beat up the fucking guy, but times have changed. Times have fucking changed. Thank you guys.
Best friends in the world. You guys will love him. He's awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz.
I got a 3-year-old, you know, and I look at her. She's beautiful. I look at her, and I'm like, you know, when she gets older, I don't think I'll have the heart to fucking smack her to discipline her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I throw like a sneaker at the cat from time to time and shit like that. When I look at my daughter, I don't have the heart. Like, I look at her, I could probably punish her and send her to a room, but can I fucking hit her? Nah. Like, I don't think I have the balls to do it. But they always say that if you grew up in a house that you got fucked up at, that you'll probably have a house that you fuck people up at, you know, like if you're a parent. And I'll tell you what, I grew up in the 70s. My mom fucked me up, okay? My mom fucked me up. Not like fuck, it was a controlled beating, okay? Let's get this shit straight. Everybody in this room got a controlled beating at one time. That means you're not gonna fucking die, okay? You're gonna get a couple punches to the head, you'll go down, and in 2 days you get a doll. No big fucking deal. That's a controlled fucking beating, all right? You're not gonna die, you know? And when I was a kid, you know, I used to bust my mom's balls, and, you know, she's Cuban, and, you know, a single mom, and she would lose her temper from time to time. And, you know, you get like, my mom would hit me with like the straight punch to the head, the fucking overhead right. In Spanish, it's called un avión. It means a fucking airplane. And then they had like different names to them. Then they have like the fucking el galletazo. That's the bitch slap. You know, that's the Stockton slap, right? And then my mom had the backhand, the tapaboca. That's just to throw you off, to open you. Yeah. It opens you up for a sidekick to the body, right? That's what that does. You're like, bam! So you get kicked and shit. So I took a beat. Listen, my mom threw a beating on me one time on 86th Street when I was like 6 because I wouldn't get off a mule in front of 8. There's a bank on 86th and Broadway. And there was a mule, some fucking dude with a mule, and you give him like $3, and he put a cowboy hat on you and let you get on the fucking mule with a vest and shit. And I wouldn't get off the mule. My mother beat the fuck out of me with the purse. That was a good one, like a live appearance type beating. You don't get those. But that was it. Like, as I got old, I never really got hit. My mom was single. My mom would always tell me, don't ever let nobody touch your face. A real man doesn't let nobody touch their face. Don't let nobody fucking touch your face. So, being Cuban, I was also Catholic. So my mom would scare me with the nuns. She'd go, if you fuck up, I'm going to send you to school, and those nuns will fuck you up. Well, after torturing my mom for a few years, she said, fuck it. I'm putting you in Catholic school. I'll let the nuns deal with you. And I think my mom knew the nuns were going to fuck me up. She just didn't want to know. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's like, they're going to fuck you up, but I don't want to know about it. So it was one of those schools, Sacred Heart School for boys. You went on Sunday, and you came home on Thursdays. And the nuns were complete fucking douchebags. I mean, complete douchebags. And I'm not lying. I don't give a fuck if you don't like it. It's the truth. They were fucking... I think about it now, 30 years later, and it really was mild abuse. It was very mild. I could have dialed 911 on those bitches, but, you know, nobody would have listened to my cries. You understand me? They say nuns don't whatever. So there was this one nun, Sister Anna. There was Sister Marie. There was Sister Hyacinth. And there was Sister Sister Patricia. Sister fucking Hyacinth was the most evil person that ever walked the fucking face of the earth. They didn't hit me at that school because I was a bad person. They used to hit me because I didn't like milk. Till this fucking day. Listen, till this day I fucking hate milk, okay? I'm not allergic to it. I just don't fucking like it. That's it. A milkshake, completely fucking different. I'll drink 10 of those motherfuckers. But milk plain out of a bottle, I don't like that shit. It smells like dick. I don't fucking like it. That's it. I never fucking liked it. I don't like broccoli then. I don't like it now. I don't give a fuck. I don't like it. But they would abuse me. If I didn't drink the milk, they'd put it on my head and then bitch slap me like 3 fucking times. And then when I went down, she hit me with the tray of food. These people were fucking savages. And this one fucking nun, Sister Hyacinth, she's New Jersey. She looked just like Governor Christie, all fucked up. She was like 5'2", 310. The bitch didn't fuck around. And if you look at a nun, they have a fucking ring of Jesus. They're married to Jesus. And before she'd hit you, she'd turn it around. And that's how they fucking cut you and shit like that. No, these nuns don't fuck around, guys. This is real old school fucking Catholicism. And no, I wasn't molested. I was an ugly kid that didn't fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you. I was an altar boy, but I never hung out. Fuck you. I don't want to play cards. I don't want no hard ice cream, cocksucker. I'm a Carvel motherfucker anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Carvel motherfucker. Fuck that hard ice cream, bitch. Fuck you think you're dealing with? I got morals, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm in the fucking 5th grade. I had been there for like 3 years. Not in the fucking 5th grade. Like I had been at the school for fucking 3 years. I started in the 3rd grade and I stayed there till the 5th. But there was a reason why. And I didn't know. I didn't know until I was like 30. I wanted to make my confirmation. I'm like, why am I making my confirmation at 30? And I remembered this story. This is why. Because in the 5th grade, I couldn't take it no more. Now, my dad died when I was 3. So my mom at the time put me in kung fu, like karate with the brothers, these black motherfuckers on 90th Street. And they would teach you like ghetto karate, like fucking judo and shit. I was out of my mind. Between that and Bruce Lee, I was ready to kill a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And Bruce Lee had died, and I was all fucked up in the head. My dad had died. And between the pain and the fucking low self-esteem and the anger, I was boiling inside. And one day I'm in the fucking Catholic school. And these 2 little twins, they're like half momos, Raphael and Nino. You know what I'm saying? They're fucking crying. I'm like, what are you crying for? They go, Sister Hyacinth, my mommy's having a baby, and Sister Hyacinth won't let us call the hospital. I'm like, not for nothing. Jesus don't pay for these fucking lights. Your mom and dad do. Get up. Just go call your fucking mom. It's an emergency. And the nun, Sister Hyacinth, heard us. And she goes, really? All 3 of you go outside and wait. Now, when the nun told you to wait outside the class, that means you were getting the fucking beaten. Like you're getting the shit knocked out of you, right? So the bell rings. She comes out and she goes, so what did you 3 guys, what were you talking about? And there were the 2 twins. She took the one twin first, smacked the fuck out of him like 15 times. He went down. She went to grab me, and I'm like, I looked at the twin. I'm like, that's your brother. Get in there, motherfucker, right? Why am I fighting for you? Get in there, you fuck. She grabbed him, fucked his world up. And then she grabbed me and started bitch slapping me. But I kept thinking about my mom. I got sick and tired of this motherfucker hitting me every time I wouldn't drink my milk. And I was about to snap. So I put my hands up. And she's biting her tongue. I'll never forget this going, put your hands down. Put your hands down. I'm like, fuck you got to work for it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't putting shit down. She's hitting me in the fucking temple. This bitch is fucking me up. So finally she goes, you're not going to put your hands down? Get in the utility closet. That's basically where they fucking killed you, right there. They just fucking killed you. Then they called your mother and said he died of a pneumonia. And that was it. Creepy motherfuckers, those Catholics. I'm telling you right now. I looked behind the curtain. They're creepy motherfuckers. So she says, get in the utility closet. That's where they had like the books and the fucking protractors and all that shit. So we get in there, and she fucking doesn't even slam the door, guys. She just fucking japs me right in the fucking mouth like a tapa loca, and I feel the blood, but I put my hands up, and she's like, don't you ever tell me. And she's just smacking me, guys. She's just going at it. Bam, bam. And she had elbows. She had kicks. This is way before UFC Unleashed. This bitch is going off. She's kicking my legs to lower my hands, and she's smacking me. I'll tell you what, guys, I was fucking pissed. I couldn't believe this lady was doing this to me. And at one point, I'm gonna fucking take this bitch out. I'm just gonna take this motherfucker out. I don't give a fuck. But if I go for her, I gotta fucking go for it. Because she's 320. You follow me? I'm like 100 with a crucifix in my pocket. If I go for it, I gotta go for this motherfucker. So finally she's like, put your hands down. I wouldn't put them down, but I started tasting the blood in my mouth. And I started fucking losing it. And something just made me go, I'm gonna go for this motherfucker. But I'm gonna grab her by the ears, and I grabbed her by the veil, because that's where all the magic powers are, right? I grabbed her by the fucking veil, and I'm like, don't you ever fucking hit me again, you cocksucker. I hate you. And I'm just crying. This is 7 years of anger and pain. I miss my father. What's going on in my house? I just grabbed and I kept banging her fucking head. I don't give a fuck. You fuck. And I know. A lot of you motherfuckers like, Joey, you can't hit a woman. She's a fucking nun. Big fucking difference, okay? Big fucking difference. She don't suck no cock. They don't take it in the ass. These motherfuckers are angry, all right? They don't eat no pussy. They just walk around with a fucking black suit on. Something's gotta be done. It's fucked up. You gotta eat something. You know what I'm saying? You gotta eat something. You're walking around like somebody died. Yeah. You're fucking pussy. That's what died. So I got her by the fucking ears now, and I ain't letting go because I know she's gonna fuck my world up. And I'm pounding. Now the black dudes, they taught me judo too. So I went to give her like a hip throw. But she's 320, I couldn't do it. So I just settled on a headlock, and I'm grabbing her by the fucking head, and I'm squeezing, and she's going, you're gonna go to hell. And I'm like, so the fuck are you, motherfucker? And I'm squeezing her fucking head. Fuck you. And there was a little mafia kid. Thank God for fucking Italian people. Thank God for fucking Italian people. They don't give a fuck about the rules or nothing. This guy's like, what's going on? I go, this bitch tried to kill me. And he's like, fuck this bitch. He took her arm and he twisted this motherfucker. I got in a headlock. This little 8-year-old's twisting the fucking arm. And she's like, ah! And we don't give a fuck. The other nuns are around. But let me tell you what happened. Now the door was open. There's a bunch of kids. And they're yelling, Coke, go, Coke, go, Coke, go. Now I gotta kill her. You understand me? There ain't no turning fucking back. So we take her out of the utility closet. They're yelling. Call the police. I'm like, call the police. I'm fucking bleeding. I don't give a fuck. Call the cops. We're twisting. The other kids are coming over. They're kicking her and shit. It's for Puerto Ricans too. They don't give a fuck either. A couple Roberto Clemente motherfuckers kicking her and shit. So I don't know nothing. I don't fucking know nothing. When I call the police, the kids are clapping. It's fucking crazy. We're taking over the whole fucking hallway. And I go, fuck it. Let's call my mother. So we dragged this nun in a half-arm bar and a headlock. And we took her shoes off. I don't know why till today. She had those big fucking fat feet with no nail polish and shit. We took the feet out from under her and just dragged her. Her head was turning red. And one of the Puerto Ricans called the nun and put it to my ear, and I told my mom, Mima, la monja me dio. That means the nun hit me. Let me tell you something. Kearney, New Jersey is about 22 minutes from Union City, New Jersey. My mother made it in 8 minutes. She shows up with 8 Puerto Ricans and a Santeria priest with a live chicken. You understand? That's when shit goes down, motherfucker. So they finally got me off the fuck. Her hair's fucked up, the veil's off. My mom's telling her, you want to hit my son? You got to get fucked in the ass and have your own kid and all this shit. I'm loving it. My mom got my back and shit. So now we're sitting down, people holding on to their heads. The priest in the room, the principal. And they tell my mom, he's out. Him and his other fucking cohorts, like 8 of us, they're fucking out of here. And my mom's listening to this. She's got half a bag on. She's a little drunk and shit. And she's like, he ain't going fucking nowhere. And they're like, no, he's got to go. He's out of here. Then listen, when I was growing up, there was this Jew bookie in the neighborhood. Tremendous. Let me tell you something. Thank God for Jewish people. All right, this motherfucker was a bookie. But in the early 70s, if you beat him for like $2,000 or $3,000, he would show up at your house with $500 bills. And he'd say to you, you want me to pay you? I'll pay you, but I got to give you 500s. I'll let it roll till next week. Then the next week, he got you. You follow me? So he always had your fucking money. He would just lie to you that he had $500 bills. Who the fuck is a $500 bill? People would believe it. That's an old Jew trick right there. Let me tell you what You gotta learn. You gotta fucking learn, cocksuckers. He goes to throw my mom out. My mom goes, listen, he ain't going nowhere, or I want my deposit back in 5s. That's an old Jew trick, too. It blew their mind. 5s? We don't have no fucking 5s till Sunday. Then my fucking son stays, motherfuckers, okay? And they let me graduate, they let me finish out the year. But you know what? A nun never fucking hit me again. That's my